Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku's power awakened too late? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku padded into the living room in his all-might pajama shirt, small feet soft on the wooden floor. The lights were off and the muted television cast a pale glow with highlights from a recent hero battle. His mother, Izuku Midoriya, sat on the couch with her hands folded and her eyes fixed on the screen as if it held answers she could not find. She did not look up when he entered. Izuku told his mother that he had had a dream the previous night in which he saved many people and everyone cheered. He said she had hugged him and called him her hero. Izuku gave a small, almost imperceptible flinch but remained silent. Izuku moved closer and reminded her of the time they had gone to see the All Might exhibit the year before, how he had said he wanted to be a hero like All Might, and how she had told him he could do anything if he worked hard and that she had called him her little champion. He told her that Dr. Tsubasa had said he could not be a hero because he did not have a quirk, and he asked if that meant he could not try. His voice cracked with hope and uncertainty. Izuku finally turned her head, her eyes red from exhaustion. She asked him why, her tone tired more than angry, and confessed that she had prayed every day since he was a baby that he would have something special. She said she had wanted him to shine. Izuku stepped forward, voice trembling as he insisted he could still shine without a quirk and that he still wanted to help and save people, even if only one at a time. Izuku shook her head and answered that he did not understand. She explained that being quirkless would make the world harder for him, that society would not accept him and that he would be hurt and cast aside. She admitted she had only wanted him to be normal and safe, not pitted. Izuku whispered that he was still himself and still wanted to be a hero. Izuku asked what would happen when others did not want him to help, when they questioned what he could do, and she spoke with a breaking voice about how people abandon those who do not fit in. Izuku lowered his head and said he had thought she would still believe in him. Izuku answered that she wanted to believe but did not know how anymore. A long silence settled between them. The television continued its loop, showing a pro-hero clearing debris from a damaged building in a smooth, heroic motion. Izuku asked quietly if he had done something wrong. Izuku rose and walked past him toward the hallway, telling him it was late and that he should go to bed. When Izuku began to protest, Izuku repeated that he should go to bed, her voice firm and distant. She did not look back. Izuku stood alone in the living room, the weight of the moment pressing on his small shoulders. He glanced at the smiling hero on the screen as citizens applauded, then turned and walked slowly to his room, footsteps heavier than they should have been for a child. He whispered that he still wanted to be a hero, even if no one believed in him. Only the soft buzz of the television answered. For the first time, silence felt like a loud rejection. Years later, he would think he had been a fool. He remembered the day the doctor's words had come out casually, like a weather report. His pinky toe joints showed no sign of the extra evolution, and he was likely one of the 20% who would not develop a quirk. His mother's expression had changed then. Subtly a twitch, a hesitation, and the hope she had carried seemed to fade without ceremony. After that, she never looked at him the same way. From the moment the label quirkless became part of his life, everything shifted. He still wore his all-might backpack and tried to smile when other children demonstrated their powers, clapping and cheering as they showed off small displays. At first he did not realize the rules had changed, but soon others began to treat him differently. Their looks carried a mix of pity and superiority. Teachers called on him less during lessons about hero careers. Classmates stopped inviting him to quirk training games. Desks around him stayed a little emptier, as if distance was being preserved. Katsuki, who had once been a playmate and ally in childhood games, pulled away the most. The boy began to mock him with the nickname Deku and used that taunt to push him down the social ladder. Smiles and shared dreams vanished. In their place were shoves and small, cruel displays meant to remind him of his place. The world did not hate quirkless people openly, it simply pushed them to the margins, left them out of hopeful speeches and promising opportunities. Heroes were for those with power. Hope belonged to those with potential. People like him became background noise statistics that did not make it into the spotlight. The first time he saw the video of All Might saving a bus full of people, smiling as he worked, he felt a surge of longing. All Might embodied everything Izuku believed in: strength used to protect others, a beacon that made people feel safe and hopeful about tomorrow. Izuku wanted to be like that, not because of power alone but because of what All Might represented: courage, kindness, and the ability to make others believe in a better day. That was the dream. So even when the world turned cold, even when his mother stopped believing, even when teachers gave up on him before he even tried, he held on. He kept notebooks and wrote everything down: hero behaviors, power analysis, weaknesses and strengths. He knew he didn't have a quirk, but he thought if he understood heroes better than anyone else, he could be useful. But he was wrong. The day in class when the teacher talked about career paths was the day he learned how public failure could feel. The classroom buzzed with chatter, desks cluttered with notebooks, sunlight cutting across the floor. Mr. Yamada reminded the students that they were third years and it was time to start thinking seriously about their futures. He mentioned that one of them planned to apply to UA High, and the room erupted in laughter and scoffs. Someone had already seen the name on the form and dozens of eyes landed on Izuku Midoriya. He froze. His fingers twitched against the desk. His notebook, once a source of pride, suddenly felt like a weight. The green ink he had used for plans and analyses looked childish and useless. Katsuki Bakugo stood abruptly, his chair scraping the floor. Bakugo addressed him with venom, saying he wouldn't be lumped in with that nerd and asking if someone without a quirk could possibly be a hero. The room fell into a hungry silence. Bakugo followed by, declaring that Izuku was worse than a joke, an utter delusion, and taunted him about his tears. He was aware of Izuku's struggles at home, but he used that knowledge to mock him further. Izuku couldn't respond. His lips parted but no sound came. He wanted to say something, anything, but the words would not come. When class ended, Izuku packed his things slowly and waited until the room had mostly emptied. Bakugo remained, leaning by the windowsill with arms crossed, expression unreadable at first. Then he walked over, face close, and the laughter was gone. Only coldness remained. Bakugo told him he was not just a loser but a parasite clinging to a dream that was never his, and he bluntly told him to do the world a favor and stay out of the way of people who belonged in that world. Izuku could not move. He could not breathe. The silence that followed felt like a scream. He stood there, face blank, as Bakugo walked away without looking back. When the last echo of footsteps faded, Izuku sat in the empty classroom and clutched the corner of his hero analysis notebook with trembling hands. The words UA application form stared at him like a cruel joke. For the first time, he truly wondered if maybe Bakugo was right. That was the moment it hit him. It was not just about lacking a quirk. It was the world deciding that, because of that, he had no worth. He walked home alone that day. Katsuki and his friends had already left, mocking him behind their backs. His notebooks felt heavy in his bag, filled with notes he had once believed would matter. But they did not. Not anymore. Some people were born with power. Some with influence. Some with nothing at all. While everyone was told to chase their dreams, only a few were given the tools to reach them. The rest watched and wondered why they had been born broken. Even then, with that weight pressing down on him, he still wanted to be a hero, not because he thought he could win, but because he believed someone needed to try. Years later, his mother stood outside his room holding a crumpled piece of paper, his UA application. She asked him what it was in a voice that sounded detached and unfamiliar. He told her it was his application to UA. She asked why, simply and quietly, and for a long moment she said nothing else. He looked at her and saw she was thinner, her hair tied back, her eyes dulled as if some light had gone out. She used to smile and call him her little All Might. That felt like a lifetime ago. He told her he wanted to be a hero. She laughed, not from amusement but from disbelief, and asked if he had grown out of that yet. She reminded him that he was quirkless. A short neutral pause followed the tension as they stood in the dim hallway. His mother, Inko, told him that she had said it many times and still he did not understand, that UA would never accept someone like him, that the world had no place for people like him, and that he needed to wake up because this was not a comic book. He tried to speak again, but his voice felt small. Izuku said that he knew he did not have a quirk, but he had studied, trained, and learned so much. Inko scoffed and asked if memorizing facts made him a hero. She said that working part-time at a junk store and playing at being a hero with notebooks did not make him worthy of UA and called him a child pretending to be something he was not. He clenched his fists. Izuku reminded her that he had to get that job because she would not help him, that he had learned to cook because she stopped, that he patched his own clothes, fixed the heater when it broke, and bought his own school supplies. He told her that she had given up on him the moment the doctor said he did not have a quirk. Inko snapped and warned him not to blame her. Her voice rose and grew sharp. She said it had not been easy for her, watching other mothers boast about their children while his sat silent, watching him get hurt, laughed at, and pushed around every day. She admitted that she could not protect him and could not change anything, and that she had chosen to step back because it hurt too much to hope. He took a step back as her words landed like punches. He asked if she had decided to stop being a mother too. She looked at him and, for a moment, something flashed in her eyes, regret or shame, and it was gone too fast. Inko whispered that he had no idea what it was like to watch a child chase a dream that would never come true. Izuku replied quietly that she had no idea what it was like to be that child, to wake up every day in a house that felt colder than the outside, to go to school and be reminded he was less than everyone else, to come home and not be looked at, and to work hours just to afford a notebook or a meal while his mother turned her back on him. He said he had never asked for a quirk, he had only wanted her to believe in him. She did not answer. Silence hung between them like a heavy wall. He suggested that she could rip up the registration slip, burn it, or throw it away if she wanted, but he would still go to UA. He said that even if he had to crawl through the gates, he would make it there and that he was not giving up, even if she already had. She looked down at the paper in her hands and then back at him. Inko said flatly that he would die chasing that dream. He replied that then he would die trying. He walked past her into his room and shut the door. The air inside felt thicker than before. He sat at his desk, opened his notebook, and stared at the blank page. His hands shook and his eyes burned, but he did not cry. He was past that. He was heading home from school when the day delivered another reminder of who he was to everyone else. The jeers, the whispers, the notebook thrown out the window again. The teacher had praised Bakugo once more. Bakugo was top of the class, the strongest quirk, the future #1. He felt like a footnote, a weird quirkless kid scribbling in a hero fanboy diary. No one called him by name anymore. They laughed when he picked his book up and muttered thanks to nobody. The sun was still out, but it felt dim when he walked alone, head down, hands in his pockets. The city buzzed with life, heroes swooping through the sky, distant sirens, crowds cheering somewhere far off. It was a world he could see but never touch, a glass barrier he could not break no matter how hard he pounded on it. He had just passed under the overpass when he heard a splash. At first he thought it was a busted pipe, but then a rotten smell hit him and he saw a mass of slime, thick and churning, bubbling as if it had a heartbeat. Before he could react, the mass lunged. It formed a face that grinned as if it had already won and gurgled a twisted thanks for the body it had taken. He did not scream. His body froze as the slime wrapped around him, tight and suffocating. He could not breathe or move and felt certain he would die there without a quirk or strength to save him. A sudden blast of wind struck the spot, shattering the creature like a powerful gust dispersing fog. He collapsed to his knees, coughing, slime dripping from his uniform. All Might announced his arrival and landed nearby. He was the symbol of peace, the reason the boy had kept his dream alive. All Might moved with bright, confident energy, quickly containing the villain in small secured containers with efficient motions, then offered a reassuring laugh and a friendly pat on the boy's shoulder that made everything feel steadier for a moment. All Might prepared to leap away, and the boy grabbed his leg to stop him as they were swept along. They landed on a rooftop and the boy collapsed again, still gasping. He tried to pour out all the questions he had been carrying. All Might raised a hand and asked him to be quick, saying that time was not on his side that day. The boy asked if someone like him could ever be a hero. All Might paused and asked what he meant. The boy explained that he did not have a quirk but wanted to be like All Might, to save people with a smile, to be the kind of hero who made others feel safe simply by being there. He said he knew he was not strong or fast or special, but asked if, by training harder than anyone, he could still become a hero. All Might looked at him for a long moment and then apologized. He explained that being a hero was not just about desire and that without a quirk the boy would be putting his life and others at risk. He said that reality could be cruel and that some dreams were not always meant to come true. The boy stood frozen as the man he had idolized walked away, and the last thread holding his dream together felt like it snapped. Years passed. He found himself standing on top of a tall building in an old industrial area near Mustafu, a place most people did not visit anymore. The wind carried the scent of rust and oil, and the air was heavy with silence, broken only by the distant horn of a passing train and the soft hum of electrical wires. The forgotten rooftop felt like the edge of the world. I had quit my job at the thrift store. It didn't matter anymore. That place was another reminder of where I belonged at the bottom. Stocking shelves with things nobody wanted, being talked down to, getting paid just enough to eat and go home to a place that didn't feel like home. A place where the person who raised me couldn't even look me in the eye. His words echoed in my head. My mother had always said I was wasting my time, that dreaming of becoming a hero would only lead to disappointment. At first I told myself she was scared, worried for me. But when I came home with the UA registration slip and she looked at me like I had gone insane, something in me started to give. All Might had said it too. The man I had idolized, the one who saved people with a smile. He told me to stop dreaming that someone without a quirk couldn't be a hero. He looked me in the eyes and delivered the truth with no hesitation. Cold, plain, final. Maybe she was right. Maybe Bakugo was right. Maybe society was right. Being quirkless wasn't a small inconvenience. It felt like a full stop, a dead end, a label that marked me as useless, powerless, hopeless. Why had I been so blind? Why had I kept holding on to hope? Why had I let myself believe effort mattered more than power, that I could be the exception in a world built to leave people like me behind? Even All Might couldn't pretend for my sake. Even he had to knock some sense into me, and the worst part was that I thanked him for it. I smiled through the tears and said thank you because a part of me still clung to whatever validation I could get, even if it came with crushing words. Maybe Bakugo was right. He always pushed me to extremes in his own harsh way. He joked that if I wanted a quirk so badly I should jump off a roof and hope for one in another life. Everyone laughed then and I laughed too, but it never stopped eating at me. Now, standing at the edge and looking down at the broken concrete, I wondered how long it would take, if it would hurt, if anyone would care. Maybe I'd be a passing headline. Maybe no one would even find me. Maybe they'd just assume I was a quirkless loser who couldn't handle it and move on. I closed my eyes and let the cold wind brush my face. For a moment, it felt like the world itself was urging me forward. I took a step. Then nothing happened, no fall, no painful impact. I was floating a few inches above the rooftop. He blinked and looked down, surprised to find his feet not touching anything. There was no ledge beneath him, no trick of light. He was suspended in the air as if the wind had caught him and refused to let him go. My arms trembled and my breath caught. I tried to move, and my body responded. Slowly and gently I drifted back and then forward again. I was in control. Somehow, I was doing this. My body felt lighter but grounded at the same time, like something inside me had finally awakened. Tears spilled from my eyes. I had a quirk. I actually had a quirk. I fell to my knees when I landed back on the rooftop. My hands shook against the gravel and steel as laughter and sobs tumbled out together. Izuku whispered that he had a quirk, then spoke it louder. Izuku had a quirk. The sky did not crack open and no trumpet blared, but something inside me had changed. For the first time in years, maybe ever, I felt alive. I sat down, knees still shaky from the rush. My thoughts scattered, trying to catch up to everything I was feeling. It had taken nearly dying to force my body to activate whatever this was. Years of ridicule, silence, and despair had done nothing until that edge. Then, after giving up, my body woke up. I closed my eyes and remembered the moment I stepped forward, the sensation of something inside flipping like a switch, like a dam releasing its hold. I jumped lightly and floated again, this time not very high but enough to feel weightless, as if gravity had stopped paying attention to me. The air in my lungs was sharp and cool, steadying me. The ability felt similar to my mother's power. She could move things without touching them, but it was different, more intense, more unpredictable. It might be dangerous, but it was better than nothing. Maybe I could do something with this. Maybe it was only the beginning. The thought would not let go. What if floating was only the surface? What if I had barely scratched the potential of whatever force had awakened inside me? Every cell felt stirred awake after a lifetime of slumber, and the energy inside me seemed determined to burst through. I did not know how to control it yet. I only knew I was no longer broken. I was not nothing. Something real and mine had finally appeared. But I could feel it. I felt like I could take on the whole world. Across the rooftop, a rusted metal beam lay like a forgotten relic from an old construction job. I walked over, heart pounding, muscles buzzing, and grabbed it with both hands. It felt impossibly light, like a toy rather than steel. My grip tightened, almost on instinct, and the metal groaned. Then it bent. I blinked. I had bent it. Not with a monumental effort, not with obvious strain. I just bent it as if it were nothing. What's going on? Float? And now super strength? Izuku wondered what was happening to him. My knees buckled. I collapsed. A sudden, unbearable pain surged through my head, like an intense overload that hammered every sense at once. I screamed and clutched my skull, eyes wide, heart slamming against my ribs. Sounds amplified into a chaotic chorus. A baby crying somewhere blocks away. A microwave beeping in an apartment. Footsteps, breathing, a car engine struggling to start, muffled conversations from buildings I could not even see. My vision jumped and shifted wildly, cycling through different filters. First, everything tinted red and blue, heat shimmering off every surface. Then it shifted again, and I seemed to see through walls and obstacles, layers peeling away as if they were translucent. The pain kept repeating, relentless and overwhelming. I screamed again, voice raw, vision bleaching white from the overload. The wind rushed around me. I could not tell if I was shaking or if the world was. My heartbeat thundered in my ears, and my fingers dug into the rooftop gravel to hold on to something real. Izuku pleaded for it to stop. I didn't understand any of it. I didn't even know what to call this. Was this a quirk? Was it a combination of powers? Float? Strength? Enhanced senses? Not just enhancements, but sensations far beyond what anyone should experience. It felt as if my body had surged from 0 to 100 in seconds. Years of nothing, and now I was being forced to handle multiple abilities at once. Tears came, not from sadness but from fear, awe, confusion, and pain all tangled together. I had a quirk. But what the hell was it? And why did it feel like it was both killing and saving me at the same time? I sat on the rooftop of an abandoned warehouse, a cracked notebook open on my lap, pages half filled with messy notes, diagrams, and ideas that had been scrawled in a rush over the past 3 weeks. It had been 3 weeks since that night when everything changed, since I hovered over the edge and thought I might die, and instead woke up to a new truth. Izuku named his quirk Solar Core and let the name settle. It sounded ridiculous at first, like something from an old comic, but every test and painful experiment over those weeks pointed to the same conclusion. His body was not a random anomaly or a glitch. It felt purposeful and reactive, like it had been waiting for a spark. I stood and faced the rising sun, letting its warmth wash over me. As the light touched my skin, I felt a low hum beneath the surface, like every cell was taking a deep breath. It was as if my pores opened not merely to sweat but to drink in the sunlight. My arms tingled and my spine straightened. Fatigue from training the night before faded away as if I had woken from the best sleep. He realized that every time the sun touched him, his cells seemed to go into overdrive, breaking light down not only for energy but for fuel. It felt like having solar panels under his skin, absorbing and storing sunlight into his core. I clenched my fist and jumped off the edge, landing a few stories down with a loud thud that cracked the concrete. There was no sharp sting. I stood, rolled my shoulders, and tested myself. Super strength check. Speed improving. I took off in a blur across the rooftop and skidded to a stop, crashing into a rusted pipe that bent like paper. I winced. Braking still needed work. My hearing had grown acute. I could hear a man cursing at a coffee machine 3 blocks away, a kid bouncing a ball down an alley, a dog barking at a squirrel. Every sound layered like an orchestra of chaos, but with practice my brain had started to filter out the noise and pick the signals it needed. I looked up and blinked. My eyes zoomed in automatically on a hawk gliding high above. Its feathers and wing muscles looked crystal clear. A moment later my vision shifted to a heat trail, then to something like X-ray, then back to normal. The lenses of my sight still jumped unpredictably, but I was learning control, bit by bit. Izuku admitted that flight still needed work. It felt less like graceful flight and more like being launched from a slingshot without guidance. He could will himself upward, shoot into the air like a cannonball, and then crash through whatever obstacle happened to be in his path. I kept practicing, keeping notes, and training through the awkward, painful learning curve. The notebook on my lap was messy and imperfect, but it tracked progress. The surges of power, the sensory overloads, the slow steps toward control. Each small victory taught me something new about the strange, stubborn gift inside me. Last week, Izuku crashed into a billboard and nearly fell into the street below. 2 days earlier, he had broken through a 5th-story wall and sent a flock of pigeons scattering. He stepped back and focused on the feeling in his chest, the light still dancing through his veins. Izuku crouched, launched upward, and managed to hover for a moment. He wobbled like a clumsy bee and then rocketed forward. He slammed through an old rusted pipe, bounced off a broken ventilation, and finally landed in a pile of crates with a loud crash. Wood splinters scattered and he rubbed the back of his head as he coughed. He admitted to himself that it's still acedy, but he was smiling despite the bruises. He stood, brushed off debris, and returned to his notebook. The pages were filling with data, observations, sunlight absorbed per hour, maximum output duration, and a section labeled solar overload symptoms, where he tracked what happened when he took in too much light and nearly blacked out from the rush of power. He told himself he was still figuring it all out, then wrote down today's notes. He reminded himself that he was not nothing, not quirkless, and not broken. He looked at his hands that had once felt powerless, useless, and felt as if they could move mountains. He resolved to master his abilities, including flight, and closed his notebook, squinting into the sunrise. He thought about all those who had been wrong about him, his mother, Bakugo, even All Might, and inhaled deeply, letting the sun pour into him. This, he believed, was just the beginning. Several hours later in Izuku's home, he was folding the last of his clothes into a duffel bag when his mother appeared in the doorway. She asked what he was doing. He did not turn around at first. He kept packing deliberately, hoping she might go away if he ignored her, but she did not. She stood there with her arms crossed and her usual scowl already forming. The room fell quiet and he could feel her eyes scanning him like he was a stranger. He finally told her that he was moving out and that he had found a place not far from Mustafu's, small, quiet, and enough for him. He zipped the bag shut. She stepped into the room, looking around as if noticing how empty it had become. Most of the shelves were bare. Posters were gone. His All Might figurines, once lined up neatly by the window, were gone too. She asked if he was really leaving. He confirmed that he was, and said he had already paid the first 3 months using money from selling the things she had used to complain about. For a moment she seemed unsure how to respond and asked if he was not even going to explain why. He laughed inwardly and asked her what she expected him to say, that he was tired of being treated like a burden, that for years she had barely looked at him except to remind him of what he lacked, or to tell him he had ruined her life. He refused to stay there just to be her emotional punching bag. Her mouth opened as if she would speak, but nothing came out. He accused her of never believing in him, of calling him pathetic, weak, and useless, of looking at him like a broken thing she was forced to live with. He asked if she even remembered his last birthday. Of course she did not, because she had been passed out on the couch. Her eyes narrowed and she warned him to watch his tone. He replied that she had never cared about his tone before. She only cared now because he was finally doing something for himself. She stepped closer and examined him. She saw confusion and uncertainty in her own gaze as she took in how different he looked, taller, sharper, with color in his skin and light in his eyes. Where bones had once shone through his skin, there was now lean, coiled muscle. She admitted quietly that he had changed and that he did not look like he used to. He told her that he was not who he used to be, stronger, smarter, and with a plan. He was no longer chasing other people's dreams, not All Might's, not society's, but his own. She asked how he had changed, but he said it did not matter. What mattered to him was that he no longer needed to live there and pretend he was okay with the way things were. She looked at him hard, then at the empty shelves, the packed bags, and the faded shadow of a poster that had hung above his bed. She asked if he was just leaving like that. He nodded and explained that he had stayed too long, hoping things would improve, but they would not, and he could not waste any more time. He sat his duffel on his shoulder and told her he would not be a hero in the way people expected, but that he would still help people and make a difference, just not by being what others wanted him to be. She was silent. He said he did not need her permission or approval, he only needed to know he could survive without them, and now he knew he could. She asked if he was really done with pretending, and he affirmed that he was. He admitted he had sold everything related to All Might and had managed to get a decent price for it. She flinched at the sarcasm in his voice, but he no longer felt bad. He warned her he was going to be late and that he had a lot to do, training, figuring out how far his quirk went. He might not know everything yet, but at least he knew who he was now. Her eyes widened as she realized he had a quirk, and he nodded. She said quietly that he could have told her. He stopped at the door, turned back, and asked what she meant, telling her that he had a quirk now, that he had nearly taken his life before it awakened, and that everything he had become had been done alone would not have helped. He added that she would not have listened. He never listened. Silence followed. He said goodbye to his mother and walked out without looking back. He adjusted the strap on his duffel bag as he stepped onto the cracked pavement, the gate creaking behind him with a finality he had not expected. The sky above was a heavy gray, the kind that weighed on the shoulders, but for once he did not feel heavy. He felt light. Not because he was happy he was not, but because the invisible pressure of being unwanted and unnoticed had lifted. Or maybe he had simply stopped caring. He held his luggage close, the wheels thudding quietly on the uneven sidewalk as he walked away from the place he had once called home. The building loomed behind him like a faded monument to everything he had been. Small, weak, forgotten. That was the old him. That place held the ghosts of 1,000 nights spent crying into a pillow, of sitting alone in the dark with the glow of his All Might posters reminding him there was still hope. Even that hope had started to rot. Why had he said goodbye? The question echoed in his head, a soft, reluctant whisper that made it sound as if he cared, as if part of him still wanted something from that house, from her, from the life he was leaving behind. But he did not. He did not need her guilt or the late-night apologies that never came. He did not need her reminders of how broken he had been, or how much of a burden he had been. He certainly did not want her pity now that something had finally changed. 8 months remained until the UA entrance exam. 8 months to become someone worthy of the path he was carving. He had to get serious. Books, many of them. Not just hero material, but biology, physics, engineering. If his quirk was solar-based, he needed to understand it inside and out. He could not rely on powers alone. No real hero did. Needed to train his body, his reflexes, his mind. He needed to learn how to fight. Hand-to-hand combat was non-negotiable. He could not afford to flail in the middle of a fight because he had grown used to flying or hitting things with raw power. Power without control was only destruction. He did not intend to be another explosion-loving maniac. He wanted precision, strategy, purpose. He would have to find a gym that did not ask too many questions. One of those quiet, out-of-the-way places where the only rule was show up and train. Maybe he could find an old martial artist or a retired pro hero turned coach, someone who would not care that he had no recommendation letter or prestigious legacy to flaunt. Someone who saw the fire and not the family name. He glanced at his phone. The battery was low, but the map still worked. His new apartment was about a 40-minute walk away. Not bad. He could stop for something to eat. The fridge in the new place would likely be empty, and he did not want to start his first night there hungry. A small store across the street caught his eye. He started toward it, then something cold hit his face. Then another. He paused. Tiny droplets at first, then slowly building. He looked up as the first gentle waves of rain began to fall from the gray sky. It was raining. Of course it was. He did not bother pulling out the cheap umbrella tucked in the side of his bag. What was the point? He stood on the sidewalk as the rain came down, not harsh, not loud, just steady. Persistent. It soaked into his hoodie, darkening the fabric, dripping down his arms and into his sleeves. His hair flattened as water traced cold lines down the back of his neck. He did not move. He watched people hurry past with umbrellas, duck under awnings, shield themselves from the downpour as if it were a curse. He welcomed it. Maybe he needed it. The rain did not expect anything from him. It did not ask questions or judge. It simply fell. In a strange way, it felt as if it were washing something off of him, years of self-hate, the moments he had told himself he was not good enough, the nights he had begged for a quirk and cried until his throat went raw. The rain could not erase all of that, but maybe it could dull the edges. He took a slow breath and closed his eyes for a moment, imagining the solar energy in his cells flickering like tiny suns just under the surface. They were still there, still glowing even without light. He could feel it in his bones, in his muscles, in the way his body did not shiver despite the cold. He was different now. He stepped into the store, water dripping onto the tile as the bell above the door jingled softly. The clerk glanced up and returned to his magazine. He did not ask why the young man looked like he had stepped out of a storm. He did not care. That suited him. He picked up instant noodles, rice, curry, and a few bottles of water. Nothing fancy, just enough to get by for a few days while he figured things out. He added protein bars to the pile. He had to keep his energy up if he was going to train like his life depended on it. Because it did. He paid, tucked the groceries into his bag, and stepped back into the rain. It had not let up. If anything, it had grown heavier, but he still did not open the umbrella. He walked through the storm as if it were not there. He stood before the massive gates of UA High School, the symbol of heroism and the starting line for the greatest journey of his life. After months of training, isolation, sweat, and discovering the full potential of his quirk, he had finally arrived. His hands rested in his pockets, calm and steady. The wind rustled through his hair. He did not feel nervous. The burning desire that had once eaten at him had transformed into something clear, focused determination. He walked through the entrance and joined the crowd of applicants. Dozens of kids radiated potential and ambition across the massive courtyard. Some stretched, others talked excitedly about their quirks, and a few analyzed the school with narrowed eyes. He spotted some already sizing each other up like rivals. Then someone bumped into him. A girl apologized for bumping into him, and he turned to meet her eyes. She was about my age, with a round face, pink cheeks, and short brown hair that curled slightly at the ends. She blinked quickly, her eyes lingering on mine for a second too long before she looked away, cheeks reddening. Izuku reassured her with a calm smile that there was no need to worry and then asked if she was all right. She nodded quickly and explained that she had gotten a little carried away while trying to stay relaxed and had accidentally sped up. Her eyes darted back to him briefly, then away again as she took a small step back, fidgeting. Achiko Uraraka introduced herself and wished him luck for the day. Izuku returned the sentiment with a single nod. She scurried off toward the gathering crowd, glancing over her shoulder once before facing forward again. I moved to the center of the courtyard with the other examinees. The huge screen above flickered to life, drawing everyone's attention. Present mic boomed from the speakers, welcoming everyone energetically as the school's announcer. He struck a dramatic pose on the screen, sunglasses glinting, and urged the crowd to respond. When silence followed, he shifted into the orientation, explaining that we had all been assigned to test sites labeled A through G and that each applicant would take part in a 10-minute mock battle in a replica urban setting. He emphasized that each student fought for themselves and explained the point values for the different robot types: 1-point, 2-point, and 3-point units, while warning about a fourth type that earned no points and should be avoided. Images of the robots appeared on the screen, and a massive robot was shown crushing pavement in the simulation as an example of an obstacle. Laughter echoed through the speakers at the announcement. I felt someone step next to me and glanced to see a boy with glasses adjusting his frames, precise and serious in demeanor. The boy raised his hand and questioned a discrepancy on the handout, pointing out that it listed 4 types of villains but that the explanation seemed to cover only 3. Present Mike leaned into the camera with a smirk and clarified that the 0-pointer was real but did not earn points, telling everyone to keep their eyes open. The boy frowned deeply but kept his thoughts to himself, and Izuku noted to himself that the boy seemed intense but not malicious, just very strict about rules. Present Mike continued, reminding us that we had 10 minutes in the battle zone and that judges would evaluate not only destructive power but also judgment, movement, decision-making, and valor. The screen cut off and the staff began guiding us to our respective testing zones. I walked calmly, my nerves under control. The sun was high and warm, and the heat settled like a gentle engine under my skin. We lined up in front of the massive gate of Test Site B. The gate looked more like a theme park entrance than a battlefield. The air felt heavy with tension. Around me, other students stretched, braced, and muttered strategies. Some checked specialized support equipment designed to enhance their quirks. I remained still and breathed evenly. From nearby I felt eyes on me again. Achiko was a few meters away. When our gazes met she smiled nervously, and Izuku nodded once to reassure her. A boy who had been standing behind Izuku stepped forward and accused him of glaring at the girl, calling the behavior disrespectful. Izuku calmly denied glaring and explained that they had only bumped into each other earlier. The boy blinked, apologized for the misunderstanding, adjusted his glasses, and returned to the line. The gates rumbled and hissed as they opened to reveal the artificial city, metal towers, fake roads, and alleys arranged into a detailed urban war zone. Current and prospective heroes lined up in the launch area. Some had mechanical enhancements or gear. Izuku hovered above the ground in a simple black tracksuit, without armor or gadgets. He felt no need for them but wondered briefly at the school's resources before settling back into focus. Activating his X-ray-like scanning, Izuku picked up 2 hulking masses moving beyond the far building's 2 0-pointer machines, designed as distractions and hazards. Present Mick's voice blasted the start signal from the speakers, urging everyone into action. Without hesitation, Izuku rose higher into the air, positioning himself above the swarm of examinees who rushed forward on foot. The wind howled past him as he launched like a missile, a thunderous shock trailing in his wake. He cut through the air and targeted a cluster of 2-point robots charging from a side street. He struck the first robot cleanly and disabled it in a burst of sparks. Not slowing, he swerved and slammed into the second robot, sending it tumbling apart in a flurry of broken metal and scattered debris. Another machine lunged toward him with rotating saw attachments, the battlefield erupting into fast, high-energy action. Izuku spiraled upward, let the machine lunge, then dropped like a meteor and slammed both fists into it from above. The machine burst apart in a shower of sparks and flying panels. In the distance, he spotted Uraraka. She was using her quirk to make chunks of debris float and release them with a clap, sending them down with perfect timing to take out several 1-pointers. She moved nimbly, using alleyways and the environment like a veteran. He kept going, blurring through the city as he cleared path after path. 1-pointers, 2-pointers, 3-pointers, none of them stood a chance. He didn't just destroy them, he flew through them. Sometimes he did not even have to strike. The shockwave of his passage was enough to topple them or send them careening into walls. He kept count in his head, noting 2 1-pointers, another 3-pointer, and 4 2-pointers in that block as he scanned the scoreboard through his enhanced vision. By the time he finished circling the west sector of the arena, he had already accumulated over 120 points from direct robot eliminations alone. He allowed himself a quiet sigh as he hovered in the air. Then his ears twitched at a distant grinding roar, the crash of debris, and the screech of twisting metal. Someone was in trouble. With a flash, he was gone. He reappeared above a side street just in time to see a massive 3-pointer collapsing forward, smoke trailing from its ruined core. Beneath it, a frog-type student froze in fear, pinned under the descending wreckage. She had green hair and wide black eyes, and a long tongue extended in panic. Built for agility, she had not been fast enough to get out of the way. Izuku shot downward and caught the robot's remains with one hand before they could reach her. He asked if she was okay. She stared at him in shock and asked if it was not too heavy. Izuku replied that it was fine. He lifted the hulking three-pointer with one arm and flung it sideways like it weighed nothing. It crashed harmlessly into a nearby wall. Izuku smiled at the frog-type student and said that he had to go, then vanished into the sky. From above, he saw the engine-legged student Ida blasting through alleyways, navigating with precision and taking out targets with focused kicks. Ida was efficient and skilled. Then the ground shook. A massive shadow loomed over the battlefield and screams erupted. A zero-pointer had entered the arena. It was a mountain of metal, dozens of meters tall. Its footsteps made the entire battlefield tremble. A single glowing eye scanned the area, intimidating everyone. Most students fled in terror. Ida boosted himself away. Support gear users scattered. Even the bravest examinees knew to avoid it. No points were worth that risk. That was when Izuku saw Uraraka. She was trapped beneath a pile of rubble, her leg pinned and one hand reaching outward. The zero-pointer's foot was lifting and coming down right toward her. Without a second thought, Izuku moved. In the span of a blink he appeared between her and the massive foot. Everyone watching thought it was too late, but he did not dodge. He caught it. The zero-pointer's colossal foot descended and stopped, held in place by a single pair of arms. A shockwave blasted outward from the point of contact, dust exploding in all directions and cracks forming beneath his feet. The robot's titanic leg trembled, but he stood firm, fingers digging into the metal, eyes locked on the machine. He told the robot that it was done. He clenched his fist and then punched. The collision sent a thunderous ripple through the structure. The air seemed to tear as the force traveled through the machine. The robot collapsed and fell apart from within, its frame rupturing and twisting before crashing and skidding outside the arena in a shattered heap of twisted metal. The zero-pointer was a ruined wreck. Silence followed. Students, judges, and pro-heroes all stared. Izuku floated above the rubble and held Uraraka gently in his arms. He told her that she was safe now and lowered her carefully to the ground. She stared at him, cheeks flushed and eyes wide with disbelief, and managed a quiet expression of thanks. Izuku smiled once and was gone again. Inside the observation room at UA High School, the air was thick with tension and disbelief. Monitors lined the walls, each displaying different sectors of the massive testing arena. Teachers and staff stood or sat, eyes glued to the screens as the practical exam played out. Principal Nizu sat with a steaming teacup and watched with curious calm. Present Mike leaned forward, unusually quiet, and noted that the students were going hard that day, remarking that one kid was practically tearing metal apart. Midnight twirled her pen and observed that some examinees looked promising, mentioning the gravity quirk student's clean execution and the precision of the Ida student. Aizawa stood silently with arms crossed, observing the feeds with narrowed eyes. Then one of the monitors lit up with motion so fast it almost glitched. Snipe lowered his coffee and muttered in surprise, asking what that blur had been. All eyes snapped to the Sector C feed, which struggled to keep up with something zipping through the city landscape at hypersonic speeds as robots exploded in every direction. The blur halted midair and the camera focused for a brief moment. A student in a simple black tracksuit hovered in place, arms folded, face calm. Cementos stepped forward and asked if the student was really flying and whether it was a support item. Power Loader squinted and pointed out that the student appeared to wear nothing, no propulsion tech, no equipment, just himself. Midnight requested that the feed be enhanced, and the image cleared briefly to show the student with green hair floating gently above piles of destroyed robots and smoldering scrap. All Might, standing off to the side in his gaunt form, stared at the monitor in stunned silence before saying that it was the boy. Nizu tilted his head and asked for clarification. All Might identified him as the same boy who had once approached him. All Might trailed off, eyes fixed on the screen. He explained that a boy had once asked him if a quirkless person could become a hero and that he had told the boy no, urging him to dream of something else. The room was silent for a moment. Aizawa broke the silence, walked to a nearby terminal, pulled up a file, and read the student profile. The profile identified Midoriya Izuku, age 15, from Aldra Junior High. Academic scores were below average and physical scores were poor. The medical record showed repeated visits for injuries that appeared to be accidents but were clearly the result of bullying. He had been labeled quirkless until recently. His quirk had been registered as solar core, described as passive solar energy absorption. That was all. The observers were stunned. Power Loader asked if there was nothing else listed, no secondary effect, and no description of what the energy did. Aizawa frowned and said there was nothing more, calling passive solar absorption nothing more than a battery with no output. Midnight pointed at the screen and noted that the boy was showing output now. Present Mike, voice rising with excitement, reported that Midoriya had just flown into the alley and that his score had jumped past 130 points, mostly from combat. The camera feed zoomed in on a zero-pointer stomping through Sector D. Students scattered in panic. One student, Uraraka, was pinned under rubble. Midoriya appeared in the chaos. Midoriya acted without hesitation. He moved with speed and purpose, grabbed the zero-pointer's foot, and struck it with a single decisive blow. A burst of light and force sent the massive machine apart in classic, dramatic fashion. The towering robot collapsed into a smoking crater. The sound shook the room, and every monitor trembled. Everyone in the viewing room froze. All Might swallowed hard, still staring at the screen. Cementos muttered that the strength, speed, and flight on display were more than passive solar absorption or the work of a late-blooming quirk. Midnight wondered aloud why someone with that kind of power would pretend to be quirkless. Aizawa suggested that perhaps Midoriya had not known. Perhaps the ability had been dormant until something triggered it. Niza set his teacup down and calmly requested a full evaluation. Blood tests, quirk analysis, everything. He said that if what they had witnessed was real, this child had the potential to be more than a hero. He could become a cornerstone. Power Loader shook his head and declared that the boy was already above top 10. He was number 1. All Might exhaled and admitted that he had told the boy he could not become a hero and told him to give up, but the boy had not listened. Aizawa watched the screen where Midoriya hovered above the rubble, gently setting Uraraka down with a calm, focused expression. Aizawa observed that Midoriya had never planned to ask for permission. He had always intended to become a hero. I walked with a plastic grocery bag in each hand, the soft crinkle of plastic joining the distant hum of evening traffic. The sun was dipping below the horizon, casting the streets in a warm orange glow that made even ordinary moments feel cinematic. One bag held a carton of eggs, 2 packets of ramen, a bottle of soy sauce, and a small package of marinated chicken thighs. The other contained green onions, a tub of miso paste, tofu, and a couple cans of mikan juice. I had decided to try making good miso ramen tonight. I thought I had earned it. I adjusted the weight in my arms and turned down a quieter street, the kind of road empty enough for thoughts to get loud. I hoped Achiko and the other student were okay. I hadn't had a chance to check on them after the exam. Everything had happened so fast. One moment I had been flying through the air, striking robots. The next I had grabbed a falling machine's foot like it was nothing and smashed it like paper. I should have felt pride, but instead an anxious knot tightened in my stomach. What if I didn't pass? I worried about causing too much damage or breaking rules in the heat of the moment. Maybe the judges would deduct points for destroying robots that weren't directly attacking anyone. Maybe I had ruined my chance by getting carried away. I told myself to stop. I had done my best. I had saved people. That had to count for something. Still, doubts nibbled at the edges of my mind. I wanted to be excited to go home and tell someone every detail, but who could I share it with? My mother, Inko, used to be the person I wanted to tell. I loved her, but after everything about being quirkless, something had changed between us. She had grown quiet and distant, and our relationship had shifted. I couldn't rely on her to be my cheering voice anymore. Bakugo was out of the question. He would just laugh or accuse me of faking. He did not know about my quirk, and after years of bullying and cruelty, I had no reason to trust him with something so important. I stopped walking and felt the loneliness settle in. 2 bags of groceries in hand, I felt an ache that had nothing to do with muscles. Months of training had been mostly solitary, waking early, pushing past limits, eating bland food, bleeding and sweating and crying alone. No training partner, no mentor, just me and a stubborn dream. Now, with the exam over and adrenaline fading, there were no robots left to punch and no one to celebrate with. I started walking again, slower this time. My apartment was only a few blocks away. Achiko passed a group of students from another school, their laughter light as they walked home from cram school. Their smiles were easy and she tried not to stare. She realized with a small, cold certainty that she didn't have friends. It settled over her without drama, quietly and absolutely. There was no one to text, no one waiting at home, no one curious about how her day had gone, no one who would call just to ask if she was okay. She turned the corner and climbed the stairs to her apartment slowly, trying to keep the groceries from swinging. Once inside, she locked the door and set the bags on the counter. The silence in her tiny kitchen felt huge. She looked at the food as if it didn't belong to her. She had wanted to cook something memorable, but appetite had vanished. She rested her head on her arm against the counter and thought about the exam she had just finished. She tried to believe she had passed, but even if she had, she wondered who she would tell. Achiko flopped back first onto her futon with a huff, arms splayed as if she had just finished a marathon. Her small apartment bare walls, a modest kitchen, a stack of textbooks in the corner, and a little cactus by the window was hers. The ceiling fan turned lazily overhead. Her bag lay near the door, one shoe half off. Her heart still raced, and it was not just from the exam. She groaned and covered her face, berating herself for forgetting to ask for a phone number. Her cheeks warmed at the memory of the boy in the tracksuit who had moved through the exam like a force of nature. Achiko identified him as Izuku Midoriya and drew her knees to her chest, still flushed. She acknowledged quietly to herself that he had been handsome, but it was more than his looks that had struck her. It was the way he moved, a strength that seemed effortless, and the way he appeared in the middle of danger to help. She pictured the early moments of the day again, tension pressing down like a weight, her own nerves almost snapping. She remembered him standing there, looking just as uneasy, as if he didn't belong, and then moving. When the 0-pointer arrived, everything felt like it slowed. She saw him rise into the air, serene amid chaos. In her memory, the robots were stopped in stylized bursts of energy, pieces scattering in dramatic, non-graphic flashes. He intercepted danger with a calm determination and caught a falling threat with one steady motion. Achiko focused on that clean, precise image. He had intercepted the attack and, with a single decisive action, neutralized the threat in a dramatic, anime-style instant. He had not shown off. There had been no bravado, only concentrated resolve. Then he was gone as quickly as he had appeared. She buried her face in her knees and chastised herself for not speaking to him more, for not asking his name or saying thank you. She remembered their brief exchange before the exam, how she had been so flustered that she could scarcely say more than a few words. She recalled his gentle green eyes and a voice that had sounded kind. She told herself to get back on track. Her goal was UA, to become a hero and support her parents. She scolded herself for getting distracted by a crush, but admitted quietly that he had been striking in a way that went beyond appearance. There had been something forged by hardship in his expression, an authenticity in how he stepped in without waiting to be asked. Achiko settled back and allowed a small, sad smile. She wondered if he even knew how remarkable he was. The apartment returned to its peaceful quiet, but her heart kept replaying the moment the mechanical fist descended and the boy who should not have been able to stop it. She promised herself she would find another chance to speak to him. Ida resolved that he was going to get his number. Ida sat in the quiet of his room, posture rigid and upright as always, but his mind was far from composed. The low hum of his fan filled the room, and a stack of textbooks lay unopened nearby. He had returned from the UA entrance exam several hours earlier, showered, dressed in his usual lounge clothes, a clean-pressed shirt and navy blue slacks, and attempted to study, read, or organize his thoughts. Instead, his attention kept returning to the same moment and the same person, Izuku Midoriya. It was not that Midoriya had simply broken Ida's expectations of what was possible. It was the way he moved, like a bullet through space, wild but astonishingly precise. At first Ida had assumed Midoriya was just another eager participant who rushed for flair, but that impression evaporated quickly. He was still staring at the same sentence in his book when the door creaked open. His older brother Tensei called his name from the doorway. Ida blinked and asked when his brother had returned. Tensei stood by the doorway with a smile, dressed casually in a hoodie and jeans and carrying a plastic bag of drinks. He set the bag on the table and ruffled his little brother's hair as he passed. Tensei mentioned that he had come back that evening and that he had tried calling Ida downstairs. He observed that Ida had been locked in his room all day. Ida adjusted his glasses and explained that he must have been preoccupied. Tensei raised an eyebrow, sat down across from him, and opened a bottle of tea. He teased that being preoccupied was unlike Ida and noted how methodical Ida usually was about analyzing his performance. Then Tensei asked if something had happened. Ida hesitated, fingers drumming lightly on the table, a rare sign of uncertainty, then told his brother that he believed he had done well on the exam. He described responding promptly to threats, rescuing 2 other students from a collapsing structure, and scoring enough points by his calculations to qualify for consideration. When Tensei prompted him with a question, Ida admitted there had been a student he had met during the exam, a boy named Izuku Midoriya. Ida struggled to explain what he had seen. Tensei's eyes narrowed with interest and he asked what Ida meant. Ida explained that Midoriya had not stood out at first. He had seemed quiet and almost unremarkable, so much so that Ida had assumed he was not cut out for you. He looked unsure of himself, hesitant to enter the arena. Tensei chuckled at the image and suggested it sounded like someone Ida would have corrected on the spot. Ida acknowledged that he had done exactly that. Ida then described what happened next. He could not see Midoriya leave the ground. One moment the boy had been nearby on the street, and the next he was a blur. A sonic boom followed. Ida had thought at first that a support item malfunctioned, but it was Midoriya. He tore through the enemy robots with such velocity that the air seemed to ripple behind him. The robots were not merely defeated, they were disabled in a flurry of powerful, precise strikes that felt like something out of an animated story. Tensei leaned forward and asked what kind of quirk it was. Ida reported what he had heard and read. The quirk was called Solar Core. He had investigated briefly and learned that it passively absorbed solar energy. Tensei commented that it sounded simple enough, but Ida insisted that it did not account for what he had witnessed. Ida said that Midoriya flew at speeds that pushed beyond the sound barrier, lifted debris heavier than any first year should handle, and most strikingly destroyed the zero-pointer. Tensei blinked in surprise when Ida mentioned the zero-pointer. Ida quietly explained that he had seen the robot descend on an injured girl and that while others had run, Midoriya had not hesitated. He had taken hold of the machine's hand and in a single resolute move rendered the threat harmless. The robot broke apart in a bright, decisive moment. The room fell silent for a beat. Tensei leaned back and admitted that this was not something seen every day. Ida agreed and confessed that it troubled him that a student like Midoriya could appear to have such potential and yet have gone unnoticed until now. Tensei suggested that maybe Midoriya had been hiding it. Ida frowned and said Midoriya did not seem the type to hide. There had been something in the boy's eyes, a look of having never been truly seen or believed in. It was not pride that drove him but a mix of desperation and determination. Tensei observed that Ida respected him. Ida nodded slowly, admitting that he did, but also that he felt unsettled. He explained that he had trained for years, studied technique, strategy, law, and ethics and modeled himself on the ideals of heroism. Yet when he saw Midoriya act, Midoriya had not paused or calculated, he had simply been a hero. Ida realized with a quiet confession that he had hesitated. Tensei was quiet for a long moment and then placed a hand on Ida's shoulder. He told Ida that he would make a great hero because he thought about these things and cared. Tensei pointed out that while Midoriya might have power, Ida had purpose, and power without purpose could be dangerous. He urged Ida not to let doubt transform into fear or resentment, but to let it drive him to become stronger. One day Ida might stand beside Midoriya as a classmate or face him as a rival, and Tensei believed they would bring out the best in each other. Ida met his brother's gaze and, after a moment, nodded in thanks. Tensei smiled, stretched, and told Ida to come downstairs and eat since he had been brooding for hours and needed fuel. Ida chuckled despite himself and followed his brother out the door, but even as they walked, one name lingered in his thoughts: Izuku Midoriya. A week passed. Ida woke feeling oddly alert, like his body was ready for something before his mind had fully caught up. He stretched, sat up, and blinked against the soft light filtering through the curtains. It had been 7 days since the UA entrance exam, and yet there had been no message, no letter, and no email. Not even a rejection. He muttered that they should have released the results by now as he dragged his feet toward the small kitchen. He yawned, grabbed the kettle, and heated water. The smell of instant coffee began to fill the room, warm and bitter. He poured it into his chipped mug and took a small sip, letting the heat spread through him. He had been trying to stay positive lately, convincing himself that he had done well and that there was nothing to worry about. But his thoughts kept looping back. Had he done enough? Had he messed something up? He remembered every moment vividly: the way he tore through those 2- and 3-point targets, the way he dashed across the battlefield to pull a frog girl from the rubble, how he had caught the brown-haired girl, Ochiko, and shattered a 0-pointer with a single punch. That had to count for something. He ran a hand through his messy hair and sighed. Maybe he was overthinking again. No, he always did that. Just as he reached for another sip of coffee, a sound cut through the quiet. A soft ding echoed through the apartment. He turned toward the door and, in an instant, was gone from the kitchen. Super speed carried him across the room before he had even fully processed the motion. He activated his X-ray vision and peered through the door. There was no person standing outside, only a hovering drone. He opened the door cautiously and watched the drone drop a small disc into his hands before whirring away into the sky. He stepped back inside and shut the door with a quiet click. He turned the disc over in his hand and then dropped onto his worn-out couch, setting the device on the small table in front of him. A projection flared to life almost instantly, humming softly with power. All Might appeared, his golden smile filling the projection. The same symbol of peace glow he had once worshipped beamed across the screen. If this had been a year ago, he thought, he might have cried or shouted with joy. Now all he felt was hollow and cold. He could no longer idolize a man who had told him, without hesitation or sympathy, that he could not be a hero without a quirk. That was the day he had broken. That was the day he had stood on the edge of an abandoned industrial roof and let himself fall, expecting silence at the end. But instead he had floated. That was when Solar Core awakened. Even now, thinking about it made his chest tighten. He had survived because of a quirk that had activated too late to heal the trauma and just in time to stop death. He had lived, but a part of him still lay on that rooftop, motionless and broken. All Might had been the one who pushed him there, and that was a wound that had not healed with time. He had gained an incredible quirk later, but he carried the principle that someone who crushed a boy who needed hope was not worthy of idolization. All Might began to speak through the projection, and he reported that if the protagonist was seeing this, the exam results had been finalized. He noted that the written portion had placed him in the top 3, an impressive feat considering the time constraints and difficulty of the questions. He added that the practical portion was where things had become interesting. The projection shifted to footage, images of him tearing through robots, saving students, moving faster than the eye could follow. The camera struggled to track him as he weaved between targets, dismantling enemy units with precision and devastating strength. All Might announced that he had broken a record that had stood since the founding of UA. In 10 minutes, he had scored a total of 113 combat points and 67 rescue points, a combined total of 180 points. The previous record had been All Might explained that he had not only passed but redefined what was possible. He blinked at the numbers. 180 points. That explained the silence. They had probably been verifying the result repeatedly, convinced it was a glitch. All Might continued, saying that the staff had been left speechless and that Principal Nizu had reviewed his file personally. He did not just show power, All Might said, he showed instinct, control, and heart. He had saved 2 students without hesitation despite the danger, and that was the mark of a true hero. He clenched his jaw slightly. It struck him as painfully ironic that the same man who had told him he would never be a hero was now calling him one. All Might congratulated him and welcomed him to UA High School. The projection flickered and faded. He stared at the empty space where the image had been. Silence returned, heavy and thick. His eyes drifted to the disc on the table. Slowly, he leaned forward and turned it off. He stood and walked to the window, pulling back the curtain. The sun was rising, warm rays flooding the city with light. He could feel the hum of energy beneath the surface. A week earlier he had been doubting himself, wondering if he had done enough. Now he had his answer. They could not ignore him anymore. He was in. A week later, he looked in the mirror, finally dressed in UA's school uniform. The blazer hugged his frame, sharp and neat. At 5'8.5", he no longer resembled the scrawny kid people used to whisper about. His body had changed since his quirk awakened. He had a lean, athletic build, like someone who spent hours training instead of only studying it. His skin looked clearer, and the stress of being powerless seemed to have been scrubbed away. His eyes, once timid and downcast, now held a focused emerald glow, determination and drive. His hair remained messy but softer, still wild enough to resist being tamed. Staring back at him was someone caught between cute and handsome, someone very different from the weakling he had been. He left the apartment and locked the door behind him. There was no one to wave him off, no proud parent, no congratulations, just the quiet of a place that had never quite felt like home. Izuku Midoriya had made it. This was a major step in the dream he had chased since he was 4 years old, a dream everyone had once called impossible. His life started now. He got off the train and walked the rest of the way to UA Academy. The towering, polished buildings radiated promise. Finding his classroom was easy. His supervision had already scanned and mapped the building as he passed through the gates. He knew where everything was: the cafeteria, the gym, the teacher's lounge, and Class 1A. Standing before the massive classroom door, Izuku paused. It was far larger than he expected. He could have used his vision to see who was already inside, but that felt wrong. He did not want to invade anyone's privacy. He opened the door and stepped inside. Chaos met him. Tenya Ida stood stiffly, scolding someone for putting their feet on a desk and reminding them that it was disrespectful to their upperclassmen. Bakugo sat with one leg kicked up on a desk, arms folded and radiating arrogance, replying with contempt and derision. Tenya introduced himself calmly as Tenya Ida from Somei Junior High School and apologized briefly for his earlier behavior during the entrance exams. Bakugo sneered and made clear his hostility. All conversation quieted when the classroom door opened again and attention shifted to the newcomer. Izuku stepped forward and greeted everyone politely. Tenya approached quickly, still formal but calmer, and apologized for his haste in judging Izuku during the exams. Izuku accepted the apology and indicated it was all right. Two girls nearby watched him. Tsuyu Azui regarded him with a calm, unreadable look that held a glimmer of recognition. Achiko Uraraka flushed when she caught his eye and fidgeted. Izuku returned a simple, friendly greeting, and the exchange felt pleasant and reassuring. Bakugo, however, glared. He clenched his hands under the desk and fixed Izuku with a hostile stare, unable to hide his anger and disbelief at Izuku's admission to UA. He had heard rumors that Izuku had scored exceptionally well on the entrance exam, and that did not sit well with him. Bakugo's resentment was obvious. He seethed silently, convinced Izuku could not possibly be a serious rival and yet visibly provoked by his presence. A dry voice cut through the tension from the back of the room. A tired-looking man emerged from a yellow sleeping bag on the floor and introduced himself as Shota Aizawa. He moved with deliberate, no-nonsense authority, and the room fell silent. He told them to change into gym uniforms and meet him at P Ground Beta. When a blonde student spoke out, Aizawa reacted quickly, the capture scarf wrapping around the boy and immediately nullifying his quirk, demonstrating the consequences of wasting time. Aizawa warned the class not to waste his time and instructed everyone to be outside in 5 minutes before leaving. The students reacted with stunned questions and exclamations as the door closed behind him. Later, Izuku pulled the UA gym shirt over his head and examined himself in the bathroom mirror. The fabric fit snugly over a lean, agile frame. He was more muscular than he remembered, with toned arms, a firm chest, and a defined core. He had not done extreme training like bodybuilding and he did not eat much, but his current physique reflected the training and experiences he had been through. He paused for a moment, taking in the image of the person who had been called Deku in middle school and had come a long way since then. The bathroom door shut softly behind him as fluorescent lights hummed overhead. Izuku moved to the sink, turned on the tap, and splashed water on his face, preparing himself for whatever came next. He didn't need it, but something about the moment, the silence, the solitude helped him keep his nerves steady. His reflection stared back at him, green eyes glowing faintly like polished emeralds, hair still wild and tousled but somehow softer than it used to be. His features had become more defined, a mix of boyish charm and something sharper, something more mature. A voice called from the doorway, and a tall boy with short black hair and a relaxed smile stepped in. Kaminari Denki introduced himself and moved to stand beside him at the sink, mentioning that Midoriya was already kind of famous for breaking the entrance exam record. Izuku blinked, surprised by the attention, and admitted that he had not realized people knew about it. A boy with red spiky hair and sharp teeth came forward and identified himself as Kirishima Aijuru, slapping a hand on Kaminari's shoulder and complimenting Izuku for his performance during the exam. Izuku flushed and said that he had only done what he could. Shiro Hanta, tall and slender with a mischievous glint in his eyes, laughed and pointed out that Izuku had the highest score in UA history, arguing that was more than just doing his best. He added that he had seen footage of Izuku saving 2 girls and taking down an impressive robot and wondered how Izuku managed it. Izuku murmured that his quirk was called Solar Core and explained that he was still figuring it out, that the quirk seemed to store energy and circulate it through his body and kept adapting as if pushing him to the next level. Kirishima asked if it was a body enhancement quirk that boosted strength, and Izuku replied that he thought so but that most of the changes had happened on their own after he awakened it. Kaminari whistled and joked that Izuku looked like a jacked cinnamon roll, soft-faced but unexpectedly strong, while Shiro laughed that Izuku's modesty made him feel ineffectual by comparison. Shoji Mizo approached calmly and asked if they were preparing for the quirk assessment, remarking that they should make the most of the 5 minutes Aizawa had given them. He introduced himself thoughtfully and observed that breaking the entrance exam record was impressive. A shorter boy with a distinctive hairstyle walked in and introduced himself as Minoru Mineta, saying he had heard about Izuku knocking out the scoring system. Izuku felt overwhelmed by the attention and used to being noticed or admired. Tokoyami Fumikage then identified himself, noting that beyond strength he respected Izuku's decisiveness and his instinct to protect others during the exam. Izuku bowed slightly in thanks. 2 more students entered, Yuga Aoyama, who announced himself with flair, and Koji Koda, who offered a friendly greeting. The room buzzed with names and introductions, and Izuku found himself nodding and smiling as he tried to keep up. While the others laughed and talked, one boy stood apart near the wall with arms crossed and eyes hard and unmoving. Bakugo's stare felt hot and angry from across the room, a pressure Izuku chose not to meet. Time on the wall beeped, and Shoji noted that time was up. One by one, the students headed out of the bathroom, their easy chatter trailing behind them. Izuku lingered a moment, looking at his reflection. His eyes glowed faintly. He smiled a little, then turned and followed them back into the world. Todoroki had been staring at Izuku as if he were an obstacle to be overcome. He balled his fist and said that he did not care how strong Izuku was. Nothing would stand in his way of surpassing his father and All Might. Izuku, whose hearing had picked up the whispered determination, muttered that he already felt sorry for him. The morning sun hung high over the UA campus as Class 1A gathered on the training field, their uniforms crisp and postures tense with anticipation. Izawa Shota stood before them, tired eyes scanning the group with an air of indifference that did little to hide the calculating sharpness beneath. His capture weapon hung loosely around his neck and his hands were buried deep in his pockets. Aizawa announced that they would be doing a quirk apprehension test that day. Kirishima questioned what would happen to the planned entrance ceremony or guidance sessions, but Aizawa replied that heroes did not get the luxury of easing into things and that testing would begin immediately. His gaze lingered briefly on Izuku Midoriya, who stood unusually still, green eyes sharp and focused. Katsuki Bakugo scoffed and made it clear he was eager to find out who belonged. Aizawa projected a holographic list of standard fitness tests: 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, ball throw, sit-ups, seated toe touch, and endurance running, and explained that they had done these in middle school but this time would use their quirks. He told them that while the government insisted on standardized tests, real combat was not standardized, and today they would see what everyone was really capable of. Ochiko Uraraka reacted with excitement at the idea of using quirks, but Aizawa dismissed it as a necessity. If one could not use their quirk effectively in basic physical tests, they had no business calling themselves a hero. He looked toward Izuku again as if expecting something, and Izuku met his gaze with quiet readiness. Aizawa called on Bakugo, noting his high entrance exam score and asking what his best softball throw in middle school had been. Bakugo replied that it had been 67 meters without his quirk. Aizawa tossed him a ball and instructed him to use his quirk and not hold back. Bakugo stepped into the circle, wound up, and unleashed an explosion at the peak of his throw, sending the ball rocketing into the sky. The device in Aizawa's hand registered 705.2 meters. The class reacted in shock and awe as Bakugo grinned, confident he had proven himself. Aizawa used the moment to stress that this was what it meant to use quirks to their full potential and warned that those who could not keep up did not belong. Then his tone turned cold as he stated that the student who came in last place in this assessment would be judged hopeless and expelled. The class froze. Ida protested that it was unfair so early on, but Aizawa interrupted, saying life was not fair and that villains and disasters would not wait if they were unprepared. He urged them to give everything they had. Silence fell and Izuku clenched his fists, his expression focused and unreadable. Aizawa asked if there were any questions. When there were none, he declared the test to begin. The early morning light filtered through the clear windows of the training field as Bakugo's throw arced and fell beyond the 100-meter mark, the digital counter still displaying 705 meters. Students exchanged looks, some cheering, some stunned as Aizawa called Midoriya forward. Izuku stepped up without hesitation, catching the ball Aizawa tossed to him with a light thud. The class held its breath. Some who had seen the entrance exam watched closely to see if what they had heard was true. Aizawa observed him carefully, considering whether Midoriya's performance in the entrance exam had been controlled or merely a fluke. Izuku took a steadying breath, rolled the ball in his palm once, and prepared himself. A faint shimmer of light crossed his skin as he focused, and when he threw the ball, its motion transformed into a streak of bright energy that shot through the air like a small comet, leaving a clear, humming trail of orange light as it sped away. Most of the class covered their eyes or squinted against the sudden brightness. The counter took a moment, then beeped. 1,870 meters. Silence fell so quickly it felt loud. Kaminari's jaw dropped. Kirishima muttered in reverent tones. Tokoyami blinked twice. Bakugo clicked his tongue softly, the tension in his eyes impossible to miss. Ida murmured under his breath, adjusting his glasses, that it was no wonder the entrance record had been broken. Uraraka clapped absent-mindedly, then, realizing nobody else had moved, widened her eyes and noted that it had felt like it had disappeared. Shoji said he had not even seen it. Siro observed that it had left a plasma-like trail. Kaminari remarked that there had been hardly any wind-up. Aizawa checked the readings again, his scarf rustling as he turned away, taking a mental note that it was not just raw energy. The student had directional control, showed no injuries and no sign of strain. So far, he judged, the results were stable. The test continued and the class slowly found its rhythm again. For the 50-meter dash, Ida launched first, engines roaring from his calves, finishing in 3.04 seconds. Kaminari followed with 5.49 seconds, Siro near 6, and Tokoyami clocked in at 4. When Izuku took his position, he did so quietly with no showboating. When the buzzer blared, he seemed to vanish. The timer barely registered before stopping at 0.01 seconds. Kaminari shouted in disbelief. Kirishima said it had not seemed like speed but like teleportation. Tokoyami murmured that it did not look like any activation of a quirk. It looked like his body had moved on instinct, as if it had adapted itself naturally. Aoyama whispered that his footwork did not distort the ground and that such output would usually tear up the surface. Aizawa narrowed his eyes and noted there was no time lag, no recoil. The movements were balanced. That level of acceleration would normally damage the body if it were not properly adapted. This quirk appeared to be reshaping the user internally. Grip strength came next. Kirishima set the bar high with 540 kilograms, and Shoji bested him. When Izuku stepped forward, took the handle and gently squeezed, the machine gave a strangled beep before crumbling with a sharp crack. Bits of the frame split and a plume of smoke rose from the core. Izuku blinked and looked down at the fragments, quickly apologizing that he had not meant to break it. Mineta whispered that it had crumbled like wet clay and wondered aloud how strong the boy truly was. Uraraka stared, remembering her first impression that he had seemed soft when they had first met. Shoji observed that he looked like a model but moved like a war machine. Koda stepped away after his attempt, casting Izuku a look that mixed awe and confusion. Even Aoyama, who rarely showed genuine emotion, appeared humbled. On the side jump, Izuku barely shifted his weight. His feet barely touched the ground between each burst, his body moving as if it weighed nothing, skipping cleanly between the flags like light refracting off water. Aizawa did not comment. He expected the readings to be exceptional. The other students kept busy. Kirishima gave every trial his all, offering boisterous encouragements. Siro cracked jokes even while tripping over a measuring stick during repeated side steps. Kaminari accidentally shorted a monitor during his electric burst challenge and scratched his head apologetically while Jiro rolled her eyes. Shoji dominated the raw strength categories while being mindful not to overshadow the smaller students. Tokoyami remained cool and composed, his shadow moving with eerie precision during a reflex segment Aizawa added at the last minute. Mineta did his best to stay competitive, sticking his pop-off ball to the wall and attempting a makeshift swing routine. He failed, but he tried. No matter how well others performed, Izuku's scores kept turning heads. Every time he stepped forward there was a weight to the air, a presence. He never acted smug. If anything, he grew flustered when praised, bowing quickly, offering a quiet thanks and seeming like he wanted to disappear under his collar. When the trials concluded, Aizawa stood before them and scanned the screen on his device. He told the class that no one was being expelled and explained that the earlier deception had been a rational test to observe how they handled pressure. The students exhaled together, some groaned, others laughed, and Siro dropped dramatically to his knees. Aizawa warned that the tests had been real nonetheless, and that this level of performance was what they would be expected to maintain and improve if they wanted to stay, explicitly including Midoriya. Izuku nodded quickly, his expression serious. Behind him, Bakugo stood with arms crossed and knuckles white. He had not spoken all day, but he had seen everything. For the first time in years, the fire in his eyes was not only rage, it also held fear and, more unsettlingly, recognition. Later, the classroom buzzed with low conversations as everyone settled into their seats. Izuku's heart still had not caught up with all that had happened: the apprehension test, Teacher Aizawa's harsh methods, the way everyone had watched him. He kept his head down as he sat and glanced around. Many students still sneaked looks at him, some curious and some quietly awed. Even Bakugo remained unusually silent, which felt unnerving. Izuku gripped the edge of his desk and exhaled softly. After the last trial, Teacher Aizawa had told them to return to class, but his expression had lingered in Izuku's mind. It had not been as disappointed as before and had carried a faint note of approval. Kaminari leaned forward from behind and said that it had been insane, that the ball throw had felt like it might break the sound barrier. Siro nodded and commented that it had left a heat trail, noting that Izuku's quirk did not sound like what he had claimed in the lockers. All eyes turned back to Izuku. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly and managed a small smile as his face warmed. He explained that it was not very flashy and described it simply as being basically like photosynthesis. My body absorbed sunlight and converted it into energy. The more I absorbed, the stronger and faster I became. It felt like a supercharged metabolism. Kirishima, from a few rows away, exclaimed that it wasn't flashy and then praised how he had crushed the grip strength meter like it was a soda can, calling it totally manly. Ashido laughed, swinging in her seat and folding her arms, remarking that it explained the broken entrance exam score record and likening him to a solar-powered tank. Jairu blinked, earphone jacks twitching, and asked if he had really broken the record. Tokoyami glanced at him and nodded, noting that from what he had heard the feats during the entrance exam were formidable and a true display of heroism. I offered a weak smile, cheeks burning hotter than ever, shrinking a little in my seat. I was still new to this much attention. Then Ida stood up, straight as always, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose and stating that now that the day's trials were concluded it was appropriate for the female students to introduce themselves, because it was important to know and respect classmates. The girls exchanged glances, some raising eyebrows, others chuckling softly. Achiko agreed that it was fair and then introduced herself as Achiko Uraraka, explaining that she wanted to become a pro-hero to give her parents a better life and that her quirk, zero gravity, allowed her to make things float by touching them. Next, Tsuyu Azui, who preferred to be called Tsu, waved and said her quirk was frog, allowing her to do many things a frog could. Mina Ishido leaned back grinning and introduced herself as Mina Ishido, explaining that her quirk was acid and that she could secrete and control the strength of acid from her body. Jairu glanced around before identifying herself as Kyoka Jairu and noting that her quirk, earphone jack, let her plug in and amplify sound. Momo Yayarozu, with an aristocratic posture, bowed courteously and said her name and that her quirk, creation, allowed her to create any non-living material as long as she knew its molecular structure. Toru Hagakura announced that she was Toru and that her quirk was invisibility, explaining she had been invisible since birth. I nodded along, trying to remember all the names. The room finally felt alive, not just a collection of elite students, but classmates, people I could talk to. When the bell rang to end the day, everyone stood up, stretching and gathering their things, buzzing with shared excitement and nerves. I lingered, sorting my thoughts, when a hand clapped my shoulder. Kirishima grinned and said I was all right, then asked if I wanted to exchange numbers. I stammered yes and took his phone. Siro joined in, saying they had to keep in touch since they were classmates now, and Kaminari followed. The simple statement that we were classmates echoed in my chest like a warm pulse. I typed my number, not trusting my voice. I never imagined having something like this after years of being alone and told I couldn't be a hero. As I was about to slip my phone into my bag, two figures approached. Achiko and Tsuyu hesitated, faces tinged pink, and Achiko shyly thanked me for what I did during the entrance exam, rubbing her arm as she spoke. Tsuyu added that I had helped both of them and saved their lives. I panicked and tried to downplay it, insisting it wasn't a big deal and that anyone would have done it. Achiko told me I was really amazing and that she had been nervous about coming here but was now glad she did. Tsuyu said I was easy to talk to and that she hoped we could be good friends. I managed to nod and say I hoped so too. They smiled and gently tugged each other away, giving me space to breathe. I stood there dazed and lightheaded, the words friends and classmates settling around me in a way I had never expected. For the first time in a long while, I felt like I might belong here. Aizawa entered the quiet office with his usual lazy gait, hands in his pockets and his scarf hanging loose. The scent of fresh coffee lingered as Principal Nizu sat perched in his chair, tail swaying rhythmically while he glanced over documents. Across the room, Tashinori Yagi All Might stood with arms crossed, posture stiff despite his gentle expression. Nizu asked how the quirk apprehension test had gone. Aizawa leaned against the wall near the door and said not to pretend. The test had been mostly to evaluate Izuku Midoriya. Tashinori's chest sank at the mention of the boy he had once told a quirkless person couldn't become a hero. Now that same boy had become the subject of UA's trusted educators' discussion and speculation. Aizawa continued that Midoriya hadn't strained himself during the test and had likely held back out of habit, yet his results spoke for themselves. Nizu's whiskers twitched with interest as Aizawa reported the numbers. A ball throw recorded at 1,870 meters, which Aizawa said had seemed casual with no real exertion or change in expression, and a 50-meter dash completed in 0.01 seconds. He was already standing at the finish line by the time the system finished detecting the starting movement. The camera footage glitched trying to catch it. Nizu asked about the grip strength test, clasping his small paws together with a tilted head. Aizawa reported that the student had destroyed the machine. He noted that the boy had apologized immediately afterward and seemed genuinely embarrassed, but there had been no visible sign of effort or tension. Toshinori stepped forward slowly and asked how the quirk worked. Aizawa reached into his pocket and pulled out a notepad covered in his usual meticulous scribbles, then explained that from what the student had described and from what Aizawa had observed during the entrance exam and the tests, the quirk was called solar core. It mimicked photosynthesis, absorbing solar energy through the skin and converting it into raw physical capability, strength, speed, stamina, and seemingly flight. Aizawa admitted uncertainty about the full mechanics, but confirmed that the abilities had been on clear display during evaluation. Nizu nodded thoughtfully and described the quirk as being like a living solar battery. Aizawa added that the student did not appear to burn out, or at least not visibly. He remained calm and composed through the day and showed no signs of fatigue, even after expending what would be enormous amounts of energy for anyone else. Nizu asked, after a pause, what Aizawa estimated the student's power level to be. Aizawa hesitated and said he disliked assigning arbitrary power levels, but based on current statistics and what looked like the student holding back, this was not the kind of student who merely belonged at UA. He assessed that the student could easily contend with, or even stand against, current pro heroes. If the student's potential was refined, Aizawa suggested he might be among the top tier, even top 10 without any professional combat training yet. Toshinori murmured that it was incredible and questioned whether the student already possessed that kind of strength. Aizawa observed that the student was extremely humble and had not bragged once. When confronted about the quirk, the student had appeared more anxious than proud, as if afraid of standing out. Yet the power was impossible to ignore, overwhelming, efficient, and controlled. Aizawa noted the student's movements were clean, precise, and without wasted effort. Nizu's eyes brightened as he inquired about the student's mental fortitude. Aizawa narrowed his eyes and described the student as mentally stable, cautious, and observant, with a tendency toward self-deprecation that might stem from past experiences. He still behaved like someone who did not want to draw attention. Nizu tapped a claw against his chin and suggested that the greatest challenge would be helping the student grow into his presence without retreating from it. Toshinori's fingers clenched at his side as he reflected on the boy. No, not merely a boy, but a quiet, strong presence who had endured years of being told he was nothing and yet stood without resentment. The sight made Toshinori question his own past words and whether he had failed to encourage someone who now had the potential to surpass even the greatest. Aizawa cautioned that they would need to be careful. The last thing they wanted was for other students or the media to treat the student like an anomaly. He believed the student was already emotionally fragile and that poor handling could push him into isolation. Nizu agreed but expressed confidence that the student could grow with the right support and proposed close monitoring of his progress. Toshinori stepped closer, conviction returning to his voice as he offered to help train the student and guide him where he himself had once failed. Aizawa suggested that Toshinori begin by listening to the student this time. Toshinori lowered his head slightly and affirmed his intention to do so. Nizu tapped a few notes on the tablet in front of him and concluded that Izuku Midoriya would be one of the most interesting students they had ever had. He urged them not to waste the opportunity to help the boy shine. Later, Shoto slammed the door behind him harder than he intended. The house was quiet, but the echo of the door rattled through the halls like a declaration of frustration. His shoes scuffed against the wooden floor as he walked in, jaw clenched and mismatched eyes cold with restrained anger. The cool air felt colder than usual, and he only realized the frost on the ground when he heard the soft crunch underfoot. Ice had spread from his feet outward, crawling along the floor like creeping vines and forming frozen droplets along the baseboards. His hands trembled not from fear or exhaustion, but from the tension that had built since the end of the Quirk apprehension test. The name Izuku Midoriya lodged like a splinter in his mind, nagging, sharp, and impossible to ignore. Shoto had never heard of the boy before, not in underground circles, not among his father's connections, not in public records. Yet the newcomer had outshone the rest of the class with ease. The ball throw, the sprint, the grip machine, each result had produced numbers that felt unreal and infuriating. Shoto clenched his fists and felt frost gather at his knuckles. What angered him most was the certainty that the boy had been holding back. It was as if the student did not want to embarrass his peers, and yet he still emerged on top. For the first time in years, Shoto felt that old, uncomfortable flicker of inadequacy, not the burning of forced expectations from his father, but the unsettling realization that someone his age might possess power so vast and effortless that Shoto, even using both ice and fire, might not prevail. He told himself he would not use his flames. They had no place in the life he wanted to build. He would prove he did not need that power. But each repetition of that resolve hollowed it further. Fuyumi entered the kitchen wearing a powder blue apron patterned with small flowers, spoon in hand, and regarded the frost spreading across the floor with concern. She approached him, clearly worried about his state. Fuyumi noted gently that he did not seem to be in a good mood and pointed out that he had ice all over the place. He looked down. The floor around him shimmered with cold and his breath showed in the air. Shoto muttered that he had not meant to. Fuyumi smiled and stepped toward him, her slippers crunching against the frozen wood. She said it was okay, that it had been a while since he had lost control like that, and asked if something had happened. He did not answer at first. His fingers uncurled and clenched again. The frost retreated slightly as he took a slow breath but did not melt. He finally said it had been his first day at UA High. Fuyumi nodded and reminded him he had been looking forward to it and had promised to prove he did not need to rely on his other power. Shoto cut her off to say he had not come first. Fuyumi blinked and asked who had. Shoto named Izuku Midoriya, saying the name with deliberate control as if keeping warmth the cold out of his voice. He explained that Midoriya had been in the entrance exam too and that he had noticed him then but had not thought much of it. When Fuyumi asked if Midoriya was in his class, Shoto gave a short nod. Fuyumi walked back into the kitchen and stirred the pot she was working on, suggesting maybe the boy was simply very good and asking what his quirk was. Shoto's eyes darkened as he stared out the window, the fading light catching the frost on the glass. He described the quirk as something like photosynthesis. Midoriya absorbed solar energy and converted it into strength, speed, and even flight, breaking every record in the test. But Shoto added that Midoriya had been holding back. Fuyumi raised an eyebrow but remained calm and said that must have been tough to see. Shoto gritted his teeth and asked if she knew what it meant, that even if he used everything, even the fire he had sworn he would not rely on, he still might not be enough. Fuyumi stirred in silence for a moment, turned off the stove, and looked at him fully. She asked what if he was not enough right now, then walked over to him to say that did not mean he never would be and that using his full strength did not make him a failure. Shoto snapped that it was not about strength, then, quieter, confessed it was about Midoriya. He did not want to be like him. Fuyumi said gently that he was not Midoriya and never had been. That power belonged to him too, and if using it helped him grow stronger to protect others, maybe it was time to accept it as part of himself rather than something that tied him to someone else. He looked away and stared at the icy floor. Fuyumi observed that Midoriya had not acted like it was a big deal, shy and quiet, as if he did not realize he had outclassed everyone and that made it worse. She placed a hand on Shoto's arm and suggested Midoriya might not see him as a rival yet. Shoto scoffed. Fuyumi clarified that she meant it could be an opportunity to learn and push himself further. She reminded him he had always been stubborn but not truly cold. Shoto did not answer at first. His eyes stayed on the frost. Slowly, the air warmed a little and the thin ice began to melt beneath their feet. He said he would not use his flames until he chose to, not because he had to, and that he intended to beat Midoriya with his own strength. Fuyumi smiled and ruffled his hair lightly, encouraging him to show his strength now and, when the time came, perhaps to show his heart too. I locked the door behind me and stood in the quiet of my one-bedroom apartment for a few seconds, letting the silence settle. It felt almost too quiet compared to the noise and energy of UA. The hum of the city was distant, muffled by thick walls and the double-pane window. My backpack hit the floor with a thud that echoed more than it should have. I took off my shoes and rubbed my neck. Today had been a lot. My first day at UA High still did not feel real. I had dreamed about it for so long that even now, standing in the middle of my small apartment, part of me expected the dream to end. But it had not, neither when I walked through the school gates, nor when I met my homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa, nor when I stood on the field for the quirk apprehension test. The test still seemed unbelievable. I had planned to hold back, and I had mostly enough not to make a scene. Even holding back, I could feel the difference. The power was there, like a sun burning under my skin, humming in my chest and waiting to be used. It had become so natural I almost forgot there had been a time I did not have it. Even the smallest effort now did what I could not have imagined a year ago. The others looked at me differently, not with disgust or pity, but with curiosity and respect. Some even smiled at me like we were already friends, which was the strangest part. I wandered into the kitchen and opened the fridge. I did not need to eat anymore. My quirk took care of most needs, my body running on solar energy, but I still liked food. The smell, the warmth, the act of making something with my hands. Tonight I was going to cook, not because I needed to but because I wanted to. I grabbed vegetables and leftover chicken and started to work. The knife chopped rhythmically on the cutting board, oil sizzled in the pan, and I lost myself in the motions: wash, chop, stir, flip. It felt familiar and safe. A small celebration, I thought with a smile. For the first time in over 10 years I had friends. The realization stopped my hand over the pan and left the spoon dripping sauce onto the stove. I did not know what had changed. Maybe it was the school. Maybe it was me. Maybe I had finally stopped apologizing for existing. But today, when I talked with Achiko, laughed at Siro's joke, and actually spoke with Tsuyu without awkwardness, I felt like I belonged. My phone buzzed on the counter. I wiped my hands on a towel and picked it up. 17 unread messages. I blinked. That couldn't be right. I opened them. The group chat labeled 1A meme lords lit up with messages aimed at him. Siro teased Midoriya about his jumping ability. Kaminari marveled and compared the jump to something out of a comic, joking about Krypton. Tsuyu complimented Midoriya on being impressive. Achiko said his landing looked cool and admitted she briefly thought he might float. Tokoyami observed that he wielded power with subtle restraint. Shoji offered to train with him to learn more about his quirk. Kirishima asked him to show that grip strength trick, calling it unbreakable. I stared at the screen, reading each message as if they were written in another language, not because I did not understand them, but because I was not used to words like that directed at me. They were not cruel or mocking, they were simply friendly. I typed a reply and tried not to sound stiff, explaining that I felt lucky to be in Class 1A with them. After rereading the message several times, I hit send and set the phone down as if it might explode. The pan hissed behind me and reminded me I was cooking. I stirred the contents and let the scent of soy and ginger fill the air, a smell that reminded me of home. My mother used to make this dish when something went well. We were still good between us. There were not many of those moments, but when they happened she made sure I remembered them. I wondered what she would say if she saw me now. When the food was done, I plated it and carried it to the small table in the corner of my room. I did not turn on the TV. I simply sat and ate slowly, listening to the city beyond the window. My phone buzzed again with another message. Achiko asked what his favorite snack was and said she wanted to bring something tomorrow. I smiled before I could stop myself and replied that I liked anything with katsudon and asked why. She said she was just asking. For the first time in years, the food tasted better. The room felt less empty. And my phone had never been this loud. It had been a few days since the quirk apprehension test, and I could already feel the eyes on me, not only from classmates but from the faculty. Maybe it was the records I had unknowingly broken, or maybe it was that no one seemed to know who I was before I showed up and placed first. Either way, the attention was not something I liked. My quirk gave me enhanced hearing, and that was not always a blessing. I could pick up whispers and murmurs echoing through the staff lounge even when I was 2 floors below. They said things like another powerhouse or that he might even be stronger than Endeavor's kid. I hated it. I wished I could just blend in. But it was not all bad. Somehow, even amid the attention, I had found something I had never had before: friends. The word felt foreign, like a new flavor I was not sure I liked until I tried a second bite. Now I felt almost addicted. The loneliness I had grown used to began to fade, and the speed of that change was almost frightening. Achiko and Tsuyu had become constant presences, always checking in even when I tried to keep to myself. Mina and Toru dragged me into their conversations with overwhelming energy. Mina's thoughts often seemed to move faster than her mouth, and Toru had a knack for saying things that made everyone laugh. I was not used to that kind of vibe, but I welcomed it. They made it easier to relax, even with my guard up. The guys in class were a mixed bag. Kaminari was friendly and a little airhead but fun. Shiro had a chill older brother kind of cool. Kirishima brought an infectious energy, always talking about manliness and honor. They talked to me, laughed with me, and made jokes that did not punch down. I was still learning to respond and to trust that it was genuine. Then there were Bakugo and Todoroki. I could feel their stares. Bakugo's was filled with the same barely contained fury he always carried, as if he were waiting for an excuse to explode. Todoroki's was cold and analytical, curious in the way of someone trying to figure another person out. I tried not to meet either of their eyes, even though my senses picked up on them every time they looked in my direction. The feeling was strangely invasive. We were all lounging before the next PRD when Kaminari, who had been spinning a pen between his fingers, asked if anyone knew who would be teaching the combat classes. Shiro guessed Eraserhead since he was the homeroom teacher, but Kirishima said he had heard it would be someone different and someone big. Mina expressed a hope that it might be Mount Lady because she admired her, and Toru teased that Mina only hoped for selfies. The chatter went on, while I tuned half an ear to a conversation from the faculty hallway a few floors away about security detail, costume requests, and a showy entrance. When I heard that last part, one had a suspicion. The classroom doors swung open and All Might filled the doorway in his full Silver Age costume, striding in with bright, unmistakable showmanship and striking a familiar pose that made the room react like a wave. Gasps rippled around the class. Kirishima exclaimed that it was All Might, and Kaminari could not believe the possibility that he might be their teacher. Shiro whispered that it might not be allowed, and Tsuyu tilted her head, surprised that he might be more involved than just a guest appearance. Even Ida stood and remarked that the students were truly honored to have the symbol of peace involved directly in their education. Everyone else was thrilled. I was very quiet. Because the old me? The version of me who had spent years dreaming, crying, and reaching for something just out of reach would have screamed with joy and maybe even cried at the idea of being taught by the hero I admired more than anyone. But that Izuku was gone. This man, this towering symbol who now smiled and waved like a role model, had once looked at me with cold eyes and told me to give up. He had said I could not be a hero without a quirk and that I should stop dreaming. He did not even know me. He did not ask. He dismissed me, and that dismissal pushed me closer to the edge than anything else had. If my quirk had not activated right before I hit the ground, I would not be here. No friends. No Yue. No second chance. So no, I did not clap. I did not cheer. I just looked away. Achiko noticed. She was sitting beside me and nudged my elbow gently, asking if I was okay. I nodded once, but my eyes never left my desk. All Might stepped forward into the classroom and called the young heroes to attention, explaining that he was there not only to inspire but to instruct. He pointed to the monitor at the front of the room and announced that combat training would begin immediately and that we were to follow him to training field beta. The class erupted in cheers and hurried to gather their bags and follow. I stood up slower than the rest, feeling the weight in my chest, a storm of feelings I had not yet learned to name. Still, I walked forward. If I could survive my worst day, I could survive this. Before we left, All Might stopped at the front and tapped a few buttons on the wall console. A large panel slid open, revealing a drawer filled with neatly folded suits and gear. He announced the costumes and explained that they were based on the requests we submitted before school began, encouraging us to wear them with pride. The class cheered again as everyone rushed forward to grab their respective cases. I watched them excited, hopeful, and walked toward mine slowly, wondering what awaited inside. The locker room buzzed with excitement. As I stepped out of the changing area into the light, I caught my reflection in the glass. The suit fit me as if forged around my body, deep blue as the base, accented with streaks of red and a touch of orange tracing my limbs and chest, drawing the eye toward the core. Armored plates hugged my shoulders, forearms, and legs in a dark, matte material shaped for mobility and protection. The boots felt solid beneath me, grounding me, and the gloves flexed easily with my fingers. A white cape flowed behind me, its inner lining gleaming with a soft teal shimmer. It looked regal and powerful, like a figure from a comic book stepping into reality. I stared at myself for a long second, watching the cape shift as I turned. I had not designed this exactly. The draft I submitted had been practical and nothing flashy. This felt like someone had taken my deepest hopes and given them form an image of what I could be and what I might become. Kirishima punched my shoulder lightly and complimented how I looked, impressed. Zero grinned and said he had not expected it. Mina whistled and teased that the cape made the rest of them look underdressed. I gave a sheepish nod, unsure how to respond. The attention made me uneasy, even when it was positive. I scanned the rest of the class. Achiko wore a glossy pink and black suit with her helmet nearby. Tsuyu's green suit highlighted her features. Kaminari looked ready with his black jacket and lightning motifs. Ida's armor gleamed with engine-like pipes on his calves. Bakugo's outfit was aggressive and full of explosive styling, matching his temperament. Everyone looked like they belonged on a magazine cover or a battlefield. Still, mine felt different. It did not just declare heroism. It whispered, "Remember who you are." All Might stood at the far end of training field Beta, hands on his hips, watching us gather. The mock urban environment behind him loomed with broken windows, fake rubble, and towering concrete facades. The air hummed with anticipation. All Might praised our appearance and explained that this would be the first true test of our hero potential, combat training. He described the scenario: an indoor battle in which villains had hidden a dangerous weapon in a building and the heroes must secure it or apprehend the villains, and said we would be divided into two-person teams, heroes versus villains. Teams were drawn by lot. The matchups were displayed on a holographic screen. Team A would be Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka. Team B would be Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team C would be Shoto Todoroki and Mina Ishido. Team D would be Momo Yaoyorozu and Denki Kaminari. Team E would be Tsuyu Azui and Fumikage Tokoyami. Team F would be Eijiro Kirishima and Rikido Sato. Team G would be Yuga Aoyama and Koji Koda. Team H would be Mizo Shoji and Toru Hagakure. I froze the moment I saw the pairing. Me with Achiko against Bakugo and Ida. The blood rushed to my temples. Achiko, beside me, asked if I was all right. I told her I was and said the situation felt ironic, keeping my eyes fixed on the screen. All Might smiled and declared Team A the heroes and Team B the villains. Bakugo cracked his neck and emitted a dry chuckle, confident the match would be over quickly. He walked toward the building without looking back. Ida adjusted his glasses and stated that he would fulfill his assigned role to the utmost of his ability and asked that we do our best. Bakugo warned me not to get in his way and mocked me as he left, telling me to do my best and to try not to cry this time. I did not react. I kept my eyes locked on his retreating back until he vanished into the building. Achiko frowned, sensing something brewing. She told Izuku that he did not have to prove anything to Bakugo. Izuku replied that he was not trying to prove anything. He was showing Bakugo that he did not control him anymore. When Izuku turned to All Might, something in his expression must have flashed, because All Might's smile faltered for a moment. All Might knew perhaps not the whole truth, but enough. All Might then called for Team A to report to the monitor room and gave each team a set amount of time to prepare. Inside the dimly lit monitor room, Izuku stood before the screen, eyes flickering as if running endless calculations. Achiko hovered beside him, shifting nervously while glancing between the blueprint and Izuku's face. Izuku remained focused and silent, lips barely moving as he traced every corridor, wall, and stairwell in his mind. He reported that he had scanned the whole structure. He identified Bakugo and Ida on the 4th floor, with Bakugo in the west wing likely anticipating a direct confrontation and Ida stationed near the bomb in the top central chamber. Achiko asked how he had done it, and Izuku explained that he had used X-ray mode while the countdown was starting. He added that the building was reinforced but not enough to block his vision for long and that he had observed their placements, posture, and pacing patterns. He noted that Ida was guarding while Bakugo was hunting and that Bakugo wanted a fight. Izuku outlined the plan. Achiko would enter from the eastern access under the maintenance duct, Follow event system to float down silently and secure the weapon while Izuku drew attention elsewhere. Ochako hesitated and asked if he was going in alone. Izuku confirmed that he would let Bakugo come to him. All Might then announced over the speakers that the heroes could enter the battlefield. 10 minutes later, the heavy doors to the building opened and Izuku stepped inside. The halls were dark and dust motes drifted in the stale air. Fake debris littered the tile and his boots echoed with each step. The tension in the corridor felt like a coiled spring. Somewhere above, Bakugo waited like a predator. Bakugo burst through the ceiling with an explosion, dropping into the hall with a blast already primed. The explosion filled the corridor with smoke and heat, but Izuku remained unmoved at the center of the path. Bakugo landed with aggressive force and sneered as he challenged Izuku, then launched a series of explosive attacks aimed straight at him. The smoke cleared to reveal Izuku standing in the corridor, cape fluttering in the blast's wind and unmarked by the explosion. Bakugo's confidence wavered. Izuku observed that Bakugo was still relying on the same patterns, leading with the right hand, telegraphing strikes, predictable and unchanged. Bakugo lunged again, explosions flaring from his gauntlets as he charged like a missile. Izuku moved with sudden, precise speed, placing a hand on Bakugo's chest and using force to send him rocketing backward. Bakugo blasted through several walls in a dramatic, non-graphic display of impact and was left collapsed against a far wall. The monitors in the control room filled with stunned reactions as classmates watched. Bakugo groaned, rose, and fired to regain height, screaming rage and launching another barrage. Izuku walked through the blasts calmly, repeatedly appearing unscathed as the smoke parted. Bakugo hurled a grenade from his gauntlet. Izuku batted it away without looking. He criticized Bakugo's approach as brute force, screaming and exploding without evolving or adapting. He told Bakugo that he had never changed because everyone had told him he was the best. Bakugo snapped back with fury and tried to regain control, but Izuku caught a powerful kick and used it to slam Bakugo downward. Bakugo hit the tile hard and slumped amid broken floor sections. Izuku stood over him with cold, sharp eyes and spoke quietly that Bakugo was not his rival. Bakugo pushed up on one arm and demanded whether Izuku thought he was better. Izuku asserted that he knew he was better and then turned away, leaving Bakugo to slump against the wreckage. From the upper floor, Ochako reported through the comms that she had secured the weapon and that the mission was complete. All Might responded over the speaker with tense pride, announcing the mission's success. The monitor room filled with murmurs of awe and disbelief at what they had just witnessed. Tokoyami remarked on the precision of Izuku's technique, Todoroki noted the dominance in his performance, and Tsuyu wondered whether Midoriya was supposed to be so composed, given his usual demeanor. Kirishima and Mina reacted in stunned tones about how decisive the victory had been. All Might stepped away from the screen, his smile gone and his posture rigid, visibly processing what he had just seen. The training had ended. The simulated city lay in quiet ruin, scorched walls and broken ceilings marking the aftermath of a confrontation that had left a deep impression on everyone present. Silence lingered as the last echoes of All Might's voice faded, his words hanging in the air like settling dust. Students filtered out one by one, gathering in small groups, their eyes repeatedly drawn to the central figure. Izuku Midoriya stood quietly beside Ochako, posture relaxed yet carrying the lingering intensity of his earlier actions. His hero costume, only slightly scuffed, caught the light from the wide windows and made him look almost unreal beside the more battered classmates. Bakugo left first, his boots striking the floor sharply. He did not speak. His face was set in a grim line, eyes narrowed beneath furrowed brows, shoulders stiff with tension and hands buried deep in his pockets as though keeping his quirk in check. The absence of explosions or shouted anger was the most unsettling thing of all. Kaminari glanced after him and muttered that he had never seen Bakugo so quiet. Kirishima frowned and observed that Bakugo had been clearly overwhelmed earlier. Shiro agreed that Bakugo hadn't stood a chance. He also noted that it was hard to believe Midoriya's strength because Midoriya had not even been sweating. Shoto Todoroki stood slightly apart, hands in his pockets and his gaze fixed in the direction Bakugo had gone. His expression was unreadable, a faint crease between his brows showing thought. He watched Izuku with the careful attention of someone trying to measure an opponent's true strength, silently wondering just how strong Izuku really was. The question went unspoken. Shoto knew Bakugo had been serious, and yet Izuku had made it look effortless. All Might clapped his hands, drawing attention back to the front of the training hall, and praised the students. He announced that the day's training was concluded and commended Team A's outstanding performance. Eyes shifted again toward Izuku, who stood still and gave only a small nod of acknowledgement. Achiko, beside him, rubbed her arm awkwardly and smiled, suggesting they had just been lucky, though it was clear no one believed that. Mina leaned toward Toru and admitted that Midoriya was really cool, pointing out that he had walked through Bakugo's blasts as if they meant nothing. Toru giggled softly and said she had expected him to dodge or be hit, but he had not even flinched. Tsuyu observed that Midoriya was not just strong but steady, as if he already knew how things would end. Yaoyorozu stepped closer, adjusting her gloves, and noted that Midoriya's success had been the result of precise strategy and awareness, not merely raw power. Jiro tapped her earjacks thoughtfully and suggested that quiet students sometimes hid unexpected abilities. Later, All Might softened his tone and addressed Izuku directly, praising his composure and restraint and calling his actions a textbook example of heroism. Izuku did not look up right away. He nodded once, hands relaxed by his sides and eyes lowered as if considering something distant. He quietly thanked All Might. There was no triumphant shout or broad grin, only calm acceptance. Achiko glanced at him, sensing the difference, but remained silent. The class slowly broke up, students drifting toward the locker rooms to change. Their chatter was low, curious and respectful, a recognition of something beyond ordinary. As Izuku walked at the back of the group with his eyes lowered, his enhanced hearing picked up snippets of conversation. Kaminari speculated that Izuku might have undergone secret training before UA. Kirishima admitted he did not know but said he wanted to reach that kind of strength someday. Shoto fell into step a few paces behind, silent but glancing at Izuku again. All Might remained at the front, watching the students leave, his smile dimming as his thoughts turned inward. Izuku felt the quiet weight of the day lingering as he moved through the hallway. The school was calmer now, most students already changing or gone. His footsteps echoed faintly on the polished floor. He noticed the floating sleeves and skirt fabric of Toru Hagikure's uniform moving as if someone wore them and realized at once who it was. He greeted her casually, and the floating uniform paused before turning toward him. They walked side by side for a while in companionable silence, then talked about the training and how wild everything had been that day. He kept his eyes mostly ahead, hands in his pockets, letting his mind wander until it drifted back to her floating sleeves. Without thinking too hard about it, he understood that curiosity had driven him to watch someone who seemed almost untouchable. He wondered whether that attention had come from his quirk or simply from his own focus. He told Toru that he thought her hair was really beautiful. The uniform stopped moving entirely, and Toru paused, sounding surprised. Toru's voice had lost its usual playful tone, sounding more hesitant now, almost disbelieving. I scratched the back of my head and glanced aside. Izuku explained awkwardly that he had different kinds of vision. He clarified that it was part of his quirk X-ray vision, telescopic vision, and that, because of that, he could see her. Her voice came again, softer this time and not as easygoing. Toru admitted that she had not known that and then asked, trembling, if he could really see her. There was a slight tremble in her voice. My throat tightened, realizing I might have said too much without thinking about how it would make her feel. I turned toward her fully now and stood still as the floating sleeves clenched faintly. Izuku apologized quickly, saying he had not meant to make her uncomfortable. He promised that he had not been trying to upset her. Her voice, however, was not angry, it was fragile. Toru confessed quietly that she did not even know what she looked like. She explained that since she was little she had always been like this, invisible, and had been bullied. She could not see herself in a mirror and had no idea what her face looked like. Now he could see her. Her words hit harder than I expected. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out at first. My mind felt slow, heavier than usual, like there was more weight on the moment than there should have been. Izuku murmured that he had not meant to, but she interrupted gently and told him it was okay, her voice quivering just slightly as if she were uncertain it was true. Toru admitted that it felt strange. She had always thought maybe it was better not knowing. Now she could not stop wondering. She fell quiet, the floating sleeves rising toward where her face would be as if she were hiding it. I stood there helplessly for a moment, unsure of the right thing to say. I was not good at things like this, at feelings, at knowing what people needed to hear when things got complicated, but I did not want to walk away either. Izuku finally offered quietly to describe her if she wanted. After a moment's silence, Toru asked, barely above a whisper, if he would do that. He nodded slowly and added that he would only do it if she wanted him to, because he did not want to make things harder for her. For a long moment she said nothing and then stepped a little closer. The floating sleeves settled back down, hanging at her sides again. She agreed and asked him to tell her. I took a quiet breath and glanced up at the empty air where I knew her face was. My vision adjusted automatically, switching modes the way it always did, layers of invisibility peeling back like mist clearing from glass. Izuku described her. Toru Hagakure had soft green hair that fell just past her shoulders, a lighter shade than most. Her eyes were gentle and bright, with a faint natural flush on her cheeks. Her features felt kind and warm, the kind that made one think of open windows and sunlight. It was strange seeing someone who did not know what they looked like, and stranger still to realize I might be one of the only people who ever would. Izuku started slowly, choosing his words carefully, and said that her green hair suited her. He said her eyes looked like she was always smiling, even when she was not. He told her that her face seemed gentle and that she looked like someone easy to talk to. Toru breathed quietly and then thanked Midoriya, her voice shaking just a little. I exhaled slowly and let some of the tension in my chest ease. Toru hurried off quickly, her footsteps light and fast as she disappeared down the hallway, leaving me standing there, unsure of what had just happened. 1 second she had been standing in front of me, the next she was gone. I stared at the spot where her floating uniform had been and felt a strange weight in my chest, wondering if I had said too much or done something I was not supposed to. I was uncertain whether to follow her or leave her alone. Before I could decide, footsteps came from the opposite direction. I turned just in time to see Tsuyu and Achiko walking up to me, both looking curious. Tsuyu blinked her wide eyes and asked what that had been about, adding her habitual rib bit. Achiko smiled lightly, clearly curious, and said they had been looking for me and had seen Toru running off, asking if something had happened. I rubbed the back of my neck, feeling awkward all over again, and told them that nothing bad had happened. I explained that we had just been talking and that Toru had found out he could see her. Both of them blinked, initially not understanding. Then Achiko tilted her head and the realization sank in. Izuku explained that it was because of his quirk, his supervision that could see through things, which meant he could see Toru completely. Tsuyu's eyes widened a little, but she remained thoughtful rather than surprised, and pointed out that Izuku was basically the first person to ever see Toru. She observed that it would be a lot for anyone, especially someone like Toru. Achiko agreed, saying she could not imagine what that must feel like. She noted that Toru had been invisible her whole life and had not even seen herself in a mirror, and then suddenly someone came along and could see her. I looked down at my hand and flexed my fingers slowly, thinking about what they had said. I had not really considered how my vision affected someone else. For me, it was just a quirk ability. It was not something I had thought of as important enough to impact someone's life. For Toru, though, it was entirely different. It touched a part of her existence that no one else ever had. Izuku admitted quietly that maybe he should not have said anything, that it might have been better if he had kept it to himself. Achiko stepped a little closer and disagreed gently, but the rest of her thought trailed off and the moment lingered, both of them considering how strange and delicate that exchange had been. I thought it had probably scared her a little, but it probably meant something too. Izuku answered immediately that he had not meant any harm. Achiko reassured him that the girl would realize that eventually and offered a small smile. Achiko added that it might take the girl a little time to process everything. Tsuyu nodded beside them and said the girl would talk to him again when she was ready, because that was how these things worked. Izuku exhaled slowly and gave them both a quiet nod. For a moment, none of them said anything more, and the hallway settled into a calm silence. It was strange how even small things like this could feel heavier than combat training or school exercises. Dealing with people was not as straightforward as learning how to fight or mastering a quirk. Izuku thanked them both for listening. Achiko waved a hand and smiled, reminding him that they were friends. Tsuyu gave a small ribbit and nodded, saying that was what friends were for. The word friends felt new to him, but comforting. Talking like this, sharing things like this, felt unexpectedly nice. Tsuyu suggested they head back before the others started wondering where they had gone, and Izuku agreed. The three of them walked side by side toward the changing rooms. As he walked, Izuku glanced over his shoulder once, wondering where Toru had gone. He was not sure when she would talk to him again, but he knew he would wait. He owed her that much. With Bakugo. Bakugo sat on one of the benches in the locker room long after everyone else had left, his hands clenched into tight fists on his knees. His head was lowered, eyes fixed on the floor as his mind replayed the battle over and over, watching images of Izuku moving through his explosions as if they were nothing. He remembered the cold look in Izuku's eyes, no panic, no hesitation, not even a hint of strain. Izuku had sent him through walls with a single push to the chest, a single effortless move. He had not even broken a sweat. A low growl rumbled in Bakugo's throat as he slammed his fist against the bench. His heart felt like it was pounding too hard, his breath tight in his chest. Why had it been Izuku of all people? Why had it not been him? Footsteps echoed in the quiet room. Bakugo did not look up until he heard a familiar voice. Shoto stopped a few steps away and remarked that he had thought Bakugo would have left by then. Bakugo did not answer and kept his hands clenched. Shoto said he had watched the whole fight, that he had watched both Bakugo and Midoriya. That pulled a reaction. Bakugo jerked his head up, eyes sharp with a mixture of anger and a strange, twisted pride. Bakugo snapped a curt question at Todoroki, voice hoarse. Shoto did not flinch. He stood with his arms folded and observed that there seemed to be a history between the two of them. Bakugo's fists tightened further, his shoulders rigid as if drawn taut. Bakugo told him to stop pretending he knew anything. Shoto continued calmly, saying he had noticed during the fight that Bakugo had not been just trying to win, he had wanted to prove something, or perhaps destroy something. Shoto noted that Midoriya had not seemed interested in either. Bakugo let out a rough, broken laugh and spat that of course Midoriya had not cared. He muttered that the other boy did not even have to try anymore, and the admission made his voice crack. He shut his mouth tight as if hating himself for having said it. Shoto stepped a little closer and asked what had happened between them. For a long minute, Bakugo stared at the floor, not moving. He finally admitted that since they were children, Midoriya had always been there, following him and looking up to him. Bakugo said Midoriya had no quirk, nothing, just an earnest look that refused to go away, and no matter how many times Bakugo told him he was worthless, Midoriya had kept trying. Bakugo had thought that meant he was better, stronger. Now, Bakugo said, the situation had flipped. Midoriya was looking down at him, and Bakugo felt small. Shoto asked quietly whether Bakugo thought Midoriya saw him that way. Bakugo's mouth twisted into a grimace and he snapped that Shoto could not pretend he did not see it. Shoto had seen what happened. Bakugo maintained that he had given everything he had, and Midoriya had simply walked through it like it did not matter. Shoto admitted that the situation must be difficult. Bakugo barked at the idea and demanded whether Shoto was there to rub it in. Shoto shook his head and said he had not come to mock him. He had wanted to see it for himself, to understand, and to judge how much further he himself needed to go. Bakugo stared at him for a moment, snorted, and accused Shoto of being in the same position. Shoto did not answer that directly. After a pause, Shoto told Bakugo that he would have to decide what he was going to do next, stay angry or figure out how to catch up. Bakugo's fists slowly unclenched. His breathing was still rough, but quieter now. He offered no reply. Shoto did not press further. He turned and walked toward the exit, telling Bakugo that he would see him later as he left. Bakugo remained seated a little longer, staring down at his hands. His thoughts were no longer spiraling the way they had been, but they were moving in a new direction he did not yet know the end of. The next morning carried a strange quiet as Izuku walked toward UA's main gates, hands in his pockets and his bag slung over a shoulder. Nothing in his mind set the day apart until he saw a crowd of reporters gathered outside the entrance, full camera crews, people with microphones and notebooks, even drones hovering overhead. He slowed as the sea of adults turned their attention toward him and behaved as if he had stepped into a spotlight. A reporter called out that he had arrived, and in an instant they surrounded him. Microphones came forward, cameras flashed, and questions flew from every direction asking if he was Midoriya Izuku, whether All Might was teaching at UA now, and what his training regimen was like. The voices overlapped, giving him no time to answer one before another pushed through. He took a step back instinctively to create distance. A microphone bumped his chin and a camera lens nearly clipped his shoulder. He glanced toward the school gate as if it might offer a way out, but the reporters were pressed right up against the property line. Izuku muttered that this was way too much and that he could sue for the intrusion. Before he could force his way through the crowd, a familiar voice cut through the noise with a calm, sharp authority. Aizawa declared that it was enough. The reporters stiffened as Aizawa stood there with his usual tired expression and scarf hanging loose. He walked forward and reminded them that this was school property, that stepping past the line would count as trespassing, and that UA would take legal action if they did. He suggested they leave. The reporters backed off, their questions dwindling to murmurs. Izuku released a breath he had not realized he was holding and straightened. Izuku thanked Aizawa for the assist. Aizawa gave a slight nod and told him to get to class. Izuku followed through the gates and left the crowd behind. The halls inside were quiet compared to outside, and when he stepped into Class 1, as room the usual energy returned. Classmates chatted, leaned against desks, and reviewed notebooks. Kaminari and Kirishima argued about which pro-hero had the best theme song. Mina and Toru giggled about something. Shoto sat by the window with his arms crossed as usual. When Izuku slid into his desk, Uraraka leaned over with a small smile and asked if he was okay, mentioning that she had seen all the reporters outside. Izuku rubbed the back of his head and admitted that it was overwhelming. Kaminari teased that this was what happened when someone became the class golden boy, grinning as he credited Izuku's fight with Bakugo for drawing so much attention. Izuku asked not to be called that. Before the conversation could continue, Ida stood and adjusted his glasses, calling for everyone to take their seats because homeroom was about to start. Gradually the class quieted and even Kaminari and Kirishima sat down, still exchanging glances. Aizawa entered a few moments later, hands in his pockets and expression unreadable. He noted the media circus outside and told the students to get used to public attention, since dealing with it would be part of training to become pro-heroes. Aizawa then announced that the class needed a president and a vice president to handle administrative tasks, coordinate decisions, and represent 1A at official events. He instructed everyone to write down one name for president and one for vice president, reminding them they could not vote for themselves. Sheets of paper were distributed and the students filled them out. Izuku hesitated over the ballot and ultimately wrote Ida's name for president and Yaoyorozu's for vice president, thinking they would be good fits. Aizawa collected the papers, tallied them without changing his expression, and announced the results. He declared that the class president was Midoriya and that the vice president was Yaoyorozu. The classroom reacted all at once with surprise and amusement. Kaminari expressed disbelief that Midoriya had been chosen. Mina admitted she had not expected it. Uraraka clapped lightly and congratulated him. Shoto offered a quiet nod. Izuku stared in surprise and asked if the announcement was really about him. Aizawa confirmed that the votes had made the decision and reminded Midoriya and Yaoyorozu to take their positions seriously, noting that extra responsibilities would follow. I swallowed and stood up slowly from my seat as everyone's attention shifted toward me again. It felt strange being the focus like this, not because of some battle, but because people had actually chosen me. Midoriya admitted that he really had not been expecting this and that he would do his best, thanking the class in a quiet voice. The class clapped, some more enthusiastic than others. Kaminari gave him a thumbs up. Kirishima grinned openly. Tokoyami offered a small approving glance, his usual calm demeanor unchanged. As Midoriya sat back down, Ida leaned toward him slightly and congratulated him, composed despite how he had looked earlier. Midoriya thanked Ida, scratching the back of his head. Teacher Aizawa moved on to the day's lesson plan, but even as the class settled, Midoriya could not ignore the new atmosphere in the room. After homeroom wrapped up, Midoriya found himself walking beside Ida in the hallway. Their quiet steps echoed as they made their way toward the cafeteria. He admitted that it still felt strange that he had ended up as class president instead of Ida, and he glanced at him as he spoke. Ida asked why he would say that. Midoriya explained that Ida had always been serious about class rules and keeping things orderly, and that Ida seemed more put together for the job than he was. Ida acknowledged the point but reminded him that leadership was not only about maintaining order, it was also about earning the trust of peers, and evidently the classmates trusted Midoriya to represent them. Ida said he would be remiss to ignore that fact. Midoriya simply nodded, feeling a strange mix of responsibility and awkwardness. Just then, the sharp blaring of an alarm cut through the hallway. Red lights began flashing along the walls and the steady wail of the siren echoed louder than anything else. The calm atmosphere shattered. Students poured out of classrooms in waves, the hallways filled with shouting voices, quick footsteps, and people bumping into each other. Uraraka asked what was going on, gripping the strap of her bag tightly with wide eyes. Ida narrowed his eyes and lifted a hand as if preparing for a drill, explaining that it was the emergency security system and that UA's alarms were not triggered from minor incidents. This was serious. Voices spread about possible villains and a breach. Ida warned that people could get hurt just from the panic. Midoriya scanned the crowd, heart thudding. He stepped forward and called for everyone to calm down, but nobody heard him over the alarm and their own shouting. He gritted his teeth, activated his quirk, and let his enhanced vision sweep through the walls. Layers of the building unfolded in his mind like paper as he traced the source of the breach. He realized reporters had forced their way onto the grounds, clustered near the front entrance with flashing cameras and microphones. Some tension eased, but then he noticed another figure standing farther back from the press, near the edge of the property. The person was alone, hands in his pockets, head tilted downward, showing no reaction to the siren or the chaos. Something about him set every instinct on edge. Midoriya tapped Ida on the shoulder and told him it was the press reporters had gotten onto school grounds and that was all. Ida asked if he was sure. Midoriya confirmed, reminding him that he had enhanced vision and that there were no villains, just reporters. Ida straightened and raised his hands as if conducting an orchestra, calling for everyone to listen, but the panic still made it hard to hear. Uraraka grabbed Midoriya's sleeve and asked what they should do. Midoriya pushed out his voice as hard as he could and shouted that it was not villains but just the press. Ida repeated that the breach was due to the press only, that there was no threat to student safety, and asked everyone to return to their classrooms in an orderly fashion. Slowly, like a ripple moving through a pond, the wave of panic ebbed. Students stopped running and began to breathe a little easier. Mina expressed disbelief that it had been just reporters. Midoriya confirmed that it had been a false alarm. Kaminari leaned against the wall, wiped sweat from his forehead, and remarked that it had been way too much. When the red light stopped flashing and the siren cut off, Midoriya and Ida shared a glance before heading back to their classroom with the others. Inside, Teacher Aizawa stood waiting with his arms crossed, expression unreadable. He asked Midoriya if he had seen what happened. Midoriya quietly explained that it had been reporters, but that there had also been someone else. Teacher Aizawa asked for clarification. Midoriya described the man outside the gates who had not been with the press, someone who did not move and simply watched the chaos. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, glanced toward the window as if to check, then returned his attention and told Midoriya he had done good work and that he would check into it. Aizawa requested that Midoriya keep the matter between them. Midoriya agreed. He stepped back and let the others return to their conversations as if nothing had happened. Midoriya could not shake the image of the man standing alone just beyond the press. Something told him this was not over yet. The faculty room felt unusually tense as the evening sun filtered through tall windows, casting long shadows across the polished floor. Midnight stood near the damaged gate, eyes narrowed as she ran her fingers lightly along its surface. She observed that the record looked as if it had been erased, and she sounded thoughtful but concerned. Present Mike, Yamada, leaned forward and squinted at the panel, noting that the device was supposed to log everything without exception. Cementos stood silently beside Snipe, arms crossed over his thick chest and face stoic. He shifted his gaze to Aizawa, who wore his usual tired expression but with a noticeable tightness around the eyes, giving the impression he was not ignoring the situation. Aizawa reported that Midoriya had said he saw someone suspicious outside the school, a man who was not part of the press and had simply been standing and watching. Aizawa suggested that this could be the person responsible for the damage. Someone capable of this kind of interference would not be surprising. Snipe adjusted his hat and commented that a student had noticed something the staff had missed, and he praised the student as sharp. Midnight added that it was not just sharpness, then glanced over her shoulder and raised the question of whether there was any ability Midoriya did not seem to possess, referring to his exceptional power. All Might, standing by the window with his arms crossed, acknowledged Midoriya's rapid growth and the layered nature of his quirk: strength, speed, durability, flight, tactical instinct, and other surprising facets. He emphasized that Midoriya's attitude and control were what kept him steady. Cementos observed that Midoriya's records showed multiple abilities layered over solid combat skills, something not typical even among elite heroes, and wondered how to handle that within a school setting. Aizawa remained unflinching and flat, stating that the staff would handle Midoriya by watching him closely. No matter how talented he was, he remained a student who needed guidance to make sure power did not outpace judgment. Hound Dog, leaning against the doorframe and scratching behind his ear, pointed out that it was telling the school had not noticed the suspicious figure first Midoriya had. Midnight sighed and stepped back from the console, acknowledging that someone capable of this kind of damage was a serious concern and that they would have to report it. She specifically told Aizawa and All Might to keep an eye on Midoriya, warning that talent like his attracted attention, both positive and negative. All Might nodded firmly, thoughtful, while Aizawa closed his eyes briefly as though already planning. Present Mike shrugged and observed that Class 1A seemed to be the focal point this year for more than just villains. Aizawa said he would inform Principal Nizu and asked the others to ensure the matter did not become public, since more media swarming the gates was the last thing they needed. With that, the teachers began filing out, each absorbed in their own thoughts. The sun dipped lower and a faint breeze stirred air through an open window, unnoticed by most. Later that day, Midoriya sat at his desk, reviewing the papers Aizawa had asked him to hold on to. Momo stood beside him, posture perfectly straight and expression focused, her eyes scanning notes with the quiet intensity of someone used to preparation. Her presence carried an air of authority that made Midoriya look away when he realized he had been staring. Midoriya cleared his throat and, trying to steady himself, asked how Momo was handling the vice president role. He told her he thought she seemed even more diligent than he was and admitted he felt she carried the role well. Momo explained that the responsibilities were not unfamiliar to her. She recalled that throughout middle school and before, she had often taken on organizational duties: group leadership, delegating, and keeping things in order, so the vice president position did not feel strange to her. Midoriya scratched the back of his head and told her she truly fit the role, observing that she always seemed composed and reliable, often knowing what needed to be done before anyone else realized it. Momo studied him and then suggested that he was not as different as he thought, noting that he had handled himself better than she expected. She admitted that at first she thought he might hesitate or defer too much, but he had stepped up, taken things seriously, and earned the respect of his classmates. Midoriya laughed nervously and admitted he had stayed up late researching what class presidents should do. Momo raised an eyebrow and asked about that. He panicked briefly, then confessed that he had indeed read a lot online and tried to apply what he learned, explaining that he had not wanted to let anyone down after being elected. Momo allowed a faint smile but kept her eyes sharp, recognizing his earnestness. Midoriya felt his cheeks warm but also relieved that she understood his intentions. Midoriya thought he should at least try to live up to that. Momo Yaoyorozu looked at him more intently, her expression softening as if she were choosing her words carefully. Momo told him that there was nothing to be ashamed of in caring. Diligence meant he cared, and that quality made him suited for his role. She said he did not take things lightly and that he wanted to do right by everyone. Midoriya rubbed his temple and sighed. He admitted that sometimes he felt like he was faking it, stumbling through and hoping no one noticed. He confessed that he had not expected anyone to vote for him and that he had thought people might choose someone like Ida. He added that Momo had seemed like an obvious choice. Momo widened her eyes slightly and then folded her arms. She pointed out that he underestimated himself and suggested that others might see qualities in him that he did not. She explained that leadership was not only about organization or efficiency but about heart, the way he threw himself into protecting people and thought of others before himself. She said that those qualities inspired trust and that people knew he would do everything in his power to look after them. Midoriya blinked, taken aback by the straightforward compliment. He felt warmth in his chest and embarrassment on his face. He stammered that he did not know how to respond. Momo replied firmly that he did not need to say anything more and that he should just keep doing what he was doing, because that was more than enough. Silence settled between them for a moment, but it was not uncomfortable. Midoriya shifted the papers on his desk to keep his hands busy. He asked Momo what she thought they should do differently as president and vice president and whether there was anything she wanted to improve or do better together. Momo placed a finger thoughtfully against her chin and said that coordination was key. She suggested making sure everyone was on the same page about responsibilities during class activities and being attentive if someone felt left out or was struggling. She emphasized that leadership included paying attention to the details behind the scenes, not just leading from the front. Midoriya nodded and agreed that it made sense. He admitted he had been so focused on avoiding public mistakes that he had not thought much about background details, and he promised to try to be more mindful. Momo added that he did not have to carry everything alone and reminded him that she was there as a partner. Her words eased something in Midoriya, and he offered a faint smile, thanking Yaoyorozu and admitting he had needed to hear that. He confessed that sometimes it felt like if he slipped up even once, everything would collapse. Momo encouraged him to lean on others when necessary and noted that part of being a leader was knowing when to trust those beside him. The classroom door creaked as voices echoed down the hallway, signaling that other students were arriving. The quiet bubble between them began to fade. Midoriya stacked the papers into a neat pile, and Momo spoke once more in a low, steady tone, reminding him that he was not alone in this. He glanced at her, surprised by the sincerity, but before he could reply, their classmates burst into the room with cheerful greetings, shattering the moment. A few hours later, the school day continued with its usual excitement for Class 1A. Today's foundational hero studies lesson promised something different. The students' teacher, Aizawa, announced that their training would take place at an off-campus facility. He explained that the facility was designed for rescue operations, disaster relief, and combat simulations, and he emphasized that heroes needed to know how to protect civilians in crises. This announcement drew a ripple of energy through the room. Momo raised her hand and asked what kind of training it would be, her voice betraying excitement. Aizawa replied that they would find out soon enough and reiterated the facility's purpose. Kirishima responded with enthusiasm, celebrating the chance to see what the pros were made of. Ida asserted that rescue training was central to a hero's duty and that this would be their chance to show resolve. Jiraiya commented that it sounded like it would be tough, which she assumed was the point. Bakugo leaned back with an aggressive grin and complained that it was finally something worth doing, asserting his desire to be number one. Kaminari teased about Bakugo's tendency to want explosions, noting that in a rescue scenario he could not simply blow things up. Bakugo shot back that he would do as he pleased. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, his scarf shifting slightly, as he issued a blunt reminder that failure to follow orders in the field could be fatal. The class grew quiet, though the anticipation remained. The bus ride that followed buzzed with conversation. Students speculated about the facility and the simulations, and Ida tried to enforce order with limited success. Midoriya found himself seated between Tsuyu and Achiko, the cramped arrangement pushing their shoulders together. Momo and Ida sat across from them, while Kirishima, Mina, and Kaminari joked a few rows back. Ida leaned forward with a serious expression and reminded Midoriya that as class president, this was a chance to set an example and to treat the training as if it were a true crisis. Midoriya nodded quickly and affirmed that he had been thinking about it and that he understood heroes needed to react quickly under pressure. Momo tilted her head, curious, and asked what he had considered. Midoriya explained that heroes had to be able to react decisively when situations demanded it, and he intended to do his best to lead by example while relying on his classmates when necessary. So, I figured our main priority would be to keep civilians safe first. I stopped abruptly when I realized Tsiu had leaned her head gently on my shoulder. My face went red and my words caught in my throat. Tsiu murmured that I was warm, her eyes half-lidded. Achiko noticed and puffed her cheeks slightly, leaning a little closer on my other side, and she cheerfully told me that thinking of civilians first was very smart. I stiffened, my mind spiraling. What was going on? Is this really happening? I tried to focus, but my racing heart made every second feel like torture. Thankfully, the bus soon arrived at its destination, cutting the tense moment short. The doors hissed open to reveal a massive, futuristic complex, its dome gleaming under the sun. As class president, I told everyone to form an orderly line and prepare to enter, speaking quietly but firmly as I ushered my classmates off the bus with more confidence than I felt. We stepped through the towering doors and froze at the breathtaking sight before us. It wasn't just one training ground but a vast, domed world filled with meticulously crafted disaster zones. A ship struggled in a roiling flood area. A dense urban landscape was shrouded in mock smoke from a simulated blaze. A rocky mountainside dominated one corner, while a barren wasteland stretched in another. Kaminari exclaimed that it looked like a whole movie set and that it was insane. Mina clapped and said it was even cooler than she had imagined. Standing proudly in the center of the plaza was another hero in a sleek black spacesuit with a domed helmet. 13 greeted them and said they had been waiting. The students erupted in awe. 13 was famous for a quirk called Black Hole, an incredibly powerful ability generally used for rescue operations. Achiko lit up and admitted that 13 was one of her favorite heroes. 13 raised a gloved hand and spoke calmly and deliberately about the nature of their quirk, emphasizing responsibility, the weight of power, and the importance of using strength to save rather than harm. Their reputation as a rescuer was clear as they explained how dangerous uncontrolled force could be. I listened intently and nodded. 13's words resonated more with me than I could admit. But as 13 finished, a deep sense of wrongness crept into the facility, subtle at first like a cold draft, then sharper, gnawing at my instincts. My hearing flared. I called out that something felt wrong and mentioned Aizawa. I turned quickly, voice low but urgent. Aizawa's sharp eyes darted toward me. Aizawa asked what I had sensed, his tone so calm it was chilling. Before I could answer, the lights flickered and a strange buzzing hum filled the air, resonating through my bones. Far below, in the central plaza, a dark mist began to swirl and coalesce into a towering, purple-black vortex. The fog expanded, growing taller and denser until a gateway split open in its center. Aizawa tensed, his scarf unfurling like a predator preparing to move. He ordered everyone to huddle together and stay still, then instructed 13 to protect the students. From the swirling vortex, figures began to emerge. A few appeared, then a dozen, then an entire horde. They were ragged and menacing, armed with crude weapons and wearing twisted grins. Their footsteps filled the dome like an approaching storm. At their forefront were two figures that drew attention. One was a lanky young man whose body was strangely covered by many hands in a way that made him unsettling. His eyes burned with malice. Beside him stood an elegant yet unsettling creature made of black mist, a gleaming metal brace around its neck. The students froze. This wasn't a simulation. The man who was covered by hands scratched at his neck in a jerky motion and spoke in a thin, manic voice that praised 13 and Aizawa as the real heroes. He said they had retrieved a schedule from the UA server and that All Might should be here. He twitched restlessly and asked where All Might was, noting that they had come a long way and brought many companions. He gestured toward the villains behind him and sneered, wondering if All Might would come if they attacked some of the students. Momo muttered with a low, tight unease, wondering how villains had managed to enter the school. Her sharp eyes followed the dark mist that oozed across the training dome like ink in water, and her hand trembled slightly though she kept it close to her chest. Izuku thought that the villain had some sort of teleportation quirk linked to the mist, meaning the sensors could be bypassed easily. He observed that teleporting so many operatives at once was on a different level. This was not just infiltration but a full-scale attack. The mist gathered into a humanoid shape, and a voice flowed from its shifting body with eerie politeness. Kurogiri apologized for the intrusion and requested information about All Might's whereabouts. His glowing yellow eyes gleamed through the swirl of black vapor. A rasping laugh cut through the false civility. A man who kept his hands clamped over his arms and face twitched, scratching at his neck in a violent, ragged motion that suggested pain. His voice grated like nails on glass as he suggested that killing children would draw out the symbol they sought. The words left a trail of icy dread across the air. Then the mist surged forward. Izuku gasped as time seemed to lurch and everything slowed in his perception. His body filled with power as he lunged to grab whoever he could. He secured Tsuyu's wrist and wrapped an arm around Achiko's waist, shoved Ida away from the spreading fog, and brushed against Kirishima's shoulder to pull him out of range. He hooked his arms around Kaminari, Momo, and Tokoyami and hauled them back. His strength surprised him in that instant. They stumbled behind him, coughing and wide-eyed, but safe. There were too many villains. The fog was too fast and too thick. He could not reach everyone. The rest of his classmates vanished in swirls of black, their shouts cut off as if swallowed whole. His chest tightened painfully. He hissed through gritted teeth in frustration as he stared at the empty spaces where his friends had been. Aizawa's scarf uncoiled with a sharp snap beside him, and the tired man's eyes burned with ferocity. He addressed Midoriya with a hard tone and a hint of reluctant resolve, saying he might need the students' help for this one. Izuku registered how unusual it was for Aizawa to rely on students. The situation had to be dire. Izuku steadied himself and acknowledged under his breath that some of them had already been separated. He forced his voice loud enough for the remaining students to hear and expressed hope that the missing classmates were okay. He instructed those who had not been separated to regroup with 13, hold position, prepare to support and try to rescue the others, and to work at least in pairs. These were real villains, not training targets. Ida responded affirmatively and rallied Momo, Tokoyami, Kaminari, and Tsuyu to 13's side. Izuku's telescopic and microscopic vision locked onto the plaza and the figures who lingered there. The villains fanned out in a half-circle, dozens strong, their snarls and jeers echoing across the artificial disaster zones. Standing tall in the center was a hulking, dark, muscular figure that barely looked human. A strange, pulsing area showed on its skull, and its face was covered by a beak-like mask. He swallowed and told Aizawa that most of the villains looked like low-tier opponents, sloppy movements and poorly trained intent. But he warned that the hulking beast was not human and appeared like a monster made in a lab, the one to worry about. Aizawa's scarf twisted as he focused on the creature, then asked about their chances. Izuku admitted his uncertainty. He had not fought anything like this before and suspected they would be fighting for survival rather than victory. He suggested that if he could focus on the monster, he might be able to put it down long enough for others to regroup and escape, but he did not know its abilities or those of the masked hand villain. They were basically fighting blind. He resolved that if he could hold it off even for a while, the others might have a chance. Aizawa's expression tightened briefly, then he snapped the scarf taut and declared that they would fight. The villains roared, their bloodlust shattering the still air. The first battle began. Ida skidded to a halt near a collapsed pillar, breathing sharply as he took in the chaos. Momo, Tokoyami, Kaminari, and Tsuyu followed closely, rattled but steady. 13 stood at their side, the sleek white suit faintly gleaming beneath the dome lights. Momo asked whether they should leave the captured classmates behind, worried about the situation. A brief neutral pause followed as they considered their options and prepared to respond. She hesitated, her voice faltering as if torn between her heart and the logic she knew she should follow. Ida squared his shoulders, adjusting his glasses even as his jaw trembled faintly. He said that, as much as he hated the decision, Midoriya was their strongest classmate and their class president. Alongside Aizawa-sensei, they were their best chance in the battle. If the students stayed, they would only slow them down. His eyes flicked to the group and hardened with quiet conviction. He suggested they try to help the scattered classmates and quickly regroup so Midoriya and Aizawa could fight without worrying about them. Ida received an alert on his phone, checked it, and then looked to Momo, who also glanced at her device. They exchanged a nod. Momo drew in a slow breath, lips tightening as her mind whirred through contingencies and escape routes she had already been drafting even before Ida spoke. She proposed that they split up, not far but in teams of 2 to cover more ground, moving cautiously and regrouping after 10 minutes or at the first sign of danger. The goal, she said, was not to fight but to gather their classmates. 13, the pro-hero, listened in silence for a long moment, the helmet tilting as if appraising them. Then the voice modulator emitted a low, impressed exhale and the hero remarked that the 2 students were sharper than expected for thinking strategically so quickly in a crisis. 13 warned them to be careful and to avoid unnecessary risks. Tokoyami's shadow stirred at his feet, dark shadow stretching tall in the dimmed light. Tokoyami agreed that it was decided, they would act in pairs and search and regroup. Ida pointed toward the collapsed urban zone, where mist still clung like a predator's breath. He assigned Kaminari and Tokoyami to head east while he and Tsuyu would circle north. He asked Momo to stay near 13 to anchor the group if something went wrong. Kaminari scratched the back of his head, sparks popping nervously along his hair, and admitted he hated the plan but would do his best. Tsuyu croaked softly and urged haste, saying they needed to hurry if Midoriya and Aizawa were holding the villains off. Ida's legs whirred as he prepared to dash. He glanced once more toward where Izuku stood, bracing against the tide of villains. A pang of guilt struck his chest at leaving his president and friend behind, but he forced it down. Izuku was not someone who fell easily. If anyone could buy them time, it was him. They broke apart in a rush of movement. Kaminari and Tokoyami slipped into the skeletal remains of collapsed concrete structures, swallowed by shadows. Ida and Tsuyu sprinted north, weaving between shattered walls. Momo stayed with 13, already creating a metal staff in her hands and scanning the battlefield like a chess player tracking every piece. The villains were not idle. From the mist and rubble, figures lunged forward, some drawn toward the retreating students. Ida's sharp ears picked up guttural laughter before the attackers came into view, and he pushed harder, his engines flaring as he propelled himself and Tsuyu farther from reach. Tsuyu called for them not to stop and used her tongue to snag a ledge and swing across a gap, urging that they would regroup later and to keep moving. Behind them, Kaminari's sparks flared and dark shadow advanced, its presence tearing through the air. A villain was hurled back into a wall, electricity crackling across his body, and Kaminari laughed nervously that they would catch up later. 13 tensed as several villains redirected toward Momo and the hero. The pro extended a gloved hand and prepared the spiraling void of their quirk. 13 ordered Momo to stay behind the hero. Momo swallowed and gripped her staff tighter, resolving that she would fight with what she had and not simply stand by. The battlefield fractured further, groups scattering like sparks from a fire. Each of them carried the weight of knowing Midoriya and Aizawa were holding the line against something monstrous. Fear tugged at them, but none slowed, because failing here would leave their friends at the storm's center alone. On the main battlefield, Izuku moved before the villains realized what had happened, blurring forward and leaving a trail of cracked ground and flying rubble in his wake. The shockwave from his movement sent debris into the air as he cut through their ranks. One assailant barely had time to react before Izuku struck him hard, folding the man and sending him into a cluster of allies. Another, his arm grotesquely altered, roared and lunged, but Izuku caught the massive fist with one hand and forced the attacker backward until he collapsed against a concrete structure, leaving a cloud of dust and rubble. Above, another attacker leapt with a blade raised. Desperation on his face. Izuku vanished in a blur and reappeared behind the man, suspended briefly in the air. His fist connected with the attacker's back, sending him crashing to the ground. The attacker remained motionless and unresponsive, clearly out of the fight. A barrage of long-range attacks then erupted from several villains at once, blades of wind, shards of ice, bursts of fire, and jagged stone spikes converging on Izuku from every angle. He clapped his hands together with enough force to create a shockwave that rattled the entire dome. The resulting blast tore through the incoming assaults, scattering them harmlessly. The villains who had launched the attacks were hurled back and slammed into walls and pillars, knocked out or unable to continue. Aizawa landed beside Izuku, his scarf snapping outward to entangle another would-be attacker. Aizawa grunted as he slammed a man into the ground and neutralized the man's quirk with a steady glance. He asked how they were going to get reinforcements. Izuku ducked under a swing, his shoulder crashing into another villain's chest and sending him flying. He explained that he had already sent a text to Momo and Ida before they split off, asking them to find Bakugo and Todoroki because their quirks would draw attention and give Ida a chance to slip away. He added that if he had spoken the plan aloud, the villains would have focused on them more than they should have been. Izuku grabbed another attacker by the wrist, twisted, and flung him into two more charging thugs, knocking all three unconscious in a heap. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, impressed despite himself, and he observed that this kid wasn't just strong but thinking several steps ahead as well. Izuku ordered his teacher to keep his eyes forward as he shouted and kicked another villain squarely in the chest, sending the man flying hard enough to dent a steel support beam. Aizawa smirked faintly as he caught an assailant with his scarf, yanking him off balance before driving a knee into his midsection. They moved together like a storm. Aizawa erased quirks left and right, rendering dangerous opponents harmless, and Izuku took advantage of every opening. His movements were so fast most villains could not register being hit until they were already on the floor. One man tried to form spikes along his arm only for them to vanish under Aizawa's gaze, and Izuku was already there, sending him skidding across the floor with enough force to dent the surface. Another group rushed them from behind, assuming Izuku's focus was elsewhere. His senses caught them instantly: the scuff of shoes, the subtle intake of breath, the whisper of metal leaving a sheath. Without turning, he kicked back. The air itself seemed to explode, and the group was launched away as though struck by a cannon. A panicked villain exclaimed that the kid was a monster. Izuku did not look at him as he advanced. He calmly stated that if the attackers had come to hurt his friends, they should have been prepared. He ducked low, drove his fist into the ground, and a shockwave knocked half a dozen enemies off their feet. He surged forward again, striking each one before they could recover and dropping them in a controlled, efficient rhythm. Across the field, Kurogiri's mist shimmered faintly, and the warped villain warned that the boy was far too strong for his age, that this was not the ability of a first year. Shigaraki stood beside him, scratching at his neck in an obsessive motion, his red eyes locked on Izuku and his teeth grinding audibly. He complained that it wasn't fair that the boy made everything look so easy. His fingers twitched as if eager to obliterate the boy. Izuku stood tall amid a pile of groaning villains, his chest rising and falling steadily despite the chaos. His fists were clenched, his eyes sharp, and his stance unshaken. Every move radiated a mix of raw power and calculated precision. Despite his lack of formal combat experience, the synergy of his strength, speed, near invulnerability, and heightened senses made him untouchable against these small-time opponents. Against them he was less a boy and more a force of nature. Aizawa landed beside him again, his scarf flicking aside debris from a downed opponent, and he remarked that Izuku was holding back. Izuku nodded, his gaze still fixed on the misty silhouette of Kurogiri and the restless figure beside it, explaining that if he did not hold back the attackers would be left incapacitated. The villains groaned and crawled as fear spread among the survivors. Every attempt to regroup was crushed instantly, every coordinated strike dissolved beneath Izuku's overwhelming speed. For the first time since entering the facility, many of them hesitated, their bravado shriveling in the face of someone they could neither touch nor outrun. Kurogiri warned that if this continued, even the lesser opponents would not matter because Izuku was cutting through them effortlessly. Shigaraki's grin twisted and he decided to let the boy have his moment, thinking to himself how long that confidence would last before turning to look at the Nomu. The Nomu readied itself to move. The group split apart under the chaos, each pair rushing toward their assigned directions as the sound of destruction echoed through the facility and villains poured in from every corner. Ida's engines roared as he led Momo through the shifting battlefield, his sharp eyes scanning for any sign of Bakugo and Todoroki. Momo kept close, her expression composed despite the frantic pace. Momo urged caution and produced a metal staff from her arm to fend off an attacker who lunged from the shadows. The staff connected with a sharp crack and sent the villain sprawling. Ida agreed and emphasized that their priority remained clear. If they secured Bakugo and Todoroki, their odds would improve significantly. He explained that with those two's firepower, the villain's focus would shift, creating a window for him to slip away and summon reinforcements. Momo noted that this was exactly what Izuku had planned. Elsewhere, Kaminari, Tokoyami, Tsu, Achiko, and Kirishima found themselves pressed against waves of villains. Kaminari charged his quirk, electricity crackling around his arms, and he warned the others not to let the enemies box them in as he launched a wave of electricity that scattered 3 attackers at once. His voice was strained and sweat beaded on his brow from the effort to stay focused. Tokoyami's dark shadow erupted from his body and swept across the floor, slamming into 2 villains who had tried to flank them. He cautioned Kaminari to conserve energy because they did not know how many more waves were coming and instructed Tsuyu to watch their rear. Tsuyu calmly confirmed that she was already on it, snatching a weapon from an enemy's grasp with her tongue and flicking it aside before launching herself forward to drop the attacker with a precise kick. Achiko lifted debris into the air with a touch, sending it crashing into villains who threatened to overwhelm Kirishima. She called a warning to her teammates. Kirishima hardened his body in time, his skin taking on a jagged, rock-like form, and he charged into the fray with a grin, his fists pounding against enemies who could not withstand his raw force. He thanked Uraraka and urged the group to keep pushing through. They fought side by side, each student covering the other's weaknesses. They were not flawless, but their teamwork kept them alive. Meanwhile, Ida and Momo pressed deeper into the labyrinth of the facility. 2 more villains blocked their path, one wielding a spear and the other with unnaturally elongated arms that lashed like whips. Ida's engines roared and in a blur he charged forward, his armored legs slamming into the spear wielder's torso. The man was knocked backward and lay unconscious against the wall. The whip-armed villain lashed out, tendrils snapping toward Momo. She shifted her staff into a shield in an instant and blocked the strikes with a clang. With her free hand she produced a flash grenade and tossed it to the ground. The burst of light blinded the villain long enough for Ida to dash past and send him down with a decisive kick. Ida's eyes sharpened as he skidded to a halt, and he called the others' attention to what lay ahead. Explosions rattled the floor, and a familiar voice echoed, rough and filled with rage. Bakugo roared threats at the approaching villains, his palms detonating in rapid succession as he tore through a mob. Todoroki stood beside him, one side of his body encased in frost, creating a field of ice that cut down every opponent in their path. Momo felt relief and announced that they had found their classmates. Bakugo, hearing Ida's engines, softened his furious expression slightly and complained that it had taken them long enough while noting that more enemies kept coming. He hurled another explosion into the crowd, scattering them like leaves. Todoroki observed that the pair had come prepared and asked what the plan was. Ida explained that Midoriya had instructed them to regroup and that, together, they would draw enemy attention to give him a chance to break away and summon reinforcements. Bakugo scoffed and muttered that Midoriya was always thinking ahead. Momo stepped forward, produced a bow, and fired an arrow that struck a villain trying to flank Bakugo. She urged everyone to move quickly, warning that the longer they stayed the more enemies would arrive. Without hesitation, the 4 surged into coordinated battle. Bakugo blasted forward, explosions tearing through enemy ranks. Todoroki unleashed torrents of ice, freezing the ground and locking several villains in place. Ida used his speed to cut off stragglers, while Momo supported with well-timed weapons and barriers. Their combined force became a storm of ice and explosions, overwhelming even seasoned foes. Bakugo laughed, declaring that this was more like it. Todoroki glanced at Ida mid-battle and told him to go, assuring him they would keep the enemies occupied. Ida hesitated only for a moment before nodding and saying he would leave the rest in their hands. His engines roared, and in a blur of motion he shot away from the battlefield, his path cleared by the chaos his classmates had created. Behind him, Momo, Bakugo, and Todoroki stood their ground, their combined might holding back endless waves. Elsewhere, Kaminari's lightning tore through another group, Tokoyami's dark shadow shielded allies from harm, Tsuyu pulled Achiko out of danger with quick reflexes, and Kirishima barreled through opponents with hardened fists. Each group of students fought with everything they had, determination blazing despite overwhelming odds. As Ida's form blurred into the distance, a flicker of hope formed among them. Reinforcements would come if they could hold on. Back on the main battlefield, the dome shook as the Nomu landed where Aizawa had been standing moments before, the ground exploding beneath its weight. Izuku had pulled Aizawa clear in a blur, dust and concrete spraying outward as the shockwave rattled the structure. Aizawa rolled to his feet, his scarf whipping around him as he locked eyes on Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Izuku stood between him and the monstrous Nomu, shoulders squared as the creature hunched forward with unnerving, jerking movements. Izuku stepped forward and declared that he would handle the Nomu. Aizawa told him to focus on the other two targets and asked if he was sure about his choice. Izuku replied that he was positive and warned Aizawa to be careful. The Nomu lunged with terrifying speed. Izuku's senses flared and he moved in a flash, gripping the creature's wrist mid-swing. The impact sent a gale across the field. The Nomu threw its other arm forward, and Izuku's free hand rose to meet it, the force shaking the ground beneath them. He tightened his grip, twisted, and hurled the Nomu over his shoulder. The monster slammed into the floor, leaving a crater, but it sprang back as if hardly affected. Izuku darted forward and unleashed a rapid barrage of punches, each blow rocking the Nomu and forcing it backward. The creature absorbed punishment in a way no ordinary enemy could and countered with a powerful swing. Izuku crossed his arms to block. The impact was immense, but he held firm. Dust and debris puffed outward like small explosions. He skidded back across broken concrete and activated his vision, catching glimpses of the Nomu's unnaturally fast, twitching internal movements that allowed it to strike within human speed. It tried to rake at him, but Izuku sidestepped, drove an elbow into the Nomu's jaw, and followed with a spinning back kick that sent it through 3 walls. The creature burst out of the rubble seconds later, swiftly reforming where it had been damaged. It screeched and leapt again, even faster. Izuku blurred to meet it, their collision producing a shock that cracked glass and rattled lights across the dome. Waves of force pushed villains and debris alike into the walls. As he fought, Izuku muttered that he couldn't remember why he had been afraid of the thing. The Nomu landed a heavy blow that forced him through the air and into a concrete pillar, splitting it in half. Debris rained down and buried him for a moment. The onlooking villain's cheers died away when Izuku emerged from the rubble almost unscathed, dust rolling off his shoulders as he prepared to continue the fight. Izuku dusted the tears in his suit, the only sign that the hit had landed. He smirked and cracked his knuckles, challenging the monster with a defiant glare. The Nomu screeched and charged. Izuku met it head-on, both of them blurring with speed as they tore across the battlefield. They smashed through walls, ripped up floors, and shattered entire sections of the facility. Every collision felt like an earthquake, shockwaves throwing chunks of concrete and steel into the air. Izuku ducked under a wild swing, countered with an uppercut that snapped the Nomu's head back, and followed with a flurry of precise blows that hammered into its chest until the creature's body slammed into a steel wall. He grabbed its arm, twisted, and snapped the elbow joint backward with a loud crack, only to watch the limb mend moments later. Izuku narrowed his eyes, noting the creature's regeneration, enhanced strength, and enhanced speed, and steeled himself to push harder. The Nomu lunged again, claws swiping. Izuku ducked, shot upward, and smashed his shoulder into the monster's chest, launching it into the ceiling. Concrete rained as the beast crashed back down. Before it could recover, Izuku drove his fist into its gut with the force of a meteor. The ground split beneath them and dust shot skyward. Aizawa, meanwhile, was locked with Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Aizawa's scarf lashed out, binding Shigaraki's arm just before the villain could extend his decaying touch. Shigaraki growled that Aizawa was in his way and demanded he move. Aizawa refused and responded by erasing the villain's quirk, eyes glowing with effort. Kurogiri appeared behind them, a warp gate swirling, but Aizawa twisted, wrapping his scarf around the misty form to disrupt the attack. Every move was sharp and efficient, and though sweat formed on his forehead from the strain, he held his ground. Back on the main battlefield, Izuku and the Nomu's clash tore the dome apart. They traded blows that shattered support beams, ripped the floor into canyons, and sent air exploding outward with each impact. Izuku's vision dissected every twitch in the Nomu's body, every muscle spasm that gave away its next strike. When the monster swung wide, Izuku was already ducking. He countered with a knee to the gut, followed by a crushing right hook to the jaw that snapped the Nomu's head sideways. The creature howled, its body attempting to repair itself. Izuku slammed his hands together with such force that the resulting shockwave blasted the Nomu backward, tearing up the ground in a straight line. For the first time since the fight began, Izuku allowed a small smirk. His breathing steadied and adrenaline sharpened his focus. He acknowledged the Nomu's strength but resolved that strength alone would not be enough to win. The Nomu bellowed and charged again like a freight train. Izuku met it, their collision shaking the entire facility. Dust hung thick in the air, every breath tasting like ash and pulverized concrete. Izuku's fists clenched and unclenched as he tapped into power he had been holding back. The Nomu staggered, muscles twitching as they tried to knit themselves together repeatedly, its blank eyes fixed on him with mindless fury, but for the first time it hesitated. Izuku accelerated until he became a blur, afterimages flickering across the battlefield. The monster swung at illusions that dissolved before contact while the real Izuku slipped between them, striking from every angle. Each blow landed like thunder, shaking the dome and breaching the Nomu's outer defenses. One blow hammered the ribs, another cracked the jaw, two more drove into the chest and thigh. The regeneration struggled to keep pace as Izuku's assault began to outstrip its healing. His fist blurred into an uppercut that snapped the Nomu's head back so forcefully the creature left the ground and was lifted into the air. Izuku shot upward after it, twisted midair, and drove both fists down like sledgehammers into the top of its skull. The impact echoed like an explosion and the Nomu's body rocketed toward the ground. It struck with such violence that the floor cratered and shockwaves ripped outward in jagged lines. Izuku landed an instant later, dust and debris exploding outward beneath his boots. The Nomu writhed in the pit, but Izuku pressed the advantage. He brought his heel down onto the creature's midsection, the force cracking the floor again and ripping fissures through the dome's supports. The monster staggered and folded under the pressure, its form struggling to hold together. Still, it snapped back, clawing upward with desperate fury and raking across Izuku's chest. The strike tore through fabric but barely grazed skin. Izuku barely flinched. His eyes burned with determination and his breathing remained calm even as chaos swirled around him. He acknowledged that the Nomu was tough, then resolved that he was done holding back. The Nomu roared and lashed out, but Izuku's fists blurred in response, striking the creature's chin, chest, and gut in a blindingly fast series. The Nomu flew backward, crashing through walls and sending shattered steel and dust in its wake. Izuku followed like a shadow, appearing in front of it mid-flight, fists ped. He struck once, twice, 3 times. The final blow drove the Nomu through an entire section of the arena, each layer of steel and concrete exploding outward until the monster vanished into the distance, swallowed by the ruins of the USJ. No one could say where it had landed or whether it remained inside the facility. A moment of silence followed, broken only by the settling of rubble. Izuku stood amid the wreckage, chest rising and falling, knuckles raw but steady. Around him the battlefield was unrecognizable. Walls collapsed, floors torn apart, lights shattered. The dome looked as if a natural disaster had struck. Footsteps thundered in the distance as reinforcements poured in, led by the unmistakable figure of All Might with other teachers at his side. Ida was with them, face pale, pointing ahead as he shouted about the state of the USJ. They widened their eyes at the destruction, the fractured remains of what had once been their training ground. In the center of it all, standing amid the rubble, Izuku panted, his eyes still sharp and the air faintly crackling from the force he had unleashed. He exhaled slowly and glanced toward the gaping hole where the Nomu had disappeared. Izuku muttered that it should keep the Nomu down, though deep down he was not certain if the threat was truly finished. For the moment, the fight had ended and reinforcements were arriving. The aftermath of the USJ incident weighed heavily over the halls of UA medical teams swarmed the devastated building, stretchers and equipment moving briskly through corridors reduced to rubble. Students were being treated for shock, bruises and cuts, and everyone was alive thanks to the frantic efforts of their classmates. Izuku, however, sat on the edge of a cot in the corner of the infirmary, his hero suit shredded and burned in several places. Apart from a light coating of dust, his skin showed no visible injuries. Medics hovered around him in disbelief, checking vitals that returned normal. One medic whispered that his durability bordered on impossible. Izuku sat calm, occasionally smiling at his classmates to reassure them while others groaned in pain. All Might paced back and forth across the room, his large frame taking up most of the space. His jaw was tight and his eyes shadowed with guilt. All Might demanded to Aizawa how he could have allowed Izuku to face such a monster. The teachers who had gathered Nizu perched calmly on a chair, Recovery Girl with her cane, Present Mike leaning against a wall, Cementos standing near the window, Midnight crossing her arms, Snipe with his hat tipped low, all turned their attention to Aizawa. All Might's fists trembled as he remembered the footage of Izuku taking on the Nomu alone, the ground breaking, the monster scent flying, the scale of destruction rivaling anything All Might himself had ever done. The boy had not flinched once. Aizawa, his arm bound and his face pale from exhaustion, met All Might's gaze steadily. His scarf hung loosely around his shoulders and dirt still smudged his skin. Aizawa explained that he had no choice. He clarified that the Nomu had been built to target All Might and that dividing his attention would have led to student casualties. Aizawa said Midoriya had stepped in because he was the only one who could, and that Midoriya's strength and leadership had been decisive. 13, standing a little farther back with burn marks marring their suit, added quietly that it was precisely because of Izuku's planning and leadership that everyone else was alive. 13 noted that if Midoriya had not acted or given orders, they would have lost people. It had been his strategy that got Ida out to contact the school in the first place. All Might's jaw tightened further, but the words landed. He remembered seeing the footage of Izuku directing his classmates calmly even while villains swarmed around. The boy had moved with purpose, not recklessness. Present Mike commented that when he saw the damage left behind, he had wondered whether the kid even needed reinforcements. Several people glanced uneasily at Izuku, who lowered his head slightly to avoid their eyes. On the screen in the corner, a recording of the battle replayed on loop. The footage showed the Nomu lunging, Izuku moving like a blur, fists striking with earth-shaking force. The final blow produced a surge of energy that sent the Nomu flying until it vanished from sight. The room grew quiet as everyone watched. Nizu folded his paws, unervingly composed, and remarked that Izuku's strength, speed, and durability were not the qualities of a typical student. Even after seeing the entrance exam and the Quirk apprehension test, Nizu noted, what Izuku had displayed now was on another level. Midnight spoke with softer but heavy concern, observing that what worried her was not whether he could handle it but what it meant for a boy his age to shoulder that kind of battle, that had not been a student fight but a war. Snipe tipped his hat and noted that Izuku had walked out without a scratch. Recovery Girl tapped her cane and warned that physical health aside, fights like that left marks elsewhere. The body might be intact, but the mind could be affected. She glanced at Izuku, who sat still with his hands clasped tightly in his lap. Cementos cleared his throat and stated plainly that the boy had saved lives. If Izuku had not been there or had not acted as he did, they might be counting casualties. That fact was undeniable. All Might finally let out a long exhale, his fists relaxing slightly though his shoulders remained stiff. He looked at Izuku, at the boy who had not only stood against the Nomu but had overwhelmed it. Guilt gnawed at him. This was his burden, his battle, and yet a student had carried it. Nizu cut through his thoughts with a calm, precise voice, observing that they could not ignore what they had seen. Midoriya had shown capabilities far beyond his peers, and the League of Villains had now witnessed it. Nizu warned that they would plan for it, come again stronger, and next time they might not send just one Nomu. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, exhaustion not dulling his instincts. He said that they needed to prepare not just Midoriya, but all of them because the next time the villains came they would not only target All Might but also the students. The room grew heavy as each teacher processed the reality of his words. On the infirmary cot, Izuku finally looked up. His gaze was steady despite the weight of every eye on him. He said quietly that he had not fought the Nomu to prove anything, but because if he had not fought, people would have died. His words were simple and honest and carried more weight than any boast. All Might closed his eyes, chest tightening. He had wanted to shield Izuku from battles like this, to let him grow into his strength at his own pace, but reality had shattered that dream. The boy was already walking a path few could follow. Silence settled over the room again. Outside, the ruins of the USJ still smoldered. The aftermath of the battle lingered in the air. The teachers understood this was only the beginning. Izuku felt restless now that the tests were over. Physically he was fine, but mentally he was a mess. The USJ incident replayed in his head: the strikes, the sounds of breaking concrete, the impacts of his blows, and the frightened shouts of his classmates as they were scattered across the battlefield. No matter how much he told himself it was over, he could not shake it. He had no scratches to show for it. Recovery Girl had fussed even though she found nothing. The suit was shredded and his hair a mess, and the devastation of the arena made it look like he had been through hell, even if he had not been seriously injured. That fact only amplified his classmates' reactions when he walked into the room where they were resting. They all turned the moment he entered, faces lighting with relief. Achiko moved first, eyes wide as if she could not believe he was standing without a limp. Tsuyu expressed quiet relief. Momo and Ida rose from where they had been talking, looking more worn than he had expected, and Kirishima, Kaminari, and Tokoyami looked equally stunned. They had expected him to be broken, maybe even unconscious, after what he had faced. Achiko, voice trembling a little, asked if he was really okay and noted that he did not even look hurt, almost reaching for a hug before holding back. He scratched the back of his head and forced a small smile, saying that he was fine, no wounds, no blood, and that the suit and his gear had taken the worst of it. Momo interrupted, sharper but relieved, pointing out that his uniform looked like it had been through a war zone and that they had all feared the worst. He confirmed that it had been a fierce fight and asked after them. A sudden heaviness filled his chest. He had not known how they had managed after he split from them. During the fight, the only thing on his mind had been ending it as quickly as possible to give the others time to regroup. He had pushed harder than ever since receiving his quirk, holding back only because he could not see or hear them and needed to know they were alive and that the plan had worked. Momo stepped forward, understanding his concern, and explained that most of them were better than expected. They had been worried about him but had stuck to his plan, regrouped with 13, and from there split up to find the others. That had given Ida the chance to slip out and call for reinforcements. Ida adjusted his glasses and reported that Bakugo and Todoroki had taken the brunt of the damage, though nothing critical. They had drawn the villains in as requested, creating a huge distraction that had given Ida the opening to run straight for the school and alert the teachers before he even reached the gates. Kirishima grinned weakly from the side, arm wrapped in bandages, and said that those two had really gone all out. Bakugo had kept a whole squad focused, and Todoroki had blocked off key areas with his power. Kaminari added that Bakugo had gotten burned by his own explosions at one point and that Todoroki had used so much ice he looked exhausted. He swallowed, throat tight at the thought of his classmates taking such risks because of his plan. He said softly that he would thank them. Tokoyami, speaking from the back, noted that his and Dark Shadow's efforts had felt small compared to the others, but that they had not faltered even when surrounded and that Izuku's strategy had been sound. He had trusted the right people. Tsuyu observed that he had seemed to be fighting for all of them out there, and reminded him that he did not have to carry it alone. They had done their part too. Achiko nodded quickly, assuring him that they were not broken. A little banged up, but not broken. Momo straightened, her voice firm as if she did not want him to doubt a single word. Momo assured him that everyone had made it back, everyone was alive, and no one had died, and she credited him for that. He looked around at them all, each carrying their own bruises and exhaustion but still here, still smiling faintly, still trying to ease his mind. He had been certain he would walk in and hear that someone hadn't made it. He had prepared for the worst, but instead relief hit him so hard his knees almost gave out. He let out a long sigh and dragged a hand down his face. He thought that it was good that he had really feared the worst and shook his head, letting the words trail away. Kirishima leaned forward with a grin despite his split lip. Kirishima told him not to look so down, that he should have seen himself tearing through that Nomu like it was nothing, and that they hadn't even thought reinforcements were needed once they saw the crater he left. He quickly insisted that it wasn't something to celebrate. He admitted that he had gone too far and had almost lost control. He felt that if he had pushed more he would have done far more damage than what had happened. Tokoyami pointed out bluntly that almost wasn't the same as losing, but he replied that it could have been different if he hadn't stopped himself at the last second. That creature and everyone nearby could have been completely destroyed. He forced himself to say what haunted him most. What if it hadn't been a monster next time? What if it had been someone human? They fell silent at that, the air heavy. Momo looked at him carefully, calm but unwavering, and told him that he would have to hold on to that awareness, that fear of losing control was what made him careful, and that it had kept him from killing the creature outright. She urged him not to see it as weakness but as proof that he understood the weight of his strength. Ida nodded firmly beside her and agreed that a true leader was not only powerful but responsible with that power, noting that he had demonstrated both that day and should not doubt himself now. He looked down at his hands and flexed them slowly. The memory of the Nomu breaking apart under his punch replayed in his head, the sheer force tearing through walls and stone. The others might see him as strong, maybe even too strong, but he felt mostly the responsibility pressing down harder than ever. As he looked at them, Achiko's worried smile, Tsuyu's steady gaze, Ida's determined posture, Momo's calm confidence, Kirishima's unwavering grin, Kaminari's easy nod, Tokoyami's quiet approval, he realized they were not afraid of him. They were relieved, proud even. He straightened and told them that he would thank Bakugo, Todoroki, and all of them for trusting him and for sticking to the plan, that he could not have done it without them. Achiko's smile widened, Tsuyu offered a quiet sign of agreement, and Momo allowed herself the smallest relieved smile. For the first time since the fight ended, he felt like maybe, just maybe, everything would be okay. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shigaraki's hand twitched as he dragged it across the counter, clawing at the surface until deep grooves formed in the wood. His breathing was harsh and uneven, every exhale full of frustration and barely restrained rage. His fingernails scraped again and again, the sound screeching through the dimly lit bar. He cursed repeatedly and kicked the nearest stool, sending it crashing against the wall. Bottles rattled on the shelves and one fell and shattered on the floor. His whole body trembled as his face twisted into something halfway between rage and confusion. Kurojairi stood beside him, calm as always, his misty form shifting faintly. Kurojairi reported that the operation had been a failure. A distorted voice from a speaker high in the corner of the room demanded an explanation. Kurojairi's mist rippled before he explained that it had not been All Might who had dealt the decisive blow, it had been a student. Shigaraki let out a sharp, bitter laugh and scratched his neck furiously, skin reddening. He raged that a brat had ruined everything and that watching the boy fight the Nomu like it was nothing had been infuriating. He bent over the bar counter, panting and trembling, and accused the boy of seeming to enjoy the fight. The speaker demanded a description of the student. Kurojairi described him: green, slightly tousled hair, a boy of above-average height with freckles and a lean, athletic build. He called the student terrifying and said the boy had beaten down most of the villains. Kurojairi added that the boy had clashed directly with the Nomu, head-on. The speaker repeated in incredulous tones that it had been head-on, and Kurojairi confirmed it. Kurojairi explained that if not for the Nomu's engineered quirks, it would have been destroyed in that first clash. The boy had been holding back, and still the Nomu had struggled to keep pace. Shigaraki slammed his fist down on the counter, splinters snapping under his palm, and shouted that the boy had been holding back and had not even been serious. He scratched at his neck until small scratches began to form and hissed that the boy had looked at him and his allies as if they were not worth his time. The speaker demanded to know what the student's quirk was. Kurojairi answered that they did not know. The speaker challenged the answer, asking what Kurojairi meant by not knowing. Shigaraki let out a strangled laugh and said that it had not seemed like a single quirk but like everything: speed, flight, strength, even a kind of resilience. The boy had moved too fast, hit too hard, and had not been afraid of anything. His voice roughened as he added that the boy was adept at using all of it. Silence settled over the speaker for a long while before the voice returned, lower and heavier, and asked whether that brat could belong to someone in particular. The question lingered like a shadow before the subject shifted back to the Nomu. The speaker demanded to know whether the Nomu had been destroyed. Kurogiri replied that it had not been destroyed completely. Shigaraki's lips curled into a twisted grin that held no joy, only bitter resentment. Kurogiri then reported that the Nomu was essentially unusable. The boy had demolished most of it, its regenerative systems had stopped functioning properly, and its condition was severely compromised. It would not recover anytime soon. The speaker hummed thoughtfully as static filled the pause. Shigaraki tensed and slammed both hands onto the counter, splintering the wood beneath the force. He demanded angrily that a single dismissive word was not enough, his voice raw with fury. He raged that they had planned everything. The Nomu had been meant to target All Might, but some student had interfered. He broke into harsh, heavy breaths, fingers worrying at his neck in agitation and insisting that the boy had humiliated them. Kurogiri's mists whirled beside him as Kurogiri calmly pointed out that the outcome was not without value. He noted that they now knew the student existed and that he was dangerous. Shigaraki scoffed, insisting the student had ruined everything, taken their Nomu, spoiled their plans, and made him look like a fool. In a burst of anger he grabbed the nearest chair and hurled it across the bar, wood exploding as it struck the wall. He vowed to make the boy pay and to personally see him defeated. A voice cut through his fury, cold and commanding, ordering him to stop. Shigaraki froze, chest heaving, his fingers trembling from the strain. He had scratched himself in his agitation. The speaker warned him not to act rashly and insisted that if the boy truly possessed such power, he could not be ignored. The plan was to gather information, watch, and wait. The Nomu had been expendable, but the boy was not. Shigaraki's lip curled in frustration, but he did not argue. He knew that voice could not be disobeyed. Kurogiri inclined his head in acknowledgement. Silence settled, heavy and suffocating. Shigaraki leaned against the counter, shoulders trembling, the rage in his eyes now mixed with a colder, obsessive intent. He muttered that the green-haired student had made him feel small and vowed to defeat him next time. He pressed his hand against the counter until the wood cracked again, the motion leaving raw scrapes on his skin. Kurogiri's mist shifted but offered no response. The speaker returned a final, sharp warning not to underestimate the boy. The line went dead, leaving only the hum of the broken light above the bar. Shigaraki's hand fell, but his eyes remained wide and unfocused, fixed on the memory of green hair and the student who had stood against their Nomu without fear. He did not speak again. His trembling shoulders and ragged breathing made his resolve clear. He would not forget that fight. Elsewhere, the aftermath of the battle settled into a quieter scene. Mina sat on the edge of an infirmary bed, legs swinging restlessly while Recovery Girl fussed over someone else. She asked nervously whether anyone else had felt like they were going to die out there. The room stayed tense, no one laughed. Shiro leaned back against the wall, arms crossed, and admitted relief that their class captain had been there. He and Aizawa had handled the villains with astonishing efficiency. Mineta, curled low on his bed, said that when the hero clashed with the Nomu the ground had shaken and he had feared they were done for. Toru, invisible under her blanket, admitted that she had frozen when the creature roared and could barely breathe. She could not imagine what would have happened if the hero had not stepped in. Ojiro flicked his tail anxiously and acknowledged that they owed their survival to that intervention. Sato clenched his fists and confessed frustration at feeling useless. He had powered up and given everything, but it seemed to make little difference against the villains while the hero had stood unshaken. He wanted to become stronger, not remain someone who only watched. Shoji nodded and, in his deep voice, reassured them that relying on someone stronger in a moment of crisis was not weakness, though he understood the feeling of barely holding a dam of protection together. Jairu admitted she had felt small, overwhelmed trying to track the chaos and the noise while seeing the hero remain composed at the center of it all. Aoyama, speaking with his usual dramatic flair, confessed that he had feared his sparkle was gone. He had fired again and again, but the enemies had been unfazed. Seeing the hero standing resolute had almost made him believe he could shine again. Koda, who had not spoken much, lifted his head hesitantly. Koda's voice was soft, almost swallowed by the room. He recalled that his animals had been terrified and reluctant to approach, but he had urged them on and they had helped, even if only a little. He kept worrying that they might have been hurt because of him and that he could lose them. Koda clenched his fists tightly and remembered that Izuku had not hesitated. He had simply acted. Mina rubbed her arms at the memory and said that when the Nomu's blow hit Izuku it felt like a massive impact, the kind of force that made her heart stop, yet Izuku had walked through it as if nothing had happened, almost as if he were not entirely ordinary. Shiro argued that Izuku was human, and that was what made it all the more incredible. Same uniform, same school, same age, but he had stood there and taken the hit not for himself but for them, making him both terrifying and inspiring. Toru nodded under her blanket and remembered being sure she was finished when a villain closed in, frozen until Izuku had stepped in to block the attack, making her feel like she had not been in danger at all. Shoji rumbled that Izuku knew what he was fighting for. He would not fight that hard if he did not care about every one of them, and that was why he had pushed so far against the Nomu, not just because he could, but because he refused to let them be taken. The room fell quiet for a moment. Even Mineta, usually quick to complain or blurt something selfish, stayed silent and stared at the floor before muttering that they all had to get stronger too, so it would not be only Izuku carrying everything. If villains like that came again, they could not rely on him alone. Sato nodded firmly and insisted he would not stand on the sidelines next time. They could not let it all fall on Izuku. Mina managed a small grin and pointed out that they had a high bar to catch up to. Jairu smirked faintly, plugging an earjack, and suggested that if Izuku could stand against something like that, maybe they could stand tall as well, even if only a little at a time. The uneasy silence lifted as their shared fear shifted into a tentative determination. Izuku dragged his feet down the hallway, the dull ache from the fight clinging to him like a second skin. Every echo of his footsteps sounded louder than it should. Their voices from the recovery room circled his head, the things they had said when they thought he wasn't there, gratitude mixed with wariness. He understood why they felt that way. He had thrown himself at the Nomu like more than a student, and in doing so he might have turned the entire class into a target. The thought of leaving Class 1A came like a punch to the gut. Would that make things easier for them? With the kind of strength he had shown, he was not just a student anymore. He was a beacon, a target villains would come after. Still, he knew they would not let him walk away. They were his classmates and they would refuse out of stubborn loyalty. He stopped at the infirmary door, where light spilled into the hall. Shoto and Bakugo had already recovered. The fight had tested them, probably more than they wanted to admit. They had taken on the bulk of the villains to draw them away so Ida and the others wouldn't be overwhelmed. He owed them, regardless of their history. He slid the door open. Shoto sat near the window with arms crossed and eyes turned toward the glass, while Bakugo leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets. Their expressions made it clear they had been waiting. Izuku told them he had come to thank them. Shoto brushed off the thanks, calling the opponents disposable, though the pause in his voice suggested he did not mean it completely. Bakugo scoffed and insisted those extras had not been worth the sweat, adding that Izuku should be thanking himself for what he had done and that he had overpowered the Nomu. Bakugo's eyes narrowed and he made it plain that he was not impressed. Izuku exhaled slowly and told them they had both seen the fight from start to finish. He said he did not care about winning or losing as long as everyone was okay, that was what mattered. He admitted, however, that he felt he had painted a target on his back and dragged the class into it. If villains came for him again, it would not be just him they were after but all of them. Shoto agreed that they would come for him again and warned that people with that kind of strength did not go unnoticed. He added that if Izuku thought being a target made him a burden, then he did not understand the class at all. His mismatched eyes showed a pointed conviction rather than anger. Bakugo stepped closer and said that Izuku was not the only one with a target on his back. He reminded Izuku that every one of them had come to you knowing that someday someone would come looking for trouble. Strength did not make someone special. Izuku was simply the one who finally showed the world what they were made of. Izuku blinked, struck harder by those words than he had expected. Izuku had not thought of it that way. Bakugo told him that he had always been like that, trying to carry everything alone as if he were the only one who could. Bakugo said the class did not belong to Izuku to protect alone, it belonged to all of them. Every one of them had fought that day and risked their lives, and Bakugo demanded that Izuku stop acting like he was the only one who had something to lose. Shoto interjected with a calmer, firmer observation. He told Izuku that he had seen what Izuku had done against the Nomu and that it had not been mere strength but control. Shoto said Izuku had not lost himself and that this was something to trust, not be ashamed of. He warned that if villains returned, they would be coming for all of them, and they would face them together. Izuku let the silence stretch, their words wrapping tighter around him than his own doubts. He had expected dismissal or resentment for what he had done, but instead they confronted him honestly, making it clear he was not alone. For once, he did not argue. He simply nodded, feeling some of the tension ease, and offered a small, tired smile. Izuku thanked them and said he would remember that. As Izuku walked out of the room and the door slid shut behind him, Shoto leaned against his bed and watched Bakugo, who sat on the edge of his cot with fists clenched like he was trying to crush the air between his palms. After a long pause, Shoto finally spoke in the same calm observation he used before, telling Bakugo that he had changed. Bakugo snapped toward him with a cutting glare and demanded what he meant. He accused Shoto of talking like he knew him, insisting that he was not sitting back and crying while Izuku ran circles around them. Shoto did not flinch. He told Bakugo that the last time Bakugo had fought Izuku he had broken down because he could not stand how far ahead Izuku seemed. Shoto said he had watched how Bakugo clenched his fist in pain after the fight with the Nomu and pointed out that Bakugo's anger came from watching someone else grow on a level he could not reach. Bakugo sprang to his feet, chair screeching back, and exploded with anger. He denied being afraid of Izuku and insisted he was furious because Izuku kept pulling farther ahead, every time taking more steps while Bakugo thought he had closed the gap. Shoto accused him plainly that this was fear. Whether Bakugo admitted it or not, Bakugo could not control it and so he lashed out at others. Shoto asked if shouting made the fear go away. Bakugo answered with a violent outburst, releasing sparks of explosion quirk energy that rattled the room. He dared Shoto to say it again and moved close, threatening to tear him apart if necessary. Shoto met him without backing down, releasing a burst of icy air that left frost along the walls and a chilling edge to his voice. Shoto argued that Bakugo tried to prove himself by destroying things, while Izuku did not fight for pride or ego, and that was why Izuku became stronger. Bakugo's breathing grew ragged as he denied the comparison and lashed out with a focused explosion. Shoto reacted immediately, shaping his ice into a defensive barrier that absorbed the blast. Steam rose where heat met cold. Bakugo launched himself, using explosions to propel a devastating punch. Shoto blocked with ice-hardened forearm strength, and the impact sent cracks through the frost but stopped short of causing lasting harm. Shoto countered with a sweeping volley of ice. Bakugo twisted in midair, explosions flaring to counter the chill. Their powers collided in a dazzling, chaotic display. The room filled with smoke, frost, and thunderous vibrations as explosion and ice met again and again. Both moved with trained speed, clashing repeatedly. Bakugo's attacks were fierce and reckless, each strike meant to dominate, while Shoto responded with precise, controlled counters that frustrated Bakugo further. The exchange felt like an intense training match turned personal, all heat and cold and force, without any injury, only the scars of rivalry and pride. They finally broke apart, panting, the room marked by scorch patterns and frozen patches. Bakugo wiped sweat from his brow and, still burning with defiance, warned Shoto never to call him afraid again. He vowed that he would beat Izuku, that he would crush the gap with his own hands no matter how many times Izuku pulled ahead. Shoto watched him for a long moment, his breath fogging in the cold air. His expression softened slightly as he urged Bakugo to stop wasting time on anger and to actually work to surpass Izuku. He warned that if Bakugo kept letting anger control him, he would always fall behind. Bakugo's jaw tightened and his fists trembled with leftover sparks. He wanted to scream and deny everything, but something in Shoto's steady tone hit him harder than any opponent's blow. A tense silence settled between them, the rivalry unresolved but with a new, quieter direction taking hold. Bakugo turned his head away, clicking his tongue in frustration and muttering a curse. Shoto did not press further. He allowed the cold to dissipate slowly and sat back on his cot. The weight of their clash lingered, heavy and unresolved, but something had shifted between them, a bitter recognition. Bakugo dropped back onto his bed, still seething and glaring, but quieter now. His explosions faded, leaving only the faint scent of smoke in the air. Neither of them spoke again, but the atmosphere between them held an unspoken truth. Izuku's strength had altered more than the battlefield. It was changing them too, whether they liked it or not. Later, the staff room felt heavier than usual. Every major figure of UA sat around the long table. Nizu occupied the head, paws folded, his sharp eyes moving from teacher to teacher. Aizawa leaned back with his scarf coiled loosely over his shoulders, masking the storm in his thoughts. All Might, in his thinner form, paced the length of the room restlessly. Present Mike was unusually quiet. Midnight, Snipe, Cementos, Vlad King, Ectoplasm, and even Gran Torino had arrived after being contacted. The USJ incident was something they could not ignore. Nizu opened the meeting by saying there was little doubt the villains had known the USJ's location and that the accuracy of the attack suggested a leak. A mole was the most reasonable explanation. Present Mike rubbed the back of his neck and admitted that the idea of a mole inside UA was hard to accept. Midnight tapped her nails and noted that while Kurogiri's warp quirk explained how the villains breached the facility, it did not explain how they knew where to warp. Someone had to have provided the details. Aizawa warned that pointing fingers without evidence would get them nowhere and emphasized that the immediate priority was the students, who had been exposed to danger they were not ready for. Cementos adjusted his glasses and warned that the trauma alone could set the students back. They could not simply return to lessons as if nothing had happened. All Might slammed his thin hand against the table, his frustration visible. He blamed himself for not arriving sooner, insisting the Nomu and those villains had been after him rather than the children, and that his presence might have prevented the worst. Nizu told All Might that blaming himself would not change what had happened, but agreed that the target had been Toshinori. He then shifted the focus to Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike leaned forward and asked if they meant what Izuku had done to the Nomu. Vlad King responded that calling it what he did not capture the scale. He said the footage showed Izuku overwhelming the Nomu with rapid, precise strikes. Without the creature's regeneration, it would not have lasted against him. When Izuku became serious, the force he wielded was overwhelming. Cementos added that Izuku's blows had devastated multiple sections of the USJ, the impact resembling the force of a natural disaster more than a student's attack. Midnight asked how they should handle him, warning that they could not pretend the display had not happened. If a boy that young already showed that level of power, he was not merely a target for villains. He could also become a liability for himself, his class, and the school. All Might immediately insisted that Izuku was not a liability. He argued that Izuku had saved lives. Without him, Aizawa and the students might have been slaughtered. The Nomu had been designed to kill Toshinori, and yet Izuku had stood against it and prevailed. All Might's voice was fierce as he defended the student. Nizu calmed him and acknowledged that while no one was dismissing Izuku's actions, they had to consider the long-term consequences. By revealing the extent of his power, Izuku had painted a target on his back. Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and their masters now knew he existed, and that knowledge altered everything. Snipe pointed out that every villain in the country would now have their eyes on the boy, and posed the pragmatic questions of how to protect him and how to prepare the rest of Class 1A, who would be targets as well. Gran Torino, who had been quiet, observed that Izuku was reckless but clever. He had supported Aizawa, kept his classmates focused, and helped others escape. Still, Gran Torino found it difficult to accept that such strength could be contained in one student and asked what Izuku's quirk truly was. Midnight listed the signs they had seen: strength, speed, durability, flight, heightened senses, and powerful energy output, and suggested it looked as if he possessed multiple abilities. Cementos declared that such a configuration seemed impossible without external intervention. Aizawa agreed that while he disliked speculating without proof, the Nomu had not been natural and wondered whether Izuku might not be either. He admitted he did not understand how absorbing solar energy could result in such a range of powers and confessed he was still trying to piece together how the quirk worked. All Might insisted that Izuku was not like the Nomu and affirmed that he had spoken with the boy. Izuku was not artificial. Nizu concluded that engineered or not, the reality remained. Midoriya possessed abilities far beyond a normal first year. They needed to decide how to guide him. Hiding him was not an option, and suppressing him would create instability, but allowing him to act unchecked posed its own dangers. Vlad King argued that they should train him more intensely. If villains already considered him a threat, it was better for the school to shape that threat into something that fought for them rather than leave a frightened child holding back. Midnight sharply countered that such talk was dangerous. He was still a teenager. Aizawa warned that pushing Midoriya too far would risk breaking him before the villains even had the chance. He sat up straighter, his tired eyes focusing on the group and noting that Midoriya was not only strong but responsible. Aizawa observed that Midoriya had kept the others alive because he had the presence of mind to plan amid chaos, and that control suggested he would not snap under pressure. He contrasted Midoriya with Bakugo, who was driven by ego, and Todoroki, who was weighed down by his past, and concluded that Midoriya was steady. Aizawa also pointed out that Midoriya's strength isolated him from his peers and warned that, if they did not handle things carefully, Midoriya would begin to question whether he belonged in Class 1A at all. The room fell quiet. Nizu agreed that the path forward was clear. He said they must protect Midoriya from external threats while keeping him anchored to Class 1A, because if Midoriya began to believe he was separate or above the others, loneliness could make him a danger not from malice, but from isolation. All Might clenched his fist and admitted that Midoriya was already shouldering too much. He had seen the weight in Midoriya's eyes and did not want that burden left to him alone. Cementos sighed and raised concerns about the Nomu. The creature was barely alive and the lab results were troubling, with evidence it had been enhanced by multiple quirks. Cementos warned that if Midoriya could defeat it so decisively, that would only draw more attention to him. Snipe summarized the situation bluntly. They had a mole, a damaged Nomu proving someone was creating monsters, a class of traumatized students, and one student strong enough to make himself every villain's favorite target. Nizu's eyes glimmered as he leaned forward, a small smile hiding a razor edge. He insisted they had to be smarter than their enemies. The mole would reveal itself in time, the Nomu would be studied, and the students would recover with proper support. As for Midoriya, Nizu declared that they would sharpen him into the kind of hero even the League of Villains would be hesitant to touch. The teachers exchanged uneasy glances, none arguing but none relaxing. The path ahead was dangerous and uncertain. One truth remained. Izuku Midoriya had changed the game, and nothing about UA or its enemies would be the same. Izuku sat in the chair across from Principal Nizu's desk, feeling awkward about being there. He had hoped for a break after the events at the USJ, time to let wounds heal, but instead he found himself face to face with the principal, with Aizawa standing off to the side and All Might leaning against the wall in his thin form. The air felt heavy and an unease crept up his spine. Nizu greeted him and asked how he was doing that morning. Izuku forced a smile and scratched the back of his neck, downplaying it as him simply relaxing and wondering if he had done something wrong. Nizu folded his small paws neatly on his desk and said they had called him in to thank him for saving everyone during the incident. Izuku should have felt proud, but Aizawa's heavy gaze and All Might's avoidance left him uneasy, so he shrugged it off as part of his duty as class president. Nizu's expression turned measured and deliberate as he reviewed Izuku's past. He recounted Izuku's childhood, misdiagnosed as quirkless, bullied and ostracized, and emotionally mistreated in both school and at home. Nizu said that the abuse had continued into middle school at Aldera, where teachers had ignored the bullying and even sabotaged Izuku's results because of bias against quirkless students. The memory hit Izuku like a cold wave. Anger and shame collided until he felt like he was choking on the air. Izuku snapped at the intrusion into his past, demanding to know what right they had to dig into it without permission. Aizawa urged him to calm down. Izuku reacted more sharply, furious and raw. He refused to be told to listen. His hands curled into fists and his heart pounded. He fixed his gaze on All Might and accused the man of telling him long ago that quirkless people could never be heroes, admitting that he had believed him and that belief had driven him to climb an abandoned industrial building and jump. He confessed that he had survived only because his quirk activated before he hit the ground. Survival had not been a conscious choice but the result of the quirk appearing at that moment. Silence overwhelmed the room. All Might's thin face showed shock and Aizawa stiffened, but Izuku could feel his body trembling from the release of words he had never dared to speak aloud. Nisa did not flinch and noted that Izuku's symptoms aligned with depression and post-traumatic stress. He added that Aldra Middle School had been shut down, the teachers who had failed and sabotaged Izuku's results had their licenses revoked, and they were facing charges. Izuku laughed bitterly, shaking his head and pointing out that punishment did not erase what had happened or the nights he had spent considering ending his life, nor the fact that he had crawled out of darkness alone. Aizawa reassured him that he was not alone anymore unless he chose to be. Nizu warned that, whether Izuku realized it or not, he had painted a massive target on his back after the USJ incident. Not only he but his classmates were now at risk. Nizu questioned whether the classmates were ready for that burden even if Izuku was willing to shoulder it. As their class president, I knew this better than anyone. I closed my eyes, exhaled slowly, and opened them again. Midoriya confirmed that he knew and that he would protect them. All Might finally spoke, his voice low and almost broken. He addressed young Midoriya but stopped, unable to finish. Nizu shifted in his chair and asked about the quirk listed in the registry as Solar Core, requesting an explanation of how it actually functioned. I looked at the floor and then at them, deciding honesty was better than evasion. Midoriya explained that his body functioned like a solar energy reactor. Every cell absorbed sunlight and converted it into refined energy. He said that the more light he absorbed, the stronger he became, explaining that this energy granted him super strength, speed, durability, and flight. He added that his body processed light into fuel that continued to refine, and that his senses had developed as well, allowing for X-ray, infrared, and telescopic vision, plus enhanced hearing. He admitted there were still aspects he was learning. Aizawa narrowed his eyes and suggested that Midoriya had been holding back. Midoriya replied that of course he had been holding back and argued that if he had not, the USJ would have been rubble instead of just damaged floors. He said he did not want to harm people by accident and that he had had to be careful every second since the quirk manifested. Nizu tapped a claw against his desk and observed that, careful or not, Midoriya had shown the world what he could do. He noted that the Nomu, designed specifically to challenge All Might, had been overpowered by Midoriya, and that the villains had seen it. Nizu warned that their masters would know and that Midoriya was now a priority target. He said that could not be undone. I muttered that I already knew that. All Might stepped forward, fists clenched at his sides and eyes full of regret. He confessed that he had failed Midoriya, that the words he had said were never meant to push him that far, and he struggled to find more words. My anger dimmed into exhaustion as I looked at him. Midoriya said that All Might had been his hero, that All Might had broken him without realizing it, and that although he was not saying he forgave him, he was still here and would keep going whether anyone believed in him or not. Silence hung in the room for a long moment, but I was no longer afraid of it. Nizu finally broke the quiet, calm but heavy with consequence, saying that they would move forward and that Midoriya would have support whether he wanted it or not. Nizu reminded him that he was a hero in training and that heroes were human with limits, urging him to know those limits. I nodded stiffly, not trusting my voice to say more. The meeting had been nothing like I expected, and perhaps I would regret unleashing my anger, but for the first time everyone knew the truth I had been carrying. Whether they liked it or not, I would not hide anymore. Some time later, I stepped out of the main building, thoughts still tangled from the meeting with Nizu, Aizawa, and All Might. The cool air felt sharp in my lungs and all I wanted was to get back to my apartment, clear my head, and let my body stop buzzing with tension. I shoved my hands into my pockets and started down the path when quick footsteps sounded behind me. My enhanced hearing picked them up before she even spoke. Achiko jogged up, cheeks flushed, and stopped a step away, breathing lightly. She expressed gratitude for saving everyone and said she did not want to think about what might have happened if he had not been there. She told Midoriya that he had fought as if what happened to him did not matter as long as his classmates were okay, and that it had meant a lot to her. She hesitated, bit her lip, and fidgeted a little before asking Midoriya if he would go on a date with her, just one date to get some fresh air and relax after everything. My heart stopped and my face heated instantly. I stumbled over my response until I managed to say yes. Achiko's eyes lit up and she laughed, nervous but happy, and she said it was a promise. I nodded like an idiot, my heart hammering as if I had just battled a powerful opponent. I dropped onto my bed and stared at the ceiling, my head spinning. Wondered why I had agreed and felt my mouth move faster than my brain. Midoriya frantically considered what to do for the date, worried about choosing something boring or awkward. I ruled out various ideas. Parks felt plain, movies risked mismatched tastes, and fancy restaurants were impractical before settling on lighter options like cafes, bookstores, or amusement parks. I told myself that Achiko liked simple things and paced, trying to think. I grabbed my laptop from the desk and searched for first date ideas, browsing suggestions that ranged from overly elaborate to cliché. Small, comfortable activities kept coming to mind. I reminded myself to keep things fun and low pressure, something that would let both of them relax after everything that had happened. She had mentioned wanting to be a hero for money, but that was not all she was. She was kind, she laughed easily, and she liked to hang out with people. She wanted something relaxed but memorable, something that made her smile. Izuku stopped pacing and stared at his reflection in the dark laptop screen. He thought he was actually doing this, going on a date with her, and wondered how he would keep his face from flushing the whole time. He groaned and ruffled his hair until it was a mess, telling himself this was going to kill him. Meanwhile, Achiko sat at her desk with her legs pulled up onto the chair, hugging a pillow to her chest. Her cheeks still burned from earlier as she reminded herself that she had actually asked him out. Her heart raced at the thought. She had never expected herself to be that bold. Watching him fight to save others during the UA entrance exam and seeing how he protected everyone without regard for himself had shifted her feelings from admiration to something warmer that made her stomach twist in knots. She whispered his name to the pillow and smiled, then immediately felt panic about whether he truly liked her. She worried he might have agreed out of pity and imagined the possibility of embarrassing herself. She rolled over on the bed and kicked her feet into the mattress, then chided herself to stop overthinking. He had blushed so hard when he said yes that it had to mean something, she told herself. She chewed her lip and wondered where they should go, reluctant to ask friends for advice because she did not want everyone to know. She walked to the window and looked out at the night sky, thinking that it only needed to be fun. As long as it was him, she would be happy. Her phone buzzed and she almost hoped it would be him, but it was not. She sighed and lay back, reminding herself of the dangers she had faced and how silly it was to be so nervous over one person. Still, she smiled faintly at the thought that he was not just any boy. Hours later, Izuku was still awake with tabs and notes scattered across the screen. He had a short list now: a cafe near the park, an arcade in the next district, and a bookstore with a rooftop seating area. He crossed out options that felt too much and told himself to keep it simple but fun, and to try not to stumble over his words. He closed the laptop with his notebook on his chest, his heart refusing to calm. When they finally walked together side by side, he could not stop staring at her. Her hair caught the faint breeze and her smile made his heart race. He thought she was so beautiful and must have worn that expression on his face, because she caught his eye and smiled wider. He immediately looked away, cheeks burning. He asked why she was smiling, feeling awkward and scratching the back of his head. She laughed softly and said it was nice to see him so happy. He swallowed hard and admitted that he was happy. They walked in a quiet rhythm, not uncomfortable but aware of every step they took together. She asked what plans he had for the day since it was technically a date. He thought quickly and chose to suggest a cafe he knew nearby that was quiet and served good cake. He felt it would be a pleasant place to talk. Her face lit up at the mention of cake and she giggled, which made him smile in return. She then said that she realized she did not know much about him beyond how he focused on helping others and leading them. He stiffened for a moment but forced himself to keep walking. He thought of difficult moments in his past and felt his throat tighten. He told her that it was not that he did not trust her, he trusted her more than she might realize, but that telling everything right then would ruin the mood. This was supposed to be a date, not a therapy session. She explained that she had not meant to pry and that she only wanted to understand him better. She would wait and did not need to know everything now. He shook his head and managed a small smile, promising that someday he would tell her more. She offered the gentlest smile he had ever seen and said that she would wait for that someday. They continued walking, closer now, their hands brushing once by accident but neither pulling away quickly. She teased him that cake alone would not be enough to impress her, and he laughed nervously as he considered whether he needed a backup plan. Izuku denied it, and Achiko smirked at him. She suggested that he would just have to rely on his charm. Izuku blinked, surprised, and acknowledged that he did not think he had any. She covered her mouth to hide a laugh and teased that he was clueless, which she found part of his charm. His face heated and he looked away. He realized she was teasing him a little, and she admitted it with a grin. She went on to say she meant it when she insisted he did not realize how much people noticed him. Silence followed, not because he did not want to answer, but because the idea of someone like her noticing him felt overwhelming. When they reached the cafe, the warm smell of coffee and baked goods welcomed them. Izuku opened the door for her, and she stepped inside and thanked him softly. Watching her look around with quiet wonder, he allowed himself to think that perhaps this date would not be a disaster. They chose a table near the window. She leaned forward over the menu, eyes scanning quickly, and asked whether he preferred sweets or coffee. He laughed and said that he liked both depending on his mood, but that today cake sounded good. She grinned and decided they would share. The awkwardness between them eased into something lighter. For the first time in a long while, Izuku felt he might be able to relax. Sunlight filtered through the wide glass, dust motes drifting in the beams, and the cafe's soft hum of chatter and clinking cups felt distant and comforting. Achiko leaned on her elbows across the table, watching him with a curious, open gaze. Her cheeks were faintly pink, whether from the warmth or something else, he could not tell. She tilted her head and teased him about being class president and whether that meant he would boss her around. He laughed nervously, scratching his cheek, and said he did not know why the class had picked him. He only tried to make sure everyone was safe. She replied quickly that his desire to keep others safe was precisely why people felt safe around him, and that even she felt that way. The confession hit him harder than he expected. He took a sip of coffee, grateful for the moment to collect himself. When she noticed his reaction, her expression softened and she apologized, but he shook his head and said it was nice to hear. Watching him fumble over a compliment made her chest feel light. He was strong and capable, yet there was something almost fragile about how he reacted to kindness, as if he did not receive it often. The waiter brought their cake, chocolate layered with cream and decorated with strawberries. She clapped quietly and commented on how good it looked. He smiled, still shy, and offered her the first bite. She teased that she might take the biggest piece and leave him crumbs, and he pretended to consider it before admitting he would let her. She laughed at how simple and genuine he was. She told him he was dangerous, and when he looked puzzled, she clarified that he was dangerously sweet. His hand trembled slightly as he took the bite, his eyes widening at the taste, and he muttered that it was amazing, cheeks puffed from the food. She laughed softly and rested her chin on her hand, enjoying the sight of him. He noticed her laughter was kind, not mocking, and felt glad she seemed to enjoy being with him. She lifted her fork with a piece of cake and urged him to say ah. He hesitated at first, cheeks hot, but then leaned forward and took the bite. Her smile afterward felt like a small victory, and a grin spread across his face in return. He cut a small piece and slid it toward her, insisting it was only fair since she had fed him. She blinked, then blushed and accepted the bite shyly. For a moment, time felt still. The moment was about closeness and warmth and the quiet exchange between them. She had never blushed this much before. Not during training, not when she watched him fight, and not when she first realized she liked him. This was different. They continued to share the cake, laughing when one of them nearly dropped a strawberry or smeared cream on a fork. All the while she kept stealing glances at him, thinking about how someone so powerful could also be so gentle. Later, she leaned back and asked whether this simple outing was his idea of a perfect date. He admitted he had wanted to keep it simple, just talking and enjoying each other's company. She told him it was better than okay and that it was perfect. His face lit up at her words. Walking through the city afterward, feeling lighter than usual, they moved among the neon signs and evening crowd. His hand brushed hers as they went, and for a moment he wondered if she noticed how fast his heart was beating. I glanced sideways. Her smile was small but radiant, the kind that made the noise of the city fade out for me. Achiko asked what I usually did when I was not training or saving people, tilting her head slightly in curiosity. I rubbed the back of my neck and laughed nervously. Izuku admitted that he was kind of boring, that he read, took notes, overthought, sometimes wanted to take everything in, watched TV, played video games, and was a bit of an otaku. He then asked what she did. She chuckled softly and leaned a little closer as if she wanted to hear better despite the city noise. Achiko said she used to focus on work, study, and training, but lately she wanted more days like this, just being out with someone who made the world feel less heavy. I froze at that, her words hitting me harder than any villain could. Izuku said he had no idea what that meant to him and that he was glad she felt that way. We stopped near a small street vendor selling sweet crepes. The smell of sugar and butter filled the air, and Achiko's eyes lit up. She tugged my sleeve and suggested getting one. The way her hand brushed my arm made me aware of how much I cared about her company. Watching her choose toppings was almost hypnotic, the way her eyes darted, the little bite on her lip while deciding, and when she caught me looking she laughed and handed me half of her crepe, asking me to share. The sweetness of that bite didn't compare to the warmth of the moment. From Achiko's perspective, she could barely focus on the city itself because Izuku was right there beside her. His presence was calming and energizing all at once. She found herself stealing glances whenever she thought he wouldn't notice, the way his hair caught the glow of the streetlights, the way he stumbled over his words but always meant them sincerely. When she gave him the crepe, she watched his lips curve into a shy smile as he took a bite and thought he looked unfairly adorable. She felt a rush of warmth and wanted, for a moment, to reach out and hold his hand without hesitation. Achiko then asked what he would be doing if he were not a hero. Izuku blinked, clearly caught off guard, and said he had never really thought about it because everything had been about being a hero since childhood. He imagined perhaps being a teacher or finding some other way to help people, or maybe simply spending more time like this with someone who made everything feel worth it. My cheeks warmed instantly and I turned my gaze forward to hide the smile trembling on my lips. I bit into the crepe again, but my thoughts kept circling back to him and to the warmth in his words. The night felt endless, and neither of us wanted it to end. The city lights seemed brighter as we kept walking, the buzz of voices and the hum of neon folding into the rhythm of our footsteps. I had no idea where the evening would take us, but every time I glanced at Achiko the possibilities felt endless. She looked at me with an eager spark that made me forget about villains, training, and the scars of the past. She suddenly pointed at a glowing sign ahead and excitedly suggested an arcade. Her excitement was infectious, and before I could answer she tugged at my wrist and pulled me toward the entrance. The doors slid open and a wave of sound hit us, machines beeping, children laughing, the clatter of tokens. The air smelled faintly of buttered popcorn and fried food, and it felt like stepping into a different world. I tried to sound confident but admitted I was not very good at the games. Achiko laughed and said she wasn't either, but that it was about the fun, not winning. We started with air hockey. She challenged me with a playful grin, and I discovered how competitive she could be. Her movements were sharp and quick, her eyes narrowing with determination. She scored the first point and raised her hands like a champion. Her laughter spilled over when she claimed victory. I muttered that it wasn't fair and complained that I hadn't been given a chance to warm up, which made her tease me for making excuses. When I finally scored one back, she gasped dramatically, joking that the tables had turned. Her laughter kept bubbling, and even when I lost I couldn't stop smiling because watching her happiness mattered more than winning. We moved on to the claw machines, where she pointed at a plushie shaped like a smiling cat and said she wanted it. I stared at the glass box like it was a villain's trap and complained that those machines were impossible. She teased me for being dramatic and insisted on trying. She failed a few times but kept trying with stubborn determination. I offered to try again, focused like I was in training, and somehow managed to guide the claw to catch the toy and deliver it to the chute. When the plush landed, I turned to her in disbelief and celebrated the small victory. She hugged the toy to her chest and then surprised me by giving me a quick, grateful hug for getting it. Achiko told me I had done it for her and called me amazing. My face burned, but I couldn't stop smiling. He thought he had just gotten lucky, and she responded that it still counted, her voice close enough to make his heart skip. They wandered through the arcade, playing racing games where she beat him mercilessly and rhythm games where he somehow managed to keep up. Every laugh, every touch, every glance felt like something he wanted to memorize forever. Eventually they stepped out into the cool night air, still buzzing from the energy of the arcade. She pointed ahead, eyes wide, and suggested they go to an amusement park nearby. He followed without argument. The park gates glowed under rows of lights, and the smell of cotton candy floated through the air. The Ferris wheel turned slowly in the distance, its lights painting the sky. Children ran past with glowing sticks, couples strolled hand in hand, and for once he did not feel out of place in the crowd. They bought tickets and walked in. She tugged him toward the roller coaster first and asked if he was scared of heights with a grin as they climbed into the seat. He reminded her that he had flown in the air before, though she teased that this was different and tightened her seatbelt. The ride jerked forward and climbed higher until the city stretched beneath them. His stomach twisted, but when he glanced at her hair blowing in the wind, eyes shining with excitement, his fear disappeared. The coaster plunged and she screamed with joy, grabbing his arm. He laughed, adrenaline mixing with the warmth of the moment. For those minutes, nothing else existed but the rush and the sound of her laughter. Afterward they staggered out, laughing so hard they could barely walk straight. She leaned against him, brushing his hand and declaring the ride insane. He teased that she had almost crushed his arm, and she stuck out her tongue in good-natured response. They tried the spinning teacups, where she kept making the cups spin faster while he pleaded for mercy, and then the haunted house, where she clutched his sleeve tightly and jumped at every cheap scare. Each moment felt like a memory carved deep inside him. Finally she dragged him to the Ferris wheel and said they had to go. The gondola lifted them slowly above the park, the world shrinking below. Lights sparkled in every direction, the city stretching like a sea of stars. She whispered that it was beautiful and leaned toward the glass, eyes wide. He was looking at her instead of the view, the glow of the lights reflected in her eyes. In that small space, with the world far beneath them, he felt braver than ever and agreed softly that it really was beautiful. For a long, heavy moment their hands brushed and neither pulled away. When the Ferris wheel descended, the air between them buzzed with something unspoken. They stepped back into the park with their shoulders touching, neither moving away. They walked until they found a small movie theater tucked between tall buildings, its sign flickering softly, and she suggested one more stop with a hopeful smile. They bought tickets to a quiet romantic film. As the lights dimmed and the screen lit up, he could only think about how close she was. Her shoulder brushed his, her hand rested near his on the armrest, and when she leaned in to whisper something about the movie the moment felt ending. Halfway through, her head rested lightly against his shoulder. His chest tightened, but he stayed still, afraid to ruin the feeling. Her hair smelled faintly sweet, and he focused on memorizing the weight of her against him. By the time the credits rolled his heart was racing, not from the film but from her. She stretched as they walked out and looked at him with a smile so soft it almost hurt. She said the evening had been perfect, and he realized she was right. He spoke to her then, voice trembling only slightly though he tried to hide it with a smile, and asked her to hold on to him this time and trust him. She tilted her head, curious, and then nodded, stepping closer until her arms wrapped around him. The warmth of her touch nearly overwhelmed him, but he steadied himself. He let the energy within him hum and lifted smoothly off the ground. In a moment they were floating, the city shrinking below. She gasped in amazement and laughter bubbled out as her grip tightened instinctively while they rose higher. The night air rushed past, cool against their faces. She realized he was using his quirk and noted, with a mix of fear and awe, that it might feel a little strange. He reassured her that there was no one around, explained that a bioelectric aura kept him from tearing through things he held while flying, and promised that it would keep her safe. Her shoulders slowly relaxed as she leaned into him and asked where he was taking her. He pointed toward the dark outline of the mountains and told her to wait. They glided toward the peaks, stars spilling across the sky like glitter on black velvet. When he landed them gently on a flat ridge overlooking the glowing city, she stepped away slowly and sat down on the cool stone, her hands brushing his as she did. She looked over the landscape in awe and said it was even more beautiful than the Ferris wheel, speaking softly so as not to disturb the peace. He sat beside her and explained that he usually came here whenever he felt overwhelmed or tired. Just sitting and looking at everything from a distance calmed him down. She rested her head gently against his shoulder, and the weight of it anchored him in the most comforting way. He turned his head slightly and their eyes met. Her brown eyes were steady, filled with something he could not name but did not want to look away from. They drew close, sharing a quiet, heartfelt moment. They held the closeness without moving further, smiling at each other before leaning back to take in the view together. The silence was comfortable, full of unspoken understanding, and they sat side by side watching the city lights twinkle below. They paused and shared a quiet, tender moment together. Achiko felt the world narrow to the space beside him. His presence was warm and steady, and the faint hum of his energy brushed her skin like a gentle reassurance. She closed her eyes and let herself be still, fingers curling against his shirt as if to anchor herself to the moment. Her insecurities and fears seemed to soften beneath the sincerity between them. When the moment ended, their faces drew apart and Achiko's heart raced. She looked at him with wide, searching eyes, cheeks flushed in the glow of the city lights below. Izuku swallowed hard and asked if this meant they were dating. Achiko smiled in a way that took his breath away and replied that yes, he was her boyfriend. The words struck him with a joy that felt almost like a punch to the chest, and he repeated it to himself, savoring how it sounded. She laughed softly, and he noted how she found his nerves endearing. He admitted he was terrified, and she teased him gently about how composed he had seemed moments before. He explained he had simply acted on impulse in the moment, and she said she was glad he had. They sat for a long time, saying little and watching the city twinkle beneath them. Her head rested against his shoulder and her hand was warm in his. The silence between them was peaceful rather than heavy, full of everything they had yet to say. After a while, Achiko thanked him for the night and for everything he'd done, telling him she had never felt so happy. Izuku squeezed her hand and told her she deserved so much. She shook her head and said all she wanted in that moment was him. He smiled and brushed her hair gently back, promising that she had him. Clouds rolled in and a rumble of thunder passed across the sky. A cool breeze carried the scent of coming rain, and fat droplets began to fall, pattering against the stone and dampening their clothes. Achiko laughed as the rain picked up, trying to shelter herself with her hands. Izuku stood and offered to fly her home so they would not get soaked, but Achiko shook her head and said she did not want the night to end yet. She stepped closer and asked, quietly and a little uncertain, if she could stay over that night. Izuku nodded slowly, agreeing if that was what she wanted, and they stood together in the storm, holding hands until the rain eased. Later, inside his apartment, Achiko looked around and admired the clean, modern space. She sat down on the couch with a small, delighted bounce, dripping slightly as she took in the neatness of the place. Izuku explained that he had had to learn many practical skills: online digital marketing, web design, coding, graphic design, content creation, social media management, and had turned those into freelancing work to support himself. He admitted that he had more money than a typical 15-year-old might be expected to have because he had dedicated himself to learning and working hard. Achiko was impressed and a little envious, calling his approach genius. Izuku brushed off the praise with modesty, saying he had simply done what he needed to do. He suggested she change out of her wet clothes before she caught a cold and went to the bedroom to find a larger shirt for her to wear. He offered his room for her to change and promised to give her privacy. She thanked him and went behind the door. He sank onto the couch, his heart still racing from the evening. When she called him back into the room, he found her standing in his larger shirt, hair loosely drying around her shoulders. She looked effortlessly beautiful, and he told her she looked great. Achiko stepped forward and, in a quiet and affectionate gesture, they shared a warm, comfortable closeness. She held his hands and rested near him, and they both savored the simple comfort of being together. They spent the rest of the night talking quietly and enjoying the easy companionship that had grown between them. Izuku's pulse hammered in his ears. Achiko admitted that she didn't know, resting her forehead against his. Achiko wondered if it was strange that they had only been dating for a few minutes, yet it felt like they had been together longer. Izuku nodded without hesitation and said it felt the same, as if he had known her forever even though everything was new. Her smile deepened, and she leaned into his chest. For a moment he just held her, his chin brushing her hair. The sound of the rain outside filled the silence. Izuku offered to make something from the mini fridge. Achiko brightened at the idea and said she would love to taste his cooking. He moved into the small kitchen and opened the fridge. He found eggs, chicken BRST, fresh vegetables, noodles, some seafood he had picked up the day before, and a few sauces and peas. Achiko perched on a stool and watched with curiosity. Izuku rolled up his sleeves and suggested a simple but hearty dinner: stir-fried teriyaki chicken with vegetables, miso soup on the side, and a little seafood fried rice. Achiko's eyes sparkled and she asked if he could really make all of that right then. Izuku grinned and invited her to watch. He got to work. The knife tapped the cutting board, chicken hit the hot pan with a sizzle, and the aroma of garlic, ginger, and soy filled the apartment. The rice fried golden in another pan with shrimp and egg mixed in. Achiko laughed when he almost burned his finger. Izuku dismissed it with mock seriousness, joking that cooking was like combat. Achiko giggled and teased that if that was combat, he was winning. By the time he plated everything, the apartment smelled like a little restaurant. Achiko's eyes widened when he set the food on the table. She clasped her hands together and praised the meal, saying it tasted better than what they had earlier. Izuku blushed at the compliment and asked if she really meant it. She insisted she did, remarking on all the surprises he kept showing: fighting at USJ, freelancing like a pro, and now cooking like a chef. Izuku laughed and explained that he hated feeling useless, so he tried to do as much as he could. Hearing her praise made him truly happy. They ate slowly, talking between bites. Achiko shared stories about her family and how her parents worked hard to support her dream. Izuku listened, smiling at her excitement and the way her hands moved when she got animated. Izuku admitted that he had never felt so comfortable with someone before and that it felt right. Achiko blushed and agreed. By the time they finished, the rain had slowed to a steady drizzle, tapping at the window. They cleaned up together. Achiko insisted on helping wash the dishes while Izuku dried. She hummed softly, and he found himself wishing the moment could last. When everything was done, Izuku led her back to the living room and gestured toward the couch, offering her the bed while he slept on the couch. Achiko frowned and refused, saying she would not take his bed while he suffered on the couch. Izuku began to insist it was fine, but she cut him off firmly, then softened and said she did not want him to sleep out there alone tonight either. She suggested they share the bed just to sleep so neither of them would be alone. Izuku, flushed but reassured, agreed. They got ready quietly and slipped under the covers. The small bed forced them close, and they turned toward each other, hands brushing. Achiko murmured good night to Izuku, her eyes already heavy with sleep, and he returned the sentiment. As the rain whispered outside, steady and gentle, they drifted off side by side, content not to let go. In the early morning light, Izuku nudged Achiko awake softly. Her warm breath brushed his chest and her arms were still wrapped around him as if she did not want to let go. Her hair tickled his chin and he smiled. Achiko mumbled for 5 more minutes, still groggy. Izuku chuckled and brushed a hand through her hair. Achiko suggested he could skip school once in a while and Izuku found the offer tempting, but he said that if he started doing that he would set a terrible example for everyone else. She opened her eyes slowly, still half asleep, and teased that he always took his responsibilities too seriously, a quality she liked about him. Izuku blushed and complained that she could not say things like that right after waking up, but she only smiled and buried her face back into his chest, promising to keep teasing him. Time was not going to stop for them. Izuku reminded her that she did not have her uniform and would need to get ready before they left. Achiko blinked and realized she had come over after the rain and forgotten her things. Izuku offered to retrieve her uniform if she handed over her apartment keys and said he would be back in less than 20 seconds. Achiko blinked in surprise and asked if he really meant 20 seconds. Achiko told Izuku that what he claimed was impossible. Izuku teased that maybe for normal people it was, but for him it was easy. Achiko sighed and smiled as she reached for her bag. She conceded that he could win as a superhero and warned him not to make a mess of her place. Izuku promised he would only knock over one plant and caught the keys she tossed him. Achiko called after him not to make a mess, though she smiled. Izuku grinned and moved in a blur, the wind rushing around him as he crossed the city in seconds. The streets below were just starting to fill with people on their morning routines. He found her apartment quickly, entered quietly, and gathered her folded uniform and a few small essentials she might need: a hairbrush, a ribbon, and her notebook. It took him exactly 18 seconds to return. When he appeared back in his apartment, Achiko had just started yawning and was still sitting on the bed. Izuku held up the uniform and said he had taken 18 seconds. He had even counted. Achiko widened her eyes and called him insane, though her voice was full of amazement when she said he had really done it. Izuku placed the uniform carefully on the couch and told her he had been quick. Achiko thanked him softly and brushed her hair behind her ear, telling him he did not have to go that far for her. Izuku said he had to, explaining that she was his girlfriend and that he wanted to. Achiko mumbled that he was getting better at saying things like that, and Izuku smiled faintly and said he was learning. While Achiko went to get changed, Izuku moved into the kitchen and collected a few ingredients from the counter. He had stocked up on breakfast food recently: eggs, bread, fruit, and pancake mix, and began cooking quietly, trying to keep things calm. He felt his chest warm with how comfortable everything felt. The sound of the bathroom door opening made him glance back. Achiko walked out fully dressed, fixing her collar with both hands. The uniform suited her neat and simple, and he admired how she made it look amazing. Izuku told her she looked great, and she blushed. Achiko told him he needed to stop saying things that made her blush before breakfast, though she was smiling. Izuku replied that he could not help it if it was true and flipped a pancake, noting that he hoped she was hungry. Achiko brightened at the smell filling the room and asked if he had made breakfast. Izuku confirmed and slid a plate toward her, explaining the meal: eggs, pancakes, and fruit, simple but solid. She sat at the table, took a bite, and told him the food was amazing, asking why he was good at everything. Izuku laughed and said he practiced a lot and that cooking helped him think. Achiko observed that he did everything with his whole heart, and Izuku froze for a second because the compliment hit deeper than he expected. He admitted that he did not know how to do things halfway and that if he cared about something or someone, he gave it everything. Achiko paused with her chopsticks hovering and looked at him with tenderness. She said quietly that she was lucky because he cared about her. Izuku felt his chest tighten in the best way and said softly that she was lucky, and that he was too. She giggled and finished her food, teasing him that he was cheating with words again. Izuku said he was just being honest. They talked as they ate, laughing over small things. Achiko told him about once getting lost in the UA hallways, and Izuku admitted he still could not handle spicy food. She teased him for it. The rain outside had finally stopped, and sunlight spilled in through the windows. For a while, everything felt peaceful. When they finished, Achiko leaned back and told him he had made her morning perfect. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck and said she said that as if he had done nothing special. Achiko said firmly that he had made her feel safe. After everything that had happened at USJ, she had not realized how much she needed a morning like this: peace and the presence of someone she trusted. Izuku's throat tightened, and he said quietly that he needed it too. They sat for a long moment, watching each other. Then Achiko stood and grabbed her bag, teasing him about being responsible and warning that they better not be late. Izuku saluted playfully and said yes, ma'am, as he picked up his jacket. Achiko laughed and grabbed his hand before he could open the door, her fingers tightening around his. She thanked him for everything, and Izuku squeezed her hand back, telling her she did not need to thank him and asking her to promise to stay safe. He explained that no matter what happened next, him, and their class, they were probably on someone's radar now, and she should be careful. Achiko tilted her head and asked what he wanted in return. Izuku said he wanted her to promise to stay safe. She smiled faintly, her thumb brushing his palm, and told him she would if he promised the same. He agreed, and they shared a quick, quiet smile before heading out into the morning. The air still smelled faintly of rain, fresh and new. As they walked side by side toward the station, Izuku thought that somehow this felt like the start of something he would never want to lose. The morning sun spilled through the tall classroom windows at UA, painting the clean floors of Class 1A with golden streaks. Students trickled in one by one, chatting quietly and trying to pretend things were normal again after the chaos at USJ. Momo Yaoyorozu entered the room with her usual calm expression, though her eyes carried a subtle weight from the recent attack. She was still processing how close they had come to danger and how quickly their world had changed. What caught Momo's attention was the sight at the far end of the room. Izuku Midoriya was already seated with his notebook open but untouched. Beside him, Achiko Uraraka had both arms wrapped around him from behind, her chin resting lightly on his shoulder. She was laughing at something he had said, her voice soft and warm, and he smiled that shy, genuine smile that could disarm people. Momo watched quietly from the doorway. She was not jealous. She found the change in Izuku fascinating. A few weeks ago he had been quiet and withdrawn, focused on training and keeping to himself. Now he seemed completely at ease, relaxed, confident, and with his guard down. Achiko looked genuinely happy. Momo smiled faintly to herself, took her seat, and thought that perhaps this was what Izuku needed. Someone who reminded him he wasn't alone anymore. A few minutes later, Aizawa entered the classroom, still bandaged and squinting against the sunlight. The room fell silent as he dropped a stack of papers onto his desk with a weary sigh and began to pull out his sleeping bag before deciding against it. He greeted the class in his usual dry tone and scanned them with tired eyes. Aizawa told the students that he was glad no one had slacked off after the recent events and that they should get straight to business. He acknowledged that teachers and staff had been discussing security measures since the USJ incident and that the school was tightening protection both on and off campus. He clarified, however, that his main reason for being there was something else. Aizawa produced a sheet from his folder and announced that the annual UA Sports Festival was still scheduled to proceed as planned. The reaction was immediate. Excitement and apprehension rippled through the class. Kaminari reacted with surprise, and Jaira questioned whether it was appropriate to hold the event so soon. Aizawa explained that Nizu and the other staff believed canceling the festival would send the wrong message. He framed the sports festival as more than just a competition. It was a statement showing that UA students would not back down after a villain attack. Momo raised the sensible concern that holding the event would draw attention from villains and could be risky. Izuku voiced his concern calmly and firmly, reminding everyone that the USJ attack had not been random and that whoever had sent the villains was observing and testing them. He warned that holding the sports festival now could allow those observers to study quirks and fighting styles under pressure. The class quieted, even Bakugo showing some interest. Aizawa considered Izuku's point and agreed it had merit, but he pointed out another perspective. Information traveled both ways. If enemies were watching, that indicated interest, and people who watched tended to leave traces. Aizawa said that UA planned to watch back, using the festival as a way to draw out whoever was paying attention. He described the event as bait in a tactical sense and as an opportunity to show the world that the students were still present and getting stronger. He emphasized that security would be at its highest and that, while they would be protected, the students were still expected to perform. Izuku reflected on Aizawa's logic. He admitted that he understood the tactical reasons but remained uneasy about being observed and about what the villains might be planning. He told Achiko that it was not the villains themselves that worried him but the coordinated nature of their movements, which suggested a director behind the scenes. When Aizawa called on him, he acknowledged Izuku's concern and praised the fact that he was already thinking like a pro. Aizawa reminded him that part of being a hero was learning to operate when people were watching villains. The press and the public would always analyze their moves, so they had to be better. Izuku accepted the responsibility and agreed to participate in the festival, asking everyone to be careful. Aizawa reminded him of his role as class representative and told him to make sure no one under his watch slipped up. The students were then dismissed to begin preparations, buzzing with a mix of nervousness and determination. From his seat, Izuku watched his classmates shift from shock to planning and resolve. Kaminari and Mineta were already hyping themselves up, while Bakugo muttered about proving he was number one. Even Todoroki appeared quietly contemplative. Achiko nudged Izuku and noted how much he thought about everything. Izuku responded that he simply did not want anyone to be caught off guard again. Achiko said they would all train harder together, and Izuku managed a small smile, reassured by that solidarity. Momo observed them and thought that Achiko's presence helped Izuku bear his burden, perhaps giving him the strength to lead them through whatever came next. When the bell rang, Aizawa slipped back into his sleeping bag in a corner as students began to discuss strategies in low voices. Despite lingering doubts, Izuku felt certain of one thing: they would not face the future alone. In the hallway, the usual lunch hour noise was punctuated by whispers as students moved toward the cafeteria. Eyes followed Class 1A, and fragments of conversation floated through the air about the group that had recently faced real villains and disrupted the attack at USJ. Kaminari, rubbing the back of his neck, marveled at how famous they had suddenly become and admitted he found it a little unsettling. Mineta showed a mixture of pride and nervousness at the attention, while Kirishima teased him about looking overwhelmed. They laughed lightly together, though the awkward tension from the USJ attacks still hung over them. The experience had changed their standing and raised the stakes for everything that followed. Jairu muttered that it was not just for them, but for the whole school, and that this was what happened when someone nearly lost their life in the first real week of hero training. Ida reminded everyone that they must not be distracted by superficial attention and that they needed to maintain composure as representatives of Class 1A. Tsuyu noted quietly that it felt strange, that people were looking at them differently now. The narrator kept walking with hands buried in pockets, feeling Achiko's arm brush against the narrator's from time to time, a quiet reminder that they were not alone. Achiko had smiled earlier that morning, and that simple smile had lightened the mood when the narrator's thoughts grew heavy. Bakugo strode ahead with his usual scowl, insisting that other students could stare all they wanted and warning that everyone would be sizing them up for the sports festival. Kaminari asked if they were scouting the competition, and Bakugo replied that pros prepared for anything and that Class 1A should watch its backs. Conversation about the sports festival swelled. Aizawa's words from that morning still hung in the air and the entire country would be watching. Mina whistled low and observed that people were either jealous or out for blood. Bakugo laughed harshly and declared that others would soon see what real power looked like. They turned a corner and entered the bustling cafeteria. Noise crashed around them until, gradually, it fell away as dozens of heads turned and eyes followed them. The narrator felt the familiar mix of curiosity and judgment in their chest. Everyone tried to act normal, grabbing food and speaking in low voices, but normality was no longer an option. A group from another class entered from the other side of the hall, led by a tall blonde boy with a smug grin. Monoma made a theatrical announcement, deriding Class 1A as the heroes of the hour and implying that they had sought attention by attracting villains to the school. Kaminari muttered that Monoma was just another clown. Monoma placed a hand to his chest and feigned admiration, suggesting the class had received free publicity for surviving an attack and even mockingly wondering if they should hope for more villains to show up. Kirishima frowned and demanded to know what his problem was. Monoma pretended to be innocent while continuing to taunt them. Bakugo slammed his tray down in anger and challenged Monoma, but Ida immediately stepped between them and urged control. The cafeteria fell silent, tens of pairs of eyes waiting for confrontation. Shoto watched from across the table with a curious expression. He wanted to see how the narrator would react. The narrator rose before Bakugo could move, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. Ida began to speak, but the narrator signaled to handle it and walked toward Monoma, each step drawing the attention of the whole hall. Monoma smirked and mocked the narrator for fighting the Nomu, asking what it was like to be seen as a miracle. The narrator stopped a few feet away and demanded to know if Monoma found it amusing. Monoma said he found it ironic and called their celebrity status pathetic for emerging from an attack. The narrator exhaled, met Monoma's eyes, and asked when surviving a villain attack became something to brag about, pointing out that none of them wanted what had happened. The narrator explained that no one in their class had celebrated afterward or boasted about nearly losing their lives. If anyone thought otherwise, they were living in a fantasy. They reminded Monoma that Class 1A had been targeted by dangerous villains and that surviving such an attack was not something to flaunt. Monoma began to interrupt, but the narrator cut him off, saying that he did not know what it was like to face a creature built to harm heroes, to keep friends safe while a teacher risked everything he had not been there. The narrator stepped closer and observed that Monoma's tendency to tear others down rather than improve himself explained why he was in another class. They said real heroes did not need to insult others to feel relevant and urged Monoma to remember that he was talking about people who had almost not made it home. They insisted that they had not asked for fame, they had earned their scars. Silence fell across the cafeteria. Monoma clenched his fists but could not match the narrator's words. The classmates behind him shifted uneasily. Even Bakugo had gone quiet. The narrator turned and walked back to the table. No one spoke as they sat down. Achiko looked worried until the narrator gave a small nod, at which point she offered a faint, supportive smile. Bakugo clicked his tongue but allowed a small smirk, conceding that the narrator had handled the situation well. Kirishima admitted that the narrator had shut Monoma down, and Kaminari laughed, saying that they might have just broken him. I felt mentally drained and sighed, pushing my food around the tray. Midoriya said he had not wanted to escalate things, but people like that needed to learn there was a line. They were not trophies, they were students and survivors. Across the room, Monoma stood with an unreadable expression. His classmates began pulling him away, murmuring among themselves, and he did not speak again. The eyes in the room remained on them, but the atmosphere had shifted quieter, perhaps even respectful. I glanced at my classmates and saw a mix of relief, pride, and a little admiration. For the first time in a while, something eased inside me. The cafeteria buzzed softly as the girls of Class 1A sat together at a long table near the windows. Plates and trays filled the space between them, the scent of curry and rice mixing with laughter and the clatter of utensils. Achiko sat between Mina and Jiro, trying to focus on her food while feeling the occasional glance directed her way. Momo casually asked if Achiko and Midoriya were seeing each other, sipping her tea with a light, curious tone. Achiko nearly choked on her drink. Mina patted her back and the others looked on with amusement as Achiko stammered that they were just friends and searched for an escape with a nervous glance. Hagakure laughed and remarked that it was obvious from how they had looked at each other during class and from how Midoriya had defended everyone when Monoma had been rude. Tsuyu, calm and measured, agreed that Achiko and Midoriya had grown close lately. Mina leaned forward and said she thought it was cute, calling the pairing like something out of a romantic comedy. Jiro rolled her eyes but smirked, pointing out that the others were treating it as if it were already official. Achiko insisted that it was not a relationship, explaining that they only spent time together, trained together, and helped each other, insisting there was nothing more to it. Hagakure, resting her chin on her hands, asked why Midoriya always looked at Achiko as if she were the only person in the room. The question helped the conversation fall into a softer, more contemplative tone. Mina teased that Midoriya focused on Achiko a lot. Momo offered a gentle smile and noted that, regardless of the details, it was nice. Midoriya was exceptional as a class president, responsible, smart, and thoughtful. Jiro added that he embodied what a hero student should be, always helping, never showing off, just working hard. Mina agreed that he was humble yet powerful, and that made him easy to like even as a friend. Hagakure spoke quietly, calling Achiko lucky to have someone like Midoriya in her life. Achiko blinked at the implication and denied that he belonged to her. Tsuyu bluntly observed that their daily routines, walking together, training together, sharing lunch, made their closeness obvious. Achiko's cheeks flushed again as she protested without conviction. Jiro pointed out that, even if Achiko would not call it dating, everyone else certainly saw it that way. Mina laughed and described Midoriya's glare at Monoma earlier as a protective, almost boyfriend-like look. Achiko covered her face in embarrassment and the table erupted in laughter, even Momo joining in with a soft chuckle. After the laughter died down, Jiro turned to Hagakure and asked if she had tried to get close to Midoriya as well. Hagakure replied that Midoriya saw her, he was the only one who actually knew how she looked. Mina was surprised, and Hagakure clarified that she had realized it not through telling him but through his consideration. When he accidentally saw her and apologized, he treated her as normal and visible. The group fell quiet for a moment, struck by how considerate he was. Momo reflected that Midoriya's ability to see people for who they were, not just how they appeared, was what made him special. Tsuyu nodded in agreement and shared that he had always been kind to her, never treating her differently because of her appearance. Achiko smiled a little as she listened, masking a mix of feelings with a nervous laugh. Mina teased her about jealousy, but Achiko denied it too quickly, and Jiro smirked, reminding her that everyone liked Midoriya. Momo added thoughtfully that each of them had their reasons for valuing him and that it was clear he meant something different to each person around him. The final bell rang through the halls of UA, and the usual wave of chatter followed. Students filed out of classrooms, some heading to the dorms, others to after-school clubs and the training fields. I packed my books neatly into my bag, feeling the weight of the day lift as sunlight painted the halls gold and the school grew electric with anticipation for the upcoming festival. Teachers seemed a bit more vigilant than usual in the days leading up to it. I was just stepping out of the classroom when Achiko caught up to me, her bag swinging at her side. Achiko walked beside him with a smile and noted that he looked distracted, asking if he was thinking about the sports festival again. He scratched the back of his head and explained that All Might and Aizawa wanted to talk to him after class about some kind of assessment. She blinked and tilted her head, asking if it was a written test. He laughed nervously and clarified that they wanted to run a power assessment to measure his physical output and strength, since the previous Quirk apprehension test couldn't get an accurate reading. Achiko frowned a little and expressed concern that it might be too much, but he reassured her that it was fine and that they simply wanted to understand his limits better. She relaxed and suggested she could take his things to his apartment while he did the tests. He hesitated, then accepted. She took his keys and bag carefully, promised to drop them off, and waved as she headed home. He watched her leave, feeling a rush of warmth and thinking that having someone who cared was one of the best feelings he had experienced. A sudden cough made him jump. He turned and found Aizawa and All Might standing a few steps behind, both watching him with unreadable expressions. He felt his stomach drop. Aizawa sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose, stating flatly that as long as the relationship did not get in the way of his training, he would tolerate it, and then reminded him he had an appointment. He answered quickly and followed them down the quiet halls until they reached a large, heavily reinforced door at the end of a long corridor. Aizawa swiped a keycard and the door slid open to reveal an enormous underground lab filled with machinery, glass observation rooms, and reinforced testing zones. Bright white lights illuminating everything. Principal Nizu stood near a console and welcomed him, explaining that the facility had received significant funding and upgrades, with help from H-Island, to handle quirks that exceeded normal testing parameters. Nizu noted that while others had quirks that pushed equipment limits, this quirk had vast and unpredictable capabilities, which explained the specially designed devices. He noticed familiar faces nearby. Recovery Girl stood near a monitor, watching him closely, and beside her was a calm, silver-haired man in a white coat. The man introduced himself as Dr. Kyan Voss, lead scientist from H-Island, who had been sent to assist with evaluating his abilities. Dr. Voss spoke with quiet confidence and reassured him that this was meant to help understand his power and find the best way to train him without overwhelming his classmates. All Might chuckled softly about young love but fell quiet under Aizawa's glare. Dr. Voss gestured toward a large reinforced chamber with thick glass walls. Inside, a metallic platform sat at the center, attached to a digital lift system with heavy cables and pulleys. Numbers flickered on a display as the system prepared the test environment. Nizu, Recovery Girl, Aizawa, All Might, and Dr. Voss took their positions in the observation room while cameras focused on him. He stepped into the chamber, feeling the weight of anticipation in the air. Aizawa explained through the speakers that the goal was to test his physical strength output and that the lift would increase weight gradually, with instructions to stop at any point if it became too much. Recovery Girl expressed mild concern about the intensity, and Aizawa replied that he had seen what the quirk could do and that even he was unsure of the limits, which was why they had assembled the team. All Might emphasized the need to be prepared in case things went beyond expectations. Dr. Voss confirmed the plan on the console and indicated that the initial load would be 500 tons. He took a steadying breath, stretched his arms, and gripped the massive handles of the platform. The metal felt cool under his hands as the machine hummed to life, gears shifting and the weight pressing down. The first few tons felt heavy but manageable, and Dr. Voss commented on his good posture and reminded him to keep his breathing steady. The console announced an increase to 1,000. The machine groaned as the numbers on the monitor began to climb. He could feel the strain slightly now, but his muscles adapted quickly. It was heavy, but not unbearable. He adjusted his stance and lifted again. The weight continued to rise. 300 tons. 400. 800. 1,000. Each level made the air vibrate. The sound of shifting metal echoed through the chamber. His heartbeat stayed calm, measured. From the observation room, Recovery Girl's eyes widened. Recovery Girl noted that he was not even sweating. Aizawa's expression remained unreadable, and Aizawa observed that he was focused and completely in control. Dr. Voss looked intrigued, fingers flying over the keyboard as he logged the data, and Dr. Voss increased the setting to 10,000 tons. The platform dropped slightly as the pressure intensified. His muscles tensed, but he held firm, straightening slowly. The floor beneath him creaked. The cables glowed faintly under the stress, yet he didn't feel much resistance. Dr. Voss asked if he was all right. Midoriya indicated that he was all right. Nizu hummed, tail swaying slowly, and Nizu observed that his muscle fibers were reinforcing themselves in real time with no signs of degradation. The scientist adjusted his glasses and signaled to continue. 20,000 tons. 30,000. 50. The weight was immense, the air itself seeming to vibrate from the energy. His body responded instinctively, his skin glowing faintly as solar core energy circulated through his system. His vision sharpened, every detail in the room crystal clear. The pressure pressed down like an ocean, yet he stood firm. Dr. Voss muttered approval and then ordered an increase to 100,000. A loud mechanical groan filled the room as the display jumped. Even the reinforced walls seemed to tremble slightly. His breath came a little heavier now, not used to such a load, but he didn't back down. He pushed through the strain, lifting the enormous weight as his arms and shoulders flexed under the force. Recovery Girl's jaw dropped, and Recovery Girl exclaimed that he was still standing. All Might's eyes were wide, and All Might remarked that this power exceeded expectations. Nizu raised a paw calmly and suggested seeing how far it would go. Dr. Voss adjusted another command and warned that Midoriya should inform them if the resistance became overwhelming. He nodded once, tightening his grip as the platform descended further. 200,000. 300. At 400,000 tons, he felt the strain begin to register. His muscles tightened and veins pulsed beneath his skin. The ground groaned from the sheer force. He clenched his teeth, holding it steady. Dr. Voss pointed out that they were reaching 400,000 and asked whether Midoriya wished to stop. Midoriya shook his head and indicated that he could handle it. Dr. Voss acknowledged and increased the setting to 500. Sweat began to roll down the side of his face, his breathing heavier now. Every ounce of strength he had was focused on maintaining his stance. He wasn't going to back down here, not after everything he'd trained for. The number kept climbing. 600. 7. At 850,000 tons, the metal beneath his feet screeched loudly. His arms trembled slightly, the air distorting around him from the energy output. Finally, the platform locked in place with a sharp hiss. The numbers froze. Dr. Voss stared at the readings in silence, then informed the group that 850,000 tons was his current maximum, or rather the limit before structural strain set in. Dr. Voss noted that Midoriya was not injured, but any higher and the facility would not handle it. Aizawa exhaled slowly. Recovery Girl shook her head in disbelief. All Might looked proud and soft-spoken about how Midoriya had surpassed expectations. Nizu nodded and jotted something down, calling it truly fascinating. Inside the chamber, he took a deep breath, setting the lift down carefully as the power systems cooled and the tension in his muscles eased. His heartbeat began to settle again, though his mind was still racing. Dr. Voss praised Midoriya for excellent work on the strength calibration and announced that they would proceed next with speed, reaction, and energy output tests. Midoriya wiped a bit of sweat from his brow and exhaled slowly, indicating that he was ready to continue. The lights above flickered as the systems recalibrated for the next phase, and the sound of heavy machinery filled the air again. When they explained that the next test was about speed, he at first thought they were exaggerating, but seeing the reinforced chamber stretched out like a miniature airstrip under a transparent dome made it clear they were serious. The air inside shimmered faintly, the floor lined with kinetic absorption panels, while a faint hum came from the stabilizers built into the walls. Dr. Voss stood beside a console, white coat crisp, lenses flickering as readings scrolled across them. Dr. Voss announced that they were moving into the speed analysis and explained that Midoriya would take off from one end, accelerate at his natural pace, and stop at the marker on the far side while the sensors recorded velocity, kinetic output, and molecular stress on his body. He nodded and rolled his shoulders. His uniform's top layer had been swapped for a thin compression suit designed to handle the airflow he would generate. It clung tight against his skin, a dull gray-green, reinforced with reactive fibers that shimmered faintly when he moved. Toshinori stood behind the glass beside Nizu, Aizawa, and Recovery Girl. They looked small from the start of the track, but he could still feel their eyes on him. Aizawa kept his blank stare and crossed arms, while Recovery Girl seemed anxious. Nizu, of course, looked intrigued, little paws folded behind his back. Dr. Voss asked if Midoriya was ready. Midoriya affirmed that he was ready. Dr. Voss asked how fast Midoriya wanted to go and suggested starting small to get a baseline rather than breaking the sound barrier immediately. Midoriya smiled faintly and told Dr. Voss that he would try not to break the sound barrier. At the signal, he took a breath, bent slightly forward and pushed off. The first few meters vanished under him before he even registered moving. Air resistance slammed into his face, but his body adjusted automatically. His steps blurred each stride, covering meters with a light crack of pressure. The acceleration was clean and smooth, like the world had decided to slow down around him. When he reached the far end and stopped, the air caught up with him, folding into a shockwave that rattled the dome. He exhaled slowly, the surface beneath his shoes glowing faintly red from the friction. Dr. Voss's console recorded a baseline speed of Mach 25 and noted that he had broken the barrier 5 seconds into acceleration. Nizu praised the start and called it an excellent pace. Midoriya thanked them as he walked back while the data recalibrated. I asked if they should go again. Voss replied, already typing something on the console. Dr. Voss instructed that this time they would push further, advising that they could increase gradually to Mach 50, then 75 if my control allowed. I took another breath and started again. This time, when I moved, the dome howled. The air did not just rush past, it screamed. Pressure waves curved around my body, trails of heat blooming in my wake. The ground beneath me rippled from the kinetic stress. Every heartbeat stretched like a drumbeat echoing across a vast space. The sensors struggled to keep up. I could see them flickering red as I tore across the room again and again. When I finally came to a stop, the panels hissed with heat and the scent of ozone filled the air. Dr. Voss blinked at his monitor and, voice breaking slightly, reported that I had reached Mach 100, sustained for 7 seconds, with no physical damage or stress fractures. He then asked if I was feeling any strain. I looked down at my hands, barely trembling, and told him I felt no strain, only a little warm. Recovery Girl groaned faintly over the comms, teasing that I called it a little warm. Nizu chuckled and remarked that it was only natural for the sun to feel at home in motion. I sighed quietly, but the smile slipped through anyway. Next came the heat resistance test. Dr. Voss led me into another chamber filled with layers of thick metal plates and glowing heat coils embedded in the walls. The air shimmered like liquid gold, and before it even started I could feel the temperature rising. He gestured at the sensors and explained they would increase the temperature gradually and monitor my body's reaction, warning that I must say so immediately if it became unbearable. I nodded in acknowledgement. They began at 5,000 degrees Celsius. My body registered the warmth, but it was oddly pleasant, like sunlight pressing gently against my skin. The temperature climbed to 10,000, then 20,000. At 30,000 degrees, most materials would have liquefied, but I stood comfortably, the air around me pulsing with faint golden wisps. Monitors recorded a stable heart rate, skin temperature normalized to external conditions with no cellular degradation. The readings were increased to 50,000 degrees Celsius. The air turned white-hot and the coils glowed nearly transparent. I exhaled softly, and the heat bent around me. The ground cracked, shallow pools of molten metal forming at my feet, but I crouched slightly and let the energy roll off. It felt like standing in the core of a star, but I did not burn. I resonated with it. After a long pause, Dr. Voss confirmed that all readings remained stable and noted that beyond this point plasma would normally disintegrate organic tissue. Toshinori expressed disbelief that I was fine at that temperature. Voss observed that my body was radiating a counterfield, absorbing and redirecting the heat rather than resisting it. Nizu, thoughtful and almost gleeful, suggested that my quirk not only constantly absorbed solar energy but also harmonized with extreme environments, functioning like an adaptive thermodynamic field. I looked at them through the observation glass and joked that I was essentially a walking furnace. Recovery Girl chuckled and called me a very polite one. They shut down the heat generators and moved me to the next room for cold resistance. The walls were already frosted, glowing faintly blue under pale lighting. Frost drifted like mist from the vents. Dr. Voss explained that the chamber would replicate extreme cryogenic conditions, starting from -50 degrees Celsius and descending to -250, and that if my body truly harmonized energy they should see equal resilience here. When the process started, the air seemed to solidify. Chills sank into everything, the walls crackled, the floor glittered with frost. My breath formed clouds, but I did not feel cold. At -100 degrees I felt nothing. At -200, the air turned so sharp it could cut metal, yet I stood comfortably. At -250 the room was silent except for the hum of the machines. My breath slowed and my movements stayed steady. Even the frost around me seemed to avoid settling on my skin. Aizawa noted the space-level temperatures and that I was unfazed. Recovery Girl murmured that there was not even mild hypothermia and suggested my cells must generate a constant radiant output. Nizu chuckled and speculated that I might not just survive in space but thrive in it. I raised an eyebrow and asked not to be sent there to find out. That earned quiet laughter from the control room. The next series of tests focused on durability. The testing chamber was reinforced with alloyed plates that made the previous rooms look fragile. Massive hydraulic arms extended from the walls, each capped with steel plates thicker than a man's torso. Voss gestured at one and explained they would begin with controlled kinetic impacts, starting small and ramping up. I stretched my arms and braced to see how much the suit could handle. The first strike came quickly. A piston slammed into my shoulder with enough force to crumple a truck. It barely nudged me back. The sound echoed through the entire chamber as metal shrieked from the impact. Voss adjusted the settings and another arm swung forward, faster and stronger. The blow landed across my side and I held firm, sliding only a few centimeters. My body absorbed the shock, the energy dispersing harmlessly through me. Then multiple hydraulic arms struck from different angles, each carrying tremendous force. My body moved slightly with each impact, but pain never arrived. I felt the pressure, the force, the heat from friction, but no damage. The arms retracted and the floor beneath me shifted. Tiles split apart to reveal an array of energy cannons. Voss announced the next phase as plasma discharge. Brilliant bolts of plasma shot toward me and exploded on contact, painting the room gold and white. I stood through the barrage, eyes narrowed, feeling faint vibrations through my bones. The air trembled with each impact, but my body remained unscathed. When the light faded, smoke curled faintly around me. My hair was untouched and the suit barely marked. Nizu spoke softly, almost reverently, calling the results truly extraordinary. Voss was not done. He tapped a few keys and a new section of the wall slid open to reveal a rotating cylinder of weighted spheres designed to simulate meteor-level impact. I blinked, thinking he was joking, but Voss confirmed he was not. He explained that these would simulate collisions up to 2 million joules of force and warned me to disengage immediately if I felt discomfort. The first sphere shot forward. I raised my arm instinctively and it struck me dead on. The sound was deafening, like a thunderclap contained within the chamber. The floor cracked under my feet, but I did not fall. My arm stung faintly, and the energy dispersed before it could even bruise. The next sphere came harder. I braced and met it head-on. It shattered on impact and the fragments bounced harmlessly away, glowing faintly before cooling. Voss fell silent for a moment and then noted that I had broken the containment alloy. Nizu clasped his paws together in amazement. Aizawa observed that he had done so as he leaned against the wall, hair shadowing his eyes. He asked what the upper limit was. Voss did not answer immediately. He typed something else and the final readings scrolled across the monitor. Dr. Voss reported that kinetic resistance was equivalent to approximately 2 megatons of TNT without structural compromise and that beyond that, cellular reinforcement engaged to disperse energy dynamically. Toshinori looked genuinely shocked and asked what that meant. Dr. Voss explained that at his current level, Midoriya's physical durability was far beyond anything human or even conventional superhuman and that he could survive an orbital strike with minimal injury. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly and admitted that it was reassuring, though he sounded uncertain. Recovery Girl sighed and remarked that his politeness was fortunate, or he would be terrifying. Izuku offered a soft laugh and said he tried. Voss turned back toward him and tapped the next section on the console. He noted that sensory calibration, energy output, and regeneration assessment remained to be conducted, but that the day's data on strength, speed, temperature, and durability metrics were officially recorded. Nizu asked for the final results. Voss glanced at the figures and summarized that the strength limit was 850,000 tons sustained, peak speed reached Mach 100, heat resistance exceeded 50,000 degrees Celsius, cold tolerance reached negative 250 degrees with stable vitals, durability was megaton-class kinetic resilience, and physiological stress was negligible. Nizu smiled broadly and praised Midoriya as truly exceptional. Izuku exhaled slowly, nervous laughter escaping as he rubbed his wrist and asked if he had passed the test. Aizawa muttered that Izuku had not passed the test, he had broken it. Recovery Girl agreed that he would need more than an ordinary training regimen. Voss added that these results were just the beginning and that they would continue with output and energy projection phases tomorrow. Izuku nodded and took a deep breath, steady despite everything that had just happened, and then prepared to see what else he could do. The hum of the laboratory's monitors filled the silence after Izuku left. The faint scent of scorched metal lingered in the air, a byproduct of the immense energy readings the machines had struggled to handle. The reinforced observation glass still showed faint hairline fractures formed when the lift had reached its breaking point under Izuku's strength. Dr. Voss stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed on the flickering data still scrolling across the main screen. The lens is on. His glasses adjusted slightly as analytical streams of numbers projected across his vision. Beside him, Aizawa leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, face unreadable, posture carrying a quiet mix of weariness and curiosity. Nizu sat on a high stool with paws folded neatly and his tail twitching in a sign of intrigue. Toshinori, in his slimmer form, stood near the side table with arms crossed and an expression contemplative and shadowed by the memory of what he had heard about Izuku's past. Recovery Girl sat quietly at the edge of the room, her cane leaning against the chair, eyes thoughtful and worried. Dr. Voss broke the silence by confirming that Midoriya's quirk had been inactive from birth. Aizawa acknowledged that he had been diagnosed quirkless at age 4 and that doctors had found no detectable quirk factor in his system. Voss hummed with intrigue and noted that despite that, Midoriya was now capable of feats far beyond most known top-tier heroes. From the data and Voss's observations, it did not appear the quirk had ever been truly inactive. Nizu asked for an explanation. Voss adjusted the controls and pulled up a holographic projection of Izuku's cellular structure that illuminated the room with a warm amber glow. Countless strands of glowing particles representing solar energy moved through microscopic cell channels like rivers of light. Voss described the structure as a solar core. His cells functioned like miniature reactors, absorbing and refining solar energy into usable biological output: strength, speed, durability, sensory enhancement, and regeneration. What stood out most was the refinement process. Voss enlarged the projection until a single cell filled the display, radiating golden energy, and explained that in most humans sunlight was absorbed through the skin and converted to vitamin D through simple chemical reactions. In Midoriya's case, the absorption process had existed since birth, but the catalytic conversion into quirk energy had been dormant. Recovery Girl frowned and asked if dormant meant not gone. Voss confirmed that the process had been accumulating. Every second Midoriya spent in sunlight, his cells had been storing energy unconsciously, far beyond normal human capacity. Essentially, he had been a solar battery waiting for a spark. Aizawa asked what that spark had been. Voss glanced at Toshinori and identified the catalyst as the night Midoriya had attempted to take his life. The room fell into muted stillness as Toshinori's shoulders tensed and his eyes lowered at the heavy memory of Izuku's shaking, angry voice when he had told the story a week earlier about standing on that industrial building feeling like nothing. Voss continued, explaining that based on the file, Midoriya began to exhibit strength shortly after the incident. His theory was that the emotional and physical trauma had acted as a catalyst, forcing the cells to initiate the refinement process for the first time. He asked everyone to imagine millions of microscopic reactors suddenly activating after years of energy buildup, producing an explosive cellular transformation. Nizu's gaze deepened and his tail swayed as he connected the explanation to the initial surge in power and the exponential growth rate since. Voss brought up a time-lapse of Midoriya's progression and noted that cellular density continued to rise and energy efficiency improved daily. This was not a static quirk, it evolved. As Midoriya matured, the reactor effect would stabilize and expand, and he would grow stronger simply by existing under sunlight. Recovery Girl's brows furrowed as she asked if Midoriya was self-sustaining. Voss replied that in a sense he was. He did not require external energy input beyond solar radiation. His metabolism converted it directly into quirk output, which explained why fatigue barely affected him and why his recovery rate was inhuman. Voss summarized that Midoriya was effectively running on a vast, renewable energy source. Toshinori looked up with conflicted pride and worry and asked how far that growth could go. Voss hesitated and admitted that the troubling part was not believing there was an upper ceiling in the conventional sense. As long as Midoriya's body continued refining energy, he would keep scaling upward and his strength could eventually surpass anything measurable. Aizawa's eyes narrowed as he concluded that Voss was saying Midoriya might never stop getting stronger. Voss agreed in theory but added that psychological stability and control appeared to act as regulators. If Midoriya's mind faltered, his power might spiral uncontrollably. Fortunately, Voss observed, Midoriya possessed remarkable emotional resilience for someone with such potential. Nizu tapped his paw against the stool and raised the human factor. Extraordinary power tended to corrupt, yet Midoriya remained grounded. That balance might be the key to maintaining equilibrium within his quirk. Voss nodded and affirmed that Midoriya's empathy functioned as a stabilizer and that emotional integrity directly affected energy output efficiency. His moral compass was quite literally keeping his cells balanced. Recovery Girl smiled faintly and noted that a kind heart was saving the world in more ways than one. Toshinori exhaled quietly, his gaze distant, and observed that Midoriya had always had that heart. Even when he had nothing, he never stopped caring. The tone in Toshinori's voice carried years of weight guilt for once telling the boy to give up and pride for how far he had come. Dr. Voss continued his analysis and warned that there were potential weaknesses. Nizu perked, commenting on the fine print. Voss adjusted the hologram to show light spectrums and explained that solar core relied on photonic absorption. He described how Midoriya's body interacted most strongly with a band of the electromagnetic spectrum from yellow to white solar radiation and suggested that red spectrum energy, particularly red solar wavelengths, could interfere with the quirk's function by operating at a lower frequency and potentially disrupting the absorption mechanism. Toshinori furrowed his brow and asked if Voss meant something like the red sunlight phenomena in theoretical quark physics. Voss confirmed that it would act as an inverse radiation effect, draining or dampening energy output temporarily. Aizawa leaned forward and asked if the effect was temporary. Voss affirmed that the effect would fade once normal solar exposure resumed, but warned that prolonged exposure could weaken Midoriya. Significantly, Recovery Girl tilted her head and asked whether quirks that manipulate energy directly could affect him. Voss admitted it was possible, noting that energy absorption, nullification, or splitting quirks could theoretically interfere. He added that Midoriya's quirk made interference extremely difficult because his cells continuously regenerated solar energy with sunlight exposure. It would take a very precise or overwhelmingly powerful quirk to truly shut him down. Aizawa's gaze flicked toward the observation glass as if he could still see Izuku standing there, and he remarked that, right now, there was practically no one who could neutralize Midoriya without killing him first. Voss concurred. Nizu's expression softened and he observed the contrast of an invulnerable boy who still apologized when he bumped someone in the hallway, calling it poetic. Toshinori chuckled softly and murmured that it was Midoriya for you. Dr. Voss folded his hands and cautioned against overconfidence, pointing out that power on this scale attracted attention. He explained that if Midoriya's tests and existence became widely known beyond UA, there would be interest from both allies and enemies, and anyone who understood how the quirk evolved might try to replicate it with failed replication risking catastrophic biological instability. Nizu's tone turned serious and he assured everyone that Midoriya's records would remain secure and internally documented under the Apex potential category. Recovery Girl urged that he not be pushed too hard in training, warning that psychological burnout could occur even if he could physically endure it. Toshinori agreed, reminding them that Midoriya was still 15 and, despite all that power, still a kid trying to find his place. Voss admitted that the boy had already surpassed generations of hero development and called the situation humbling. The room fell quiet except for the soft beeping of machines as each of them absorbed the enormity of what they had discussed. Nizu asked Voss how he would classify Midoriya's quirk. Voss smiled faintly and said classification was tricky. Midoriya defied standard scaling systems, but he would label it a living solar reactor, type quirk with adaptive potential and functionally limitless growth. Aizawa muttered that limitless students gave him headaches, which drew a soft laugh from Recovery Girl. Toshinori looked toward the closed door Midoriya had left through earlier, feeling pride and worry in equal measure, and said quietly that the stronger Midoriya became, the more responsibility he would feel. Nizu promised they would ensure he never bore it alone. Dr. Voss folded his arms and urged caution, reminding them that they were guiding a boy who could change everything rather than studying a weapon. Aizawa expressed the hope that the world would be ready when that happened. The machines hummed and Izuku Midoriya's name glowed faintly on the monitor with his quirk designation, Solar Core, Adaptive Apex Type, and a single notation from Voss. Potential growth, undefined. Preparations and discussions continued in private. The morning of the UA Sports Festival arrived with electric anticipation. Students from every course gathered in the massive stadium. The air was thick with excitement, nerves, and the collective heartbeat of young heroes eager to prove themselves. The stands were full of civilians, pro-heroes, reporters, and recruiters, their cheers echoing across the arena. Cameras floated on drones, flashes flickered, and the sheer energy made the air feel alive. Izuku adjusted his uniform jacket as he stood in line with Class 1A, hands resting inside his pockets. His face was calm, and his green eyes reflected a quiet focus that made it clear what the day meant to him. He was no longer shaking or muttering theories under his breath. He simply exuded a composed confidence that his classmates noticed. Kaminari leaned toward Kirishima and observed that Izuku looked unnaturally calm. Kirishima replied that he would be calm too if he could take down a Nomu solo, keeping his eyes on the field. Bakugo, standing a few meters ahead, clicked his tongue sharply and watched Izuku with irritation as the other boy's composed stance made his hands twitch. Midnight stepped forward to address the students and welcomed everyone to the UA Sports Festival, announcing that the first-year students would be kicking things off. Present Mike amplified the moment with an energetic call to celebrate the next generation of heroes. Present Mike reminded the crowd that these kids might be saving lives in a few years. The first-year classes filed out onto the field, colorful uniforms and determined faces gleaming under the sun. Students from General Studies and the support course whispered among themselves as Class 1A passed, trading rumors about the group that had faced villains at the USJ and about Midoriya reportedly taking down something even All Might had struggled with. Izuku heard the talk but remained composed, eyes forward and breathing steady. When Midnight announced that the representative for the first-year class would be Izuku Midoriya, every student turned to him. Izuku blinked once, sighed quietly, and stepped forward toward the podium. The crowd erupted in cheers and cameras flashed. Achiko stood behind him, smiling proudly and clasping her hands together. At the microphone, Izuku admitted he had no prepared speech but acknowledged that everyone had worked hard to reach this point. He pointed out that they might be classmates, rivals, or competitors today, but they all shared the same goal, to show the world what they could become. He urged everyone to give the audience a festival they would never forget. The arena responded with roaring applause. Even Bakugo refrained from scoffing this time, though his jaw tightened. Present Mike praised Izuku over the speakers. When Izuku stepped back into line, Achiko whispered that he had been amazing. Izuku smiled faintly and thanked her. Midnight then announced the first event, the obstacle race. She explained the rules: a race around the stadium perimeter with no limits on how quirks could be used so long as they did not directly harm others. Excitement rippled through the students as they lined up at the starting gate. Massive steel doors opened into the tunnel leading to the first zone, the giant robots section, followed by the pitfall field, the frozen valley, and finally a narrow mountain pass that circled back to the stadium. Competitors psyching themselves up filled the track, Bakugo rolling his shoulders, Todoroki composed and calm, Ida stretching in precise motions, and support course students tinkering with gadgets. Present Mike counted them down. Izuku crouched slightly, weight-centered, gaze fixed forward, feeling the buzz of quirks activating around him. When the gates burst open, chaos exploded onto the course. Bakugo launched forward with a powerful blast, Todoroki carved a slick highway of ice, and students from every course scrambled to follow. Izuku moved sideways to avoid the stampede, letting others surge ahead instead of trying to match bursts of raw output. Spectators gasped as several students were nearly knocked off balance by Todoroki's sweeping ice path. The first obstacle loomed, 3 towering training robots from the entrance exam, metal frames gleaming in the sunlight. Debris scattered as the robots swung and countered, and students reacted with quick, high-energy moves to avoid being struck. Bakugo blasted upward, flipping through the air and using the disorder to press forward. Todoroki froze one machine in place with a wave of ice. Ida powered across the slick surface with rapid, precise steps. Izuku exhaled and moved with calm, controlled speed, weaving between rubble and fallen machines. One robot swung a massive arm toward him, but Izuku slipped sideways so the limb struck the ground inches behind him. He twisted in midair and planted a foot against the robot's chest, using momentum to topple it in a smooth, athletic maneuver. The machine lurched and crashed onto its side with a resonant metallic sound that drew gasps from the stands. Bakugo glanced back briefly and allowed a sharp grin to form. Bakugo muttered that Izuku was a show-off, while Todoroki observed silently and acknowledged that the display revealed just how fast Izuku could be. They pushed into the pitfall field next, where hidden traps made the ground treacherous and students dropped through with startled yelps. Mina leapt from rock to rock using bursts of her quirk to propel herself, Siro swung across with tape, and Ida moved with calculated precision. Izuku paused at the edge, quickly analyzing patterns and timing before proceeding. His steps were measured and light, each landing where it needed to be. Where others stumbled, he adjusted and crossed the zone efficiently, prompting a nearby student to marvel at his resilience as they struggled below. The frozen valley hit them with a biting wind and ice blanketing every surface. Todoroki had already passed through and left a path that was smooth but perilous for anyone who followed. Kaminari and Jairu slipped and nearly collided, while Ida used short bursts to keep traction. Izuku pressed forward, steadying his balance despite the cold. He navigated cracks and jumped between ice formations with calm precision until the final challenge came into view, the mountain pass. The pass rose high above the stadium's outer ring, steep and jagged, with narrow ledges that barely fit two people side by side. Students climbed in a variety of ways, some flying, some leaping, some clinging with determined focus. Bakugo shot past, explosions propelling him like thunder, and Todoroki created frozen footholds to ease his ascent. Izuku reached the base of the climb and looked up. A single leap could have taken him to the top, but that would have drawn too much attention. He still preferred restraint enough to win, but not to reveal everything. He began climbing, fingers finding holds in the rock with practiced ease. The crowd roared as the top contenders approached the summit together, Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, and Izuku close behind. Present Mike called out that Midoriya was catching up and marveled at his form, saying he was practically gliding over the terrain. A gust of wind swept across the cliffside, sending loose gravel skittering. Bakugo glanced back mid-ascent and warned Midoriya not to pass him. Izuku did not respond. He vaulted over a ledge with steady grip and smooth precision. The finish line of the first stage soon came into view, a massive metallic gate marking the end of the obstacle course. The crowd's cheers rose to a fever pitch. The leading four, Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, and Izuku, hit the final stretch, each pouring everything into their last push. Ice shards cracked, explosions boomed, and the ground trembled under their movements, all presented like intense anime action rather than anything brutal. Through it all, Izuku's expression remained composed, his eyes sharp and focused only on the path ahead. As they closed in, the roar of the crowd blurred into a distant hum. Every breath and motion was measured and deliberate. He did not need to win this round with raw power, only with control. Bakugo shouted over his shoulder, his voice full of challenge, and Izuku replied calmly that time would tell. In a decisive moment, Izuku surged forward with a clean, fluid burst of movement and crossed the finish line half a second before Bakugo and Todoroki. The crowd erupted. Present Mike strained his voice, announcing Izuku Midoriya as the first to cross the line. Cameras flashed, and even professionals in the stands took notes. Bakugo landed a few feet behind, fists clenched, scowling with renewed determination and hissing under his breath in frustration. Todoroki stood silent, his expression unreadable, though his eyes lingered on Izuku for a moment. Izuku simply caught his breath, remaining calm and composed without any overt celebration as the applause poured down around him. Achiko watched from below and smiled with proud affection, thinking to herself that he was her boyfriend. Nizu, seated in the staff box and sipping his tea, remarked with mild amusement that this year's festival had become far more interesting. As the dust settled and preparations for the next phase began, the tension between the top contenders hung in the air, sharp, unspoken, and promising that the festival had only just begun. The stadium buzzed with an energy that felt almost alive, thousands of spectators still on their feet after the first event's explosive finish. Present Mic's voice boomed through the speakers as highlights replayed on the massive screens. Images of Izuku dashing between falling debris, dodging massive robots, and crossing the finish line ahead of the pack. The crowd's enthusiasm did not fade. Izuku stood with the other competitors at the edge of the arena, breathing steadily though his heart still beat from adrenaline. Sweat clung lightly to his forehead. The race had felt more like a warm-up than a truce. Around him, classmates caught their breath or exchanged congratulatory remarks. Kaminari sprawled on the ground complaining about his legs, and Mina cheered happily despite placing in the middle range. Bakugo lingered a few paces away, visibly tense, jaw tight, eyes fixed forward. The clench of his fist betrayed the fury and pride simmering beneath his calm. Todoroki stood off to the side, expression unreadable but his gaze flickering toward Izuku more than once. Izuku's focus drifted upward to the stands, his vision sharp enough to pick out individual faces among the crowd. He had not expected to see her, but there she was. His mother, seated a few rows back with her hands clasped tightly over her chest. Inko Midoriya's expression mixed awe and worry, her lips trembling as she watched him. Pride and fear intertwined in a way that hit Izuku harder than any applause. He had not expected her to come, She was never good with crowds or with him after everything they had been through. For a heartbeat, a flash of anger crossed his features before he steadied himself. The faint flicker of annoyance was not directed at her but at himself for still flinching when he saw that look in her eyes. He exhaled quietly and forced his attention away. This was not the time for distractions. A sharp crack of Midnight's whip signaled the end of the break. Midnight announced that everyone should prepare for the next challenge and congratulated those who had passed the first event, warning them not to get too comfortable. She explained that the second round would be the cavalry battle. Gasps and murmurs ran through the students. Midnight continued, enjoying their reactions, and laid out the rules. Students would form teams of 2 to 4 to collect points by capturing opponents' headbands, each headband assigned a point value, with higher-ranked competitors from the last round worth more points. She then called attention to the top scorer from the obstacle race, Izuku Midoriya, and announced that he would be worth a staggering 10 million points. The stadium exploded with noise. Students stared at Izuku with wide eyes, some in disbelief, others already plotting. 10 million points was more than enough to guarantee advancement and meant that everyone on the field would likely come after him. Students murmured in waves, one asking if they were serious and another commenting that whoever teamed with him would be in for a difficult time. An announcer warned that everyone would target them. A student observed that being first was not always a good thing. Bakugo wore a sharp, wolfish grin and declared that he would defeat him and take the prize. Todoroki remained silent, though a slight furrow in his brow revealed his intrigue. Hachiko approached Izuku, smiling nervously, and noted that 10 million points was a lot. Izuku nodded and admitted that he must be popular that day. Hachiko fidgeted and asked if he could win this alone. Izuku considered her for a moment and agreed that he would need a team, though he doubted anyone would volunteer easily. Midnight announced that they had 15 minutes to form their teams and urged them to use the time wisely. The students scattered immediately, the air buzzing with whispers and negotiations. Izuku watched as small groups formed. Higher-ranked students attracted attention first. Todoroki already had several people approaching him, Bakugo was fending off offers with irritation, and Ida politely turned people down while calculating strategy. Izuku sighed at the predictable scene. Hachiko looked around uncertainly and asked if she should join. Izuku smiled faintly and accepted her. He explained that she was quick, could make them light, and that he trusted her. Hachiko flushed slightly and agreed to join. Mei Hatsum from the support course arrived next, dragging a bundle of gadgets and enthusiastically offering to team up. She explained that it would be perfect for exposure and that Izuku was strong enough to keep her alive long enough for it to matter. Hachiko reacted with an embarrassed laugh at Mei's blunt honesty. Izuku chuckled and welcomed Mei aboard. Mei immediately strapped strange booster attachments to her back and volunteered to handle mobility support and gadget-based defense. For the final spot, Tokoyami landed nearby, Dark Shadow shifting faintly behind him. Tokoyami calmly offered to join, explaining that his quirk complemented Izuku's and that he could provide both offense and defense from mid-range. Izuku accepted without hesitation. Their formation solidified as the timer ticked down. Hachiko would take the rear to lighten their load and keep the team agile. Mei would handle lateral control and propulsion. Tokoyami would manage defense with Dark Shadow and counterattacks. Izuku would be the rider and headband bearer. When Midnight called for teams to assemble at the starting zone, they took their place on the field among the other formations. The air crackled with tension as Izuku scanned the lineup. Bakugo's team, including Kirishima, Mina, and Siro, stood directly across, their quirks well-suited to mid-air combat. Todoroki's team, with Yaoyorozu, Jairu, and Ida, appeared balanced between attack and mobility. Even Shinso had gathered a competent group, his cold expression betraying confidence. Every competitor's gaze, however, kept returning to Izuku and the glowing 10 million hovering above his headband. Midnight raised her whip and reminded everyone that the round would last 15 minutes and that the team with the highest score when time was up would advance. The arena fell silent for the count. Hachiko tensed behind Izuku, fingers brushing his arm. Mei adjusted her thrusters. Dark Shadow darkened, poised and ready. Midnight gave the signal, and the field erupted into chaotic, high-energy action. Bakugo's team launched first, explosions propelling them forward like rockets. Todoroki's team surged across the opposite side, using ice to alter the battlefield and cut off rival paths. Teams from all sides rushed toward Izuku's formation, strategies dissolving into a frantic scramble for points. Izuku signaled for movement. Hachiko activated her quirk and lightened their combined weight. Mei's jetpack fired, lifting them into the air as the first wave of attacks struck the ground they had just vacated and sent dust billowing up to mask their retreat. Dark Shadow lashed outward like a living cloak, blocking Shiro's tape while Izuku ducked low and assessed incoming threats. Tokoyami warned that Bakugo was closing fast from the left. Izuku acknowledged the warning and shifted their formation midair. Bakugo's blast streaked past, heat brushing Izuku's cheek, and Izuku spun the team away to avoid it. Bakugo's wild grin showed how much the confrontation thrilled him. He taunted that Izuku could not run forever. Izuku replied that he was not running and quickly noted Todoroki's team advancing to block off parts of the field. Izuku instructed Hachiko to take them upward. With a controlled burst from Mei's boosters, the team ascended sharply as Todoroki's ice wave crystallized the ground below into a jagged maze. Several teams slipped and collided in the confusion. From above, Izuku could see the battlefield form a loose perimeter around them, like predators circling. Hachiko began to breathe more heavily and warned that they were being surrounded. Izuku remained composed and directed Tokoyami and Dark Shadow to keep enemies at range, while instructing Mei to maintain 15% move to hold altitude. Mei confirmed eagerly. Bakugo surged again with explosive momentum while Todoroki followed along his own frozen path. Their rivalry converged on Izuku, two top contenders focusing their efforts on the same target. Izuku's focus narrowed, each decision felt precise and necessary. Bakugo's explosion came fast and bright. Izuku ducked low, gripping Tokoyami for steadiness as Dark Shadow absorbed and redirected the force. Todoroki's ice sent sharp fragments through the air, and Mei's booster flared, sending the team spinning to the right in a coordinated evasive move. The headband nearly slipped, and Izuku's hand shot up, catching it midair. Bakugo's eyes widened and he let out a sharp exclamation. Izuku clenched his fist around the fabric and told Bakugo that he would have to try harder than that. The timer hit its halfway point, the roar of the crowd blending with the clash of quirks and the pounding rhythm of the battle. Above it all, Izuku's eyes drifted toward the stands where he knew his mother was watching. She stayed there with her hands clasped and lips moving as if praying. He gritted his teeth and wondered what she could be praying for. He did not let himself linger. He forced his focus back to the chaos, jaw set, a faint smirk tugging at his lips as Bakugo and Todoroki closed in again from opposite sides. Izuku murmured that they should make things interesting, and the battlefield answered as the second event of the sports festival became a storm of motion. The field erupted. Explosions and bursts of elemental power split the air, and teams scrambled in a flurry of stylized, high-energy maneuvers. Bakugo's blast detonated near Izuku's left flank with enough force to crack the frozen terrain beneath them. The shockwave rattled through their formation, sending Mei's booster thrusters screaming to keep them aloft. Hachiko gritted her teeth and held on despite the jolt. Tokoyami reacted instantly, Dark Shadow surging outward like a living shield to intercept the next wave of flying debris. Izuku called for them to maintain height, his voice cutting through the chaos. Mei's grin widened with exhilaration as she confirmed that height was maintained and worked her control straps, the jetpack roaring to compensate for pressure shifts as teams below tried to pull them down. In the midst of it all, Izuku's body relaxed into a state of controlled intensity. His muscles were coiled, movement flowing with efficiency. His eyes darted from target to target, reading attacks before they fully formed. Around him, the chaos felt stretched thin, as if the world slowed for him to make choices. Todoroki's ice rose from the ground in jagged spikes, slicing through the dust cloud left by Bakugo's blast. Opposing teammates Yaoyorozu, Ida, and Jairu maneuvered with mechanical precision. Ida boosted forward, propelling them upward on blue bursts while Yaoyorozu conjured metallic rods to bridge gaps in the terrain. Todoroki lifted his hand, cold mist swirling around his fingers, preparing another wall of ice. Izuku barked in order to hold. The instant Todoroki released his ice, Izuku moved. His team shifted, propelled sideways by a perfectly timed move from Mei's gear, and the ice missed them, shattering into glittering fragments in the sunlight. Then Izuku blurred. It was not full super speed but fast enough that even Bakugo's sharp eyes had trouble tracking him. He leaned over the front, hand grazing the air as he twisted mid-flight. Dark shadows struck out at the same moment, intercepting a team from Class 1B that had lunged from below. Their riders cried out as the shadowy figures swept them aside, scattering headbands into the air. Izuku caught one as they spun past, tucking it into his hand with seamless precision. Mei crowed that they had won, nearly laughing with delight. Tokoyami warned them to focus and scanned for the next threat, noting that the opponents were regrouping. Down below, Class 1B's leader Monoma scowled up and urged everyone not to get cocky, reminding them that Izuku was only one target and they should go after his team. Monoma's allies responded instantly. Bursts of fire, arcs of lightning, and hardened projectiles of stone filled the air. It was a wall of controlled chaos aimed straight at Izuku's group. Izuku exhaled once and moved without thinking in words. His body simply flowed. He leaned left and his team followed without hesitation. His hand brushed Tokoyami's shoulder and dark shadow shot forward, deflecting a bolt of lightning. A twist of his torso sent them diving under a volley of hardened spikes as wind screamed in their ears. Every motion honed them toward survival. Achiko's breath hitched at close calls, but she did not falter. Her quirk kept their weight feather-light, turning Izuku's movements into aerial choreography. Mei hooped as they spun over a team that had tried to snare them with tape, calling the situation insane and expressing how much she loved it. Achiko retorted that loving it was secondary to surviving. Another explosion rang out, louder than the rest. Bakugo's team returned, his blasts tearing through the air like artillery fire. Bakugo roared Izuku's nickname and demanded that he stop running and fight him head-on. Izuku's expression stayed neutral, though his heart thrummed faster. He murmured that Bakugo was predictable. Bakugo closed the distance in seconds, explosions propelling him upward in a spiral. His team moved flawlessly behind him, Kirishima shielding Mina and Siro from stray attacks with hardened arms. Then Bakugo lunged. Izuku tilted his head slightly and his hand snapped up, catching Bakugo's wrist mid-strike. For a brief moment everything seemed to freeze and the crowd reacted as energy crackled between them. Izuku commented quietly that Bakugo was still charging in without thinking. Bakugo snarled and told him to shut up. The explosion went off point-blank in a stylized burst of light and force that swallowed them both. When the smoke cleared, Izuku remained standing. He had twisted just enough to direct the blast away from his team so the shockwave rippled outward harmlessly. Their gazes locked, Izuku calm, Bakugo furious. Izuku flicked his wrist and applied just enough force to send Bakugo's team spinning backward. Air whipped around them, and they managed to recover midair thanks to Siro's tape and Kirishima's balance, but the shock was evident. Bakugo cursed, wiping soot from his cheek and noting that Izuku was faster than before. Kirishima agreed grimly. Todoroki was not idle either. Ice spread across half the arena, transforming the battlefield into a labyrinth of reflective spires. Teams slipped, scrambled, and risked being boxed in as his structures rose higher. From his position atop Ida's shoulders, Todoroki's gaze cut toward Izuku, focused and unreadable. Todoroki stated that Midoriya was the primary threat and insisted they could not let him control the center. Yaoyorozu nodded and formed specialized metal claws at her fingertips, agreeing that they would have to pin Izuku down long enough for Todoroki to strike. Todoroki ordered Ida to use full boost and keep them on Izuku's level. Ida's legs blazed blue as his engines fired, rocketing them into pursuit while a mist of frost trailed their ascent. Izuku saw them approaching and braced, ordering Tokoyami to full defense and telling Achiko to steady the team. Izuku instructed Mei to prepare an evasive burst on his mark. The two teams collided midair in a flash of white. Todoroki's ice flared like wings, freezing the moisture in the air around Izuku's group and locking them in a web of glittering frost. For a moment, their mobility vanished as the boosters sputtered and stalled. Mei cursed under her breath, reporting that they were stuck. Izuku answered with quiet certainty and moved. He twisted his arm in a sharp motion that cracked through the air. The ice shattered outward in a burst of sound and light, fragments scattering like crystal rain. Mei's boosters reignited, carrying them backward just as Todoroki tried to encase them again. Dark Shadow launched forward and intercepted Ida's charge, knocking him off course. The opposing team spun wildly before regaining balance, buying Izuku's team precious seconds. Izuku's muscles tightened as energy hummed through every fiber. He did not hold back as much now, not fully unleashed, but enough for the world to blur around him. His reaction time spiked and his movements became seamless and instinctive. He ducked under a stray blast from Kaminari, sidestepped Siro's tape, and parried an incoming strike from Tetsutetsu's hardened arms in a single, fluid sequence. Each action was clean, efficient, deliberate. A spectator shouted in disbelief that he almost didn't seem human. Another marveled at his control and noted that he was not even using his quirk offensively. Someone else called out that 10 million points made him a target no one could ignore. In the faculty booth, the pro heroes watched closely. Aizawa observed quietly that the power output was precise and that Izuku was measuring every strike to the inch. In his skinnier form, All Might stood with arms crossed and a faint, wistful smile. He murmured that Izuku was not fighting to win through brute force but was testing himself. As the timer neared the final 5 minutes, alliances dissolved. Teams that had once ignored each other turned their focus toward Izuku. 10 million points was too tempting. Electricity, ice, acid, explosions, steel, and sound waves converged from every direction. Hachiko warned that they were coming. Izuku urged them to let it happen, his tone carrying quiet fire. Dark Shadow roared, spreading outward like a living storm and striking down projectiles midair. Mei unleashed gadget smoke flares, grappling wires, and mini-rockets bursting in dazzling arcs. Hachiko lightened everything she could, turning near collisions into graceful glides. At the center of it all, Izuku moved with terrifying clarity. He was not untouchable. A stray ice shard nicked his sleeve and a spark from Bakugo singed his glove, but the hits did nothing significant. His counters were perfect, each motion planned a beat ahead. He guided his team through the maelstrom of quirks like a conductor leading a symphony. Todoroki pressed harder, frustration seeping into his calm as ice swept from below and forced Izuku's team upward. Bakugo's squad met them midair and explosions painted the sky orange. The three teams clashed in the center of the arena, the impact sending shockwaves across the stadium. Headbands flew and shouts filled the air. Bakugo reached for Izuku's 10 million point headband and missed by inches. Izuku caught Bakugo's wrist, twisted it aside, and flicked the edge of Bakugo's headband clean off. It landed in his grasp. Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise, and he snapped an expletive that went unheard over the noise. Todoroki's ice surged upward, nearly trapping both of them. Izuku's team twisted sharply, boosters flaring as they burst free at the last second. The heat from Bakugo's explosion collided with the cold, filling the air with steam and dropping visibility to a blur of silhouettes and shouting. Izuku's enhanced perception tracked motion through the fog. He heard footsteps, the rush of displaced air, and the crack of quirks firing. He thought that even while holding back, it still felt like cheating. He called for everyone to keep their eyes up. A shadow lunged through the fog as Monoma's team moved in with energy shields raised, taking advantage of the top contender's momentary blindness. Izuku acknowledged that it was a smart move and reacted. He redirected Mei's boosters downward, flipping their team midair, and his hand shot out to snatch Monoma's headband in a single, clean motion before their leader registered what had happened. When the fog cleared seconds later, Izuku's team hovered near the center of the field, battered but balanced, their headbands intact and their leader unscathed. The crowd exploded in cheers. Realizing time was running out, Todoroki and Bakugo launched a final coordinated assault born of instinctive rivalry turned temporary. Unity. Twin pillars of flame and ice surged toward Izuku's team. Tokoyami warned them to brace. Dark shadow wrapped around the group like a cloak, Mei's boosters flared to maximum, and Hachiko's quirk lifted them into a near-weightless drift. The collision hit like thunder and produced a blinding flash that forced spectators to shield their eyes. When the light dimmed, the center of the stadium was a cratered mess of scorched ice, melted terrain, and rising steam. Standing at the very center were Izuku's team, winded and singed but upright. Izuku remained standing, the 10 million point headband gleaming against his forehead. The buzzer sounded and the match ended. For a long moment, no one moved. Then the crowd erupted again. Present Mick's voice announced over the speakers that the winners of the second event, still holding 10 million points, were Team Midoriya. Achiko let out a shaky laugh and nearly folded from relief, saying that they had done it. Mei hooped and raised a fist, praising her equipment. Tokoyami gave a short nod as Dark Shadow retreated quietly, commenting that it was a satisfactory outcome. Izuku was silent for a moment, chest rising and falling slowly as his eyes fixed on the horizon beyond the stadium. The noise, the lights, the chaos blurred, and he breathed out. He smiled small, tired, but genuine, and acknowledged that they had succeeded. As the crowd's roar washed over them, the 10 million point headband glinted against his hair, a silent promise that more challenges lay ahead. Time passed. Izuku leaned against the vending machine, the faint hum of its compressor filling the pause between Achiko's words. Achiko commented that the whole thing had been crazy, pulling at her sleeve as her breathing evened out and sweat dotted her forehead with strands of hair clinging to her cheek. The faint blush from exertion gave her that look, the kind of determination that made him forget how dangerous the last match had been. Izuku ran a hand through his damp hair and admitted that he agreed, then noted that they had done well out there. She smiled faintly, eyes crinkling with pride. Achiko told him he could have handled everything by himself. Izuku shook his head, half amused and half tired, and asked what the point of teammates was if they did not have each other's backs. He reached out and gently touched her cheek in a brief, supportive gesture that eased some of her exhaustion. She looked down at her shoes, hiding the small grin tugging at her lips. Achiko admitted she was surprised the other teams had not attacked them and that she had expected much more chaos. Izuku recalled that he had spoken to Turo earlier. Turo had said some of the others decided not to get involved, and that Mina had joked she was crazy but not crazy enough to fight Izuku. Achiko laughed, the sound light and honest, and agreed that it sounded like Mina. They stood for a moment, letting the quiet wash over them while the chatter of other students drifted from down the hall and the faint squeak of shoes on the tiled floor echoed through the corridor. Izuku's pulse finally began to settle after the adrenaline of the cavalry battle. He was about to say something else when he felt that prickling sensation, the unmistakable feeling of someone's eyes on him. Izuku turned his head slightly, scanning past the crowd until his vision sharpened and he saw her. The smile that had lingered on his face vanished in an instant. He told Achiko he would talk to her later and forced a calm tone, explaining that he had someone he needed to talk to. Achiko blinked and nodded, still smiling softly, and asked him not to take too long. Izuku gave a faint nod before walking off, hands slipping into his pockets as he moved down the hallway with steady, deliberate steps. She was standing near the end of the corridor by a side exit. Her clothes looked worn, the pale blue cardigan hanging loosely off her shoulders. The lines on her face had deepened and her frame was thinner than he remembered. Izuku addressed her as Mom and asked flatly what she wanted. Her eyes widened and for a second she seemed to forget how to breathe. Inko told him she had heard he made it into UA and that she had seen the news about the amazing things he had been doing. Izuku sharply told her she did not get to say that. She took a step forward, hands clasped, and tried to explain that she knew she had hurt him, that she had been scared because he was different and kept getting hurt, and that she had not known how to help. Izuku cut in, asking if she had tried to protect him by telling him to give up and to stop dreaming. Her hands shook as she insisted she had been trying to protect him. Izuku asked if she was protecting him from himself and stepped forward to meet her eyes, accusing her of giving up on him and deciding he was too weak to matter. He asked if she thought he had forgotten that. She looked down, shoulders trembling, and told him she had never stopped caring and that what she had said back then had been wrong. Izuku almost laughed, but the sound was hollow. He reminded her that she had watched him fall apart and had told him to accept it instead of helping. She covered her mouth, tears spilling freely, and explained that she had not known how to fix things, that she had been broken too after losing his father and everything else, and she had been afraid of losing him as well. Izuku exhaled and tried to steady the storm building inside him. He wanted to hate her, but seeing her shaking and frail made the familiar rage harder to summon. Still, he told her quietly that she had already lost him a long time ago. She looked up, expression shattered, and pleaded with him not to say that. He cut across her plea and asked why she was there, saying she had not come just to apologize. She hesitated, wiped her eyes, and said she had wanted to see how much he had grown and to tell him she was sorry and that she was trying to make things right. Izuku looked past her toward the faint outline of the arena and told her she could not make it right or erase years of feeling alone and worthless. She quickly insisted that he was not worthless and that she had been the one who failed. He told her to stop and closed his eyes for a second. The silence that followed was sharp against the distant noise from outside. When he spoke again, he asked if she knew what it had been like to wake up every day wondering why he was even still there, to be told heroes were not for people like him and to focus on something realistic until he believed he was. Nothing. She covered her face and sobbed softly, insisting she had never meant for it to go so far. Izuku replied that it had, and that now he was standing there doing what she had said he never could. He said he had not needed her approval then and did not need it now. She tried to explain that she did not deserve forgiveness and that she only wanted closure. Izuku felt a raw, bitter laugh well up, edged with the feelings he had buried deep, the kind that resurfaced when old wounds reopened without warning. He ran a hand over his face, feeling the faint stubble along his jaw and the subtle ache from the battle still lingering in his knuckles. The hallway felt smaller, the walls pressing in as if echoing every unsaid word between them. Inko reached out tentatively, fingers trembling in the air but not closing the distance. Tears tracked down her cheeks, smudging the faint makeup she had worn in the hope that looking put together would help her words land. Inko pleaded with Izuku, asking him to listen and to understand that she was different now. He listened with a steady, quieter voice, his fire banked to embers. He searched her face for the mother he had remembered, the one who had baked hero-shaped cookies and bandaged scraped knees with stories of people who never gave up, but that woman felt distant, faded by years and choices neither could undo. Inko admitted she had been wrong about a lot of things and confessed that fear had often guided her actions. She described the work she had done since then: therapy, support groups, learning what it meant to be a better parent. She did not expect immediate forgiveness. She only wanted him to know she had changed and was trying. Izuku acknowledged her effort but emphasized that the issue was not simply about her changing now. He reflected on the years he had spent trying to prove his worth to others, to his family, and how he had largely done it on his own. He said that, although her effort mattered, he was still learning how to trust people who claimed to care. Inko offered a tentative, watery smile and thanked him for listening, even a little. Izuku warned her not to presume reconciliation yet and reminded her that making amends would take more than words. He asked her to show up consistently, attend events, watch the matches, cheer if she wanted, but not to expect those actions to erase the past. She promised to be there for every event. Izuku gave a short, final nod that was firm but not cruel, then turned to the arena doors. The cool metal handle grounded him as he pushed them open and the crowd's energy hit like a wave. Cheers, announcements, the electric buzz of anticipation. Inko lingered by the exit a moment longer, hand pressed against the door as if feeling the echo of his presence, then wiped her eyes, straightened her cardigan, and made her way to the spectator seats. The next event buzzer sounded in the distance, but she did not flinch. The break between rounds buzzed with restless energy. Students filled the hallway beside the waiting area, voices forming a chaotic blend of bragging, complaining, and nervous chatter. Midoriya stretched his arms behind his head, trying to ease the tension after the intense cavalry battle. Even holding back, he had pushed himself harder than before, and adrenaline lingered. Before he could fully exhale, Mina arrived like a burst of energy, clutching a piece of fabric and declaring a crisis with theatrical urgency. Midoriya blinked and followed as she insisted on taking him to the girls' prep room, warning that the situation was urgent and that the class's reputation might be at stake. Inside, the scene was chaotic. Achiko, Momo, Tsuyu, Mina, Jiro, Hagakure, and Yaoyorozu stood in varying stages of embarrassed disbelief, each wearing cheer squad uniforms that felt awkward and out of character. Achiko appeared flushed and uncomfortable, hands hovering as if she wanted to adjust the outfit but found nothing suitable to change into. Jiro motioned toward the window and made it clear that a couple of boys had been nearby and quickly retreated when noticed, adding to the awkwardness. Mina held up a paper and explained that an official cheer squad request form had been submitted but that it was forged. She identified the culprits as 2 classmates who had created the false document. Achiko protested that she had gone along because she thought it was a tradition and did not want to be rude to the festival. Tsuyu noted, calmly, that they had been thoroughly tricked. Momo, visibly shaken despite her usual composure, questioned why anyone would resort to deception instead of asking directly and suggested they could have found a tasteful compromise. Midoriya took in the scene, sensing the mixture of frustration and embarrassment. He understood that the girls felt trapped by a prank and wanted to help resolve the situation without making matters worse. Cheer spirit can be expressed in many ways, Midoriya began, but Jiro cut him off and bluntly called them idiots. Momo cleared her throat, nodded once, and agreed that the situation was irredeemable. Hagakure, visible or not, gestured wildly and admitted that she had believed them and now they looked like cheerleaders. Midoriya said carefully that they could be cheerleaders with dignity, athleticism, determination, and sharpness, though he immediately regretted the phrasing when Achiko's face nearly combusted. Jiro raised one brow and remarked that sharpness seemed unlikely when they were wearing bows. Mina crossed her arms, tapped her foot, and demanded to know why anyone appeared calm about the whole thing, calling boys seeing them like this a crisis. Midoriya scratched his cheek awkwardly and explained that he had seen worse in battle situations, costumes, and support gear adjustments, but admitted that this was shocking. Midoriya then asked what they should do next. Achiko exhaled and warned Midoriya that she was not angry at him personally, but threatened serious consequences for Mineta if this had been his doing. Jiro offered to help, muttering that she could anchor the rocket or supply fireworks. Momo rubbed her temples and said she would be filing an official complaint after the event. Present Mick's voice boomed overhead through the speakers to announce a school spirit cheer show segment planned for the break, timed to perfection. Mina threw her hands up in despair and accused the organizers of rigging it. Midoriya sighed and said he understood how much this SCQD, and reminded them that no one could force them to participate. Jiro exhaled and pointed out that they now knew they had a choice, thanks to catching the troublemakers, but that the broadcast had already announced the cheerleading. If they did not show up they would look like quitters or people who could not take a joke. Hagakure shivered dramatically and insisted that being socially roasted was worse than death. Tsuyu reacted to the exaggeration and called it extreme. Mina drew a deep breath, straightened her uniform, rolled her shoulders as if heading into a battle she had not signed up for, and declared that if they were forced into this they would do it on their terms. Tight formations, strong energy, plenty of flips, and absolute unity. Achiko decided to treat it as extra training and warned Midoriya, with a small but fierce tone, that if he enjoyed the spectacle even a little she would make sure he regretted it. Midoriya raised both hands and acknowledged the warning, saying he was respectfully terrified. The door slid open and Kaminari and Mineta reappeared, faces pale with guilt and terror as they peeked in. Kaminari raised his hands in surrender and began to point out that everyone could at least admit something, but a textbook flew across the room and struck him in the face from a precision throw that would have impressed any athlete, thrown by Jiro. Mineta squeaked that they had only wanted school spirit. Mina cracked her knuckles and warned that she was about to teach them a lesson. The boys fled, which was probably their smartest decision. Tsuyu hopped closer to Midoriya and thanked him for his restraint, noting that most boys would have behaved worse. Midoriya replied that he was committed to staying alive and that Achiko was scarier than any villain he had faced. Achiko offered a sweet smile that did not match the fierceness in her eyes and called him a good boyfriend. Momo straightened and said they would proceed with dignity. Midoriya said he would cheer them on properly and insisted that they did not need outfits to stand out, that they were already amazing. Silence followed. Then Mina wiped an imaginary tear and teased that Midoriya was earning his relationship points. Midoriya cleared his throat, flushed, and said he was leaving before anyone labeled him the enemy. He reached the door, but Achiko gently grabbed the hem of his jacket and thanked him for not being awkward about the situation. Midoriya told her he was proud of her and affirmed that after the performance she could take care of the troublemakers as she saw fit. Achiko blinked, leaned forward, and whispered that he should save her a seat later. Her face flushed as she pulled back. Midoriya left before his heartbeat could explode. Outside, half of Class 1 as boys huddled like survivors. Kirishima whispered that Achiko had looked like she would vaporize anyone who stared too long. Tokoyami nodded gravely and commented that women radiated a power beyond comprehension. Shiro pointed at Mineta and Kaminari, who were curled up on the ground and whimpering, and said that those two had learned nothing. Midoriya exhaled slowly and muttered that they would learn when they saw the hospital bill. The cheer routine began soon after, music blasting and the stadium roaring as the girls marched out with synchronized steps and fierce determination. Their embarrassment had vanished and they now moved like a squad of champions, ready to take over the arena. Achiko spotted Midoriya in the crowd, blushed, lifted her pom-pom, and smirked to remind him not to forget her earlier request. Midoriya watched as they launched into an intense, focused, and athletic routine. Jiro provided steady rhythm, Momo executed elegant and precise movements, Mina radiated fearless energy, Tsuyu performed impressive flips, and Hagakure surprised everyone with sparkling effects seemingly appearing from nowhere. The performance was chaotic, powerful, and impressive. Midoriya clapped genuinely because they had earned it. Mineta sniffled beside him and declared through a swollen voice that it had been worth every punch. Kaminari nodded painfully and said he had seen heaven and then a very swift consequence. When Achiko landed a flawless backflip and stuck the landing, she glanced at Midoriya again, and her cheeks softened just a fraction. Midoriya knew he would pay for it later, but it had been worth it. Shoto, Bakugo, and the rest of Class 1A leaned forward in their seats as the stadium roared. The cheers and flashing lights felt like a living pulse through the arena's steel bones. It was time for the first one-on-one battles, and tension buzzed through the air. Down in the waiting tunnel, Izuku Midoriya emerged under the bright stadium lights and walked calmly onto the stone arena. His emerald eyes were steady, his posture relaxed but coiled with quiet focus. Across from him, Hitoshi Shinso stepped forward with an unreadable expression and purple hair falling slightly over narrowed eyes. In the stands, Kaminari muttered that Shinso had an intimidating look. Kirishima recalled seeing Shinso during the cavalry battle and described a creepy, cool aura. Masahiro Ojiro folded his arms, his tail twitching slightly, and noted that Shinso's quirk was dangerous. Ojiro said he had experienced it firsthand. Jai returned and asked how it worked. Ojiro replied quietly that it was mind control, explaining that if someone responded verbally after Shinso spoke, Shinso could take control. He recalled answering during the cavalry match without realizing it and then being unable to fight back. Shoji leaned closer and warned that a quirk like that in the wrong hands could cause serious harm, saying it was hard to believe someone like that had not been placed in the hero course from the start. Ida adjusted his glasses and suggested the quirk might activate through interaction, relying on strategy rather than raw power. Bakugo scoffed, crossed his arms, and insisted that if someone was strong they should use their quirk to stand out, otherwise they were wasting space in the hero course. A few heads turned but no one argued. The bluntness of his words lingered. On the field, Shinso lifted his eyes and mocked the golden student of Class 1A, saying it must be nice. Izuku did not react or blink. His hand lifted slightly, index finger poised in that familiar flicking stance, the air humming and dust trembling at his feet. Shinso smirked and taunted Midoriya about being born lucky. A low murmur rippled through the stands. Shinso continued with bitterness, saying it must be nice to have a quirk that makes everyone assume capability, while people like him were shoved aside for not having flashy powers. The crowd held its breath. Izuku's brow tightened almost imperceptibly, his emotions unreadable. He knew struggle and loneliness, and Shinso was not entirely wrong about the world's bias toward spectacle. Shinso stepped forward and softened his voice, challenging whether Midoriya thought he had truly earned his place. Izuku exhaled slowly and kept his finger poised. Shinso then asked whether Midoriya had gotten into the hero course because he earned it or by dumb luck. Without conscious thought, Izuku answered no, and the atmosphere froze. His eyes glazed, his posture slackened, and his expression smoothed into blank obedience as his arm lowered. The entire class sat bolt upright. Kaminari exclaimed that he had answered. Ojiro cursed that he had warned them that once someone responded they could be controlled. Shoji said grimly that Midoriya was under control. Bakugo clenched his fists as heat sparked from his palms and called Midoriya an idiot for falling for it. Shoto said nothing but tightened his jaw as Izuku began walking toward the edge of the ring in mechanical steps. Achiko gripped the railing, her chest tight. Hero Registry UA High School, Student File. Name, Midoriya Izuku. Hero Name, Solaris. Age, 15, at UA entrance. Height, 175 centimeters. Affiliation, Class 1A, UA High School. Quirk, Solar Core. Classification, Emitter Type. Quirk Description, Solar Core allows the user to absorb solar radiation and convert it into vast reservoirs of energy that manifest as a wide range of superhuman abilities. The more sunlight absorbed, the greater the performance, with potential that grows exponentially. Abilities. Solar Strength physical output capable of lifting massive weights when fully charged. Superhuman speed for both ground and aerial movement, with near-instantaneous reactions. Flight with high speed, highly maneuverable aerial control and hovering. Concentrated beams of solar energy emitted from the eyes for precision strikes. Extreme resistance to kinetic damage, temperature extremes, and explosions. Many conventional attacks prove ineffective. Enhanced senses including microscopic and telescopic vision, infrared vision, and heightened hearing. A powerful omnidirectional solar blast reserved as a last resort. Controlled breath techniques that can produce strong gusts or concentrated cooling effects. Rapid regeneration when exposed to sunlight and exceptional stamina when solar-charged. Heightened cognitive processing and memory, complementing his analytical mind. Weaknesses and limitations. Dependence on sunlight. Power wanes when deprived of solar exposure or under red-spectrum light, leaving him vulnerable if fully depleted. High precision required to use speed, strength, and vision-based attacks safely. Misuse risks collateral damage. Emotional strain from expectations and past rejection can cloud judgment. Personality. Izuku is analytical, kind-hearted, and fiercely determined. Despite overwhelming power, he remains humble and emotionally grounded. His history as an outcast without a quirk forged deep empathy and a relentless drive to protect others. He studies quirks, tactics, and combat psychology meticulously, seeking to push beyond his limits. Solaris carries a quiet intensity and a detachment from those who once scorned him, especially Bakugo and his mother, and his compassion is strong while his tolerance for cruelty is nearly zero. Likes. Hero notebooks and battle analysis. True heroes. Pork cutlet bowl. Helping others from the shadows. Quiet rooftop training sessions. Stargazing and sunlight. Dislikes. Bakugo Katsuki for bullying and hypocrisy. Inko Midoriya for neglect and emotional distance during his early life. Being underestimated. Overcast days and red sunlight. Wasted potential. Cowardice in the face of injustice. Hobbies. Advanced hero analysis and strategic notebooks. Classic manga and superhero comics. Fighting games and arena simulators for studying opponent patterns. VR combat training and custom scenarios. Speed reading and mental puzzles. In-depth anime study and voice acting practice. Urban exploration and rooftop meditation. Combat style. A tactical juggernaut blending overwhelming physical force with surgical precision. High-speed blitz tactics to disorient foes. Aerial supremacy using flight and eye-based techniques for rapid takedowns and crowd control. Strategic adaptation, adjusting output and form mid-fight based on observation. Internal evaluation at UA. Power, beyond standard scales. Speed, beyond standard scales. Technique, exceptional. Intelligence, exceptional. Cooperation, high. Izuku believed that power alone did not make a hero, It was the heart to use it wisely that mattered. Matchday arena. Achiko called his name softly from the stands, voice threaded with concern. Shinso's smirk widened as relief and triumph flickered across his face. He ordered Izuku to walk out of the ring. Izuku obeyed with slow, steady steps, feet dragging across the sand toward the boundary. The stadium held its breath. A spectator wondered if he was going to lose like that, and another whispered that mind control was terrifying. Mina pressed a hand to her forehead, unable to accept what she was seeing. Tenya Ida urged Midoriya to fight it. Bakugo leaned forward, jaw clenched, his posture daring Izuku not to embarrass him. Izuku did not seem to hear the voices. His foot hovered at the chalk line, then tremors passed through his hand. A hint of resistance flickered behind his eyes, and his poised finger twitched back into action. A whisper of stored force stirred the air. A sudden burst of power snapped outward like a compressed pulse of wind, kicking up dust and shaking the arena floor. The pulse shoved Shinso off balance, hair whipped back as he stumbled, panic widening his expression. Clarity slammed back into Izuku as if a chain had been broken. He inhaled sharply, vision returned in dizzying focus. His foot paused an inch before stepping out, and then, in a blur of motion, he closed the distance. Moving faster than any mind-controlled shell could allow, Izuku appeared before Shinso with an outstretched hand. The force in the air coalesced like a tightly wound spring at his fingertip. He reminded himself quietly that he had earned everything the hard way. With a precise motion, the stored force released. The impact launched Shinso backward in a dramatic arc, sending him skidding out of the ring and into the dust beyond the boundary. The arena fell instantly silent, then erupted into a deafening roar of approval that shook the stands. Midnight signaled the result with a flourish of her whip and announced Izuku Midoriya as the winner. Izuku exhaled and lowered his hand. He returned to center stage without celebration, waiting calmly for the announcer's cue to exit, eyes steady and composed. In the stands, reactions tumbled over one another. Mina blinked, stunned by how cinematic the moment had been. Kaminari gaped, marveling that Izuku had sent his opponent flying. Shoji offered a brief, approving nod. Ojiro inclined his head in respect at the restraint Izuku showed. Bakugo stared, his expression a mixture of furious pride and renewed challenge. Achiko smiled softly, her heart racing, feeling relief and admiration for what he had accomplished. As Izuku walked back to his section, feet quiet against the metal floor, his classmates turned to meet him. Kirishima's grin was wide and genuine, welcoming him back without fanfare. Kirishima praised the move, calling it awesome. Izuku scratched the back of his head, cheeks faintly pink, and thanked him shyly. Siro laughed and pointed out that Izuku had casually flicked an opponent away. Jiro smirked and commented that it had looked effortless. Bakugo clicked his tongue and turned away, refusing to speak but remaining in his seat. The screen announced the next match between Ibara Shiozaki and Denki Kaminari. The crowd quieted as the vine-haired girl and the electric-haired boy stepped into the arena. Kaminari stretched exaggeratedly and shook out his hands, quietly vowing not to fall easily. Bakugo muttered that it would be over quickly and that Kaminari was finished. The match opened with a sweep of green vines that moved like living whips, forming both defense and offense in a fluid display. Kaminari's bolts of electricity fizzled harmlessly against the writhing foliage as Shiozaki's precision grounded and redirected each strike. Kaminari gathered sparks around him, determined to press on, while Shiozaki spoke in a calm, cutting tone, ordering him to repent. Her vines surged in a coordinated spread and, before he could complete his charge, coiled around him and immobilized him, dampening his electricity. Kaminari called out his surrender, quickly pleading to stop. The stands erupted in laughter and cheers. Mina covered her mouth in surprise, and Ida murmured his admiration for the seamless control and technique she had displayed. The screen shifted to announce Tenya Ida versus Mei Hatsum. Ida marched in with military precision, taking his stance. Mei trotted after him with goggles atop her pink hair and an array of tools and inventions clinking at her belt. Ida bowed deeply and expressed that he looked forward to working with her. Mei grinned and assured him she planned to make full use of him. Bakugo raised a brow and remarked that the plan sounded suspicious. When Midnight signaled the start, Mei immediately launched not at Ida but toward the cameras. Gadgets whirled around her like mechanical pedals as she activated boosters, grappling hooks, and smoke capsules, energetically explaining their functions to the broadcast audience. Ida stood frozen, rigid and flustered behind his glasses, incredulous that Mei was using the match as a demonstration for her inventions. Mei boosted herself into the air and openly acknowledged she was using the sports festival's exposure, which drew laughter and baffled reactions from the crowd and pro-heroes alike. Ida chased her in mounting frustration, doing his best not to knock her out while she continued her rapid-fire promotion. He protested that this was not honorable competition and begged her to stop treating it as a marketing opportunity. Mei sent one final gadget spiraling before landing dramatically near the boundary. She announced that she was finished and thanked Ida for supporting her display. Ida stumbled over his own surprise and slid out of bounds, ending the match. Mei dusted her gloves, beaming as she declared victory by tactical demonstration. Ida fell to his knees, hands trembling and glasses fogged with emotional distress. Ida said he had been used. Laughter rippled through the stands again, the energy bright and soaring. Izuku exhaled, shoulders easing. Chaos, surprise, triumph all balanced under that roaring stadium sky. His gaze drifted briefly toward the arena tunnel, then toward his friends laughing together, cheering, talking animatedly. Then he looked toward the field where he would soon face stronger opponents, harder battles, sharper tests. For now, the echo of his flick, the roar of the crowd, and the knowledge that he had fought without compromising himself hung like electricity in the air. Bakugo muttered under his breath that he was not going to let Izuku stay ahead of him. Izuku answered without turning, his voice calm, steady, and certain that he did not plan on slowing down. The wind carried the sound away as the next names lit up on the board and the tournament marched onward. Shoto Todoroki stood motionless at his starting position, his breath misting faintly in the air around him. One side of his body shimmered with cold that never quite settled, the other dormant but heavy with potential. His expression was distant, gaze turned inward even as the audience screamed his name. Across from him, Hantashiro shook out his arms, tape dispensers on his elbows ready, eyes narrowed with determination that tried to hide his anxiety. The height difference alone made the crowd whisper, but no one could deny that Shiro had earned his place here. Present Mike announced the next match, his voice jittery with excitement. The heavyweight Shoto Todoroki versus the tape-shooting, high-flying Hantashiro. Izuku watched from the tunnel with the rest of Class 1. Achiko stood beside him, hands clasped tight in front of her. Bakugo leaned against the wall with arms crossed, glaring at the arena as if it owed him something. Kaminari bounced on his feet, while Ida's glasses flashed with anxious reflections of the arena lights. Tokoyami murmured quietly that this one might be brutal. Izuku said in a low voice that it would not be only brute strength. Shiro moved like a support hero in training but was good at using the battlefield. He would try to bind Todoroki and limit long-range power. Bakugo scoffed and said that Todoroki would just get iced into a snow cone. Referee Midnight raised her whip and signaled for the match to begin. Shiro launched first, tape firing in rapid arcs, snapping through the air toward Shoto like white streaks. His form was smooth, practiced. Came to bind Shoto's arms, pin his legs, and suffocate his mobility before anything could start. Shoto did not twitch. The instant the tape neared, a rushing blast of frost erupted outward in a sweeping wave, expanding in a hard, glittering burst. It froze the tape mid-flight and the ground under Shiro's feet, turning the area white in less than a heartbeat. The crowd gasped as ice surged upward and spread across the arena floor. Shiro's movements locked. He tried to fire more tape, but his arms stiffened. The cold constrained his joints and he could not complete the motion. Todoroki stepped forward once. That was all it took. A final concentrated burst stopped Shiro, leaving him encased in ice from shoulders to boots, the tape reels frozen mid-rotation. The stadium fell silent, then erupted in a wave of awe and disbelief. Present Mike declared the result a chilling and overwhelming victory for Todoroki, praising the flash freeze. Referee Midnight raised her hand and declared Todoroki Shoto the winner. Shoto did not look at the crowd, nor did he look at Zero. His expression remained shadowed by something unreadable as he softened enough ice for paramedics to reach Zero. He turned and walked without another word. Paramedics escorted Zero off the field, still coated in ice, while Todoroki passed his classmates with no celebration and no arrogance, only the same distant look and a weight buried in his eyes. Achiko noted that he had not even used fire. Aoyama sighed dramatically and said that he did not need it, calling the moment magnificent but also very frightening. Bakugo clicked his tongue and said Todoroki would be twice as strong if he stopped holding back, calling him an idiot. Izuku's gaze followed Todoroki. Izuku observed that Todoroki was terrified of using his fire more than afraid. He seemed to hate it. Achiko asked if Izuku could see that, and Izuku replied quietly that he could. Before anyone could ask more, Present Mic announced the next match, Fumikage Tokoyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo inhaled deeply as she walked forward, posture tall though her hands trembled slightly. Tokoyami moved with calm grace, dark shadow trailing behind like an ink-winged phantom. Izuku leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Izuku thought that this match would show just how good both competitors were. Momo's heart pounded so fiercely it felt like it shook her ribs. She reminded herself of the hours she had spent planning, of how Tokoyami thrived in mid-range combat and amplified darkness. She promised herself she would not go down without thinking, without fighting. Tokoyami bowed politely and Dark Shadow mimicked the motion with exaggerated pride. Tokoyami explained that he wished her luck but that his quirk was difficult to cage. Momo nodded and responded that her quirk existed to solve problems like that and that she hoped he would not mind her trying. The whistle cut through the air. Yaoyorozu sprang backward instantly, her legs pumping as she created a flashbang from her arm. Tokoyami surged forward at the same moment, Dark Shadow roaring ahead in a swooping arc. The clash of quirk energy cracked like thunder. Light detonated in a burst so bright half the arena shielded their eyes. Tokoyami flinched as Dark Shadow drew back. Momo pulled a bow staff from her skin, spinning it into a defensive guard. Tokoyami recovered fast, sending Dark Shadow whipping around from the opposite side with claws cutting the air. The bow staff took the blow and snapped in half. Momo stumbled but had another plan. She created a rapid-release net cannon from her chest and fired. Webbing shot through the air. Dark Shadow swiped it away, but the distraction let Momo sprint sideways, angling the sunlight at Tokoyami's back to increase exposure. Tokoyami hissed faintly as Dark Shadow shrank just enough to stall. Momo seized the moment and produced another flash grenade, but Dark Shadow lunged and tackled her arm before she could throw. She gasped as the device skittered away. Dark Shadow pressed down hard, pinning her wrist, but she did not cry out and instead gritted her teeth. Tokoyami urged her to yield and praised the brilliance of her fight. Momo clenched her jaw, breath tight. She considered forcing another creation, but Dark Shadow's pressure increased and she was clearly straining. Midnight rushed forward and declared that Yaoyorozu could not continue, announcing Tokoyami Fumikage as the winner. The crowd cheered, a quieter, respectful sound. Tokoyami immediately helped Momo to her feet and Dark Shadow bowed deeply in apology. Tokoyami earnestly told her she had fought incredibly and that he had needed to go all out from the start. Momo managed a soft smile and thanked him, admitting she still had not been enough. Izuku watched her return, noticing her trembling hands. More than disappointment, self-doubt gnawed at her edges. Achiko reached Momo first, grabbing her shoulders and telling her she had done amazing and had been brilliant out there. Momo nodded, her eyes glistening. Even in the heaviest hearts, confidence cracked like ice. The next announcement boomed before the silence could settle. Present Mic announced the next matchup as one of the most anticipated fist-to-fist contests. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. The stadium burst into raw hype as the two charged out, both explosive with energy and grinning like battering rams ready to break something big. Kirishima slammed a hardened fist into his palm and called for the match to start. Tetsu cracked his neck and answered back with his own challenge, trading taunts as they squared off. The whistle blew. They collided midfield like cannonballs, a shockwave throwing dust into a ring around them. Their fists hammered against each other, hardened skin against metal plating. Each impact rang out, louder and sharper than the last. Every strike was a challenge, every block a declaration. Kirishima roared about manliness as he swung with a hardened forearm. Tetsu shouted that hardening alone would not be enough against steel and slammed him with a shoulder. They grappled, twisted, and slammed each other with no strategy beyond force and spirit. Sweat flew, muscles strained, and neither would allow surrender to find room. The crowd screamed. Class 1A and 1B leaned forward with fascination. Achiko winced at every heavy hit. Mineta watched, confused by the intensity. Kaminari pumped both fists and cheered wildly. Izuku muttered that neither of them was giving up and that their stamina was insane. Bakugo folded his arms tighter and admitted, grudging respect, calling them idiots but not bad. Minutes passed. Punches slowed and breaths grew ragged. Faces showed bruises and swelling, cuts forming at the edges, but neither stopped. Neither allowed surrender to take hold. Kirishima staggered, vision blurring, then caught Tetsu's next punch and pushed his hardening beyond its usual limit, showing clear signs of strain. Tetsu matched the effort with steel that grew thicker and brighter than before, pushing past his boundary and grinding his teeth so hard sparks seemed to fly. They pulled back, both trembling, then struck one last time. The impact shook the ground and dust shot upward. Silence fell. Then both competitors collapsed side by side. Recovery Girl hurried out faster than ever. Midnight raised her arm and declared a double knockout, explaining that the judges would deliberate the final result. The stadium thundered with chants of both names. Medics lifted Kirishima and Tetsu onto stretchers. Kirishima groaned that it had been intense. Tetsu breathed hard beside him, spent but smiling through the exertion. Kirishima thanked his friend and said he was going to sleep for a week. Mina wiped at her eyes in an exaggerated gesture and said she almost cried because it had felt so manly. Bakugo muttered an insult but could not hide a hint of grudging respect. Tokoyami nodded solemnly and described the fight as one of unwavering conviction. Momo, still recovering emotionally, offered a sincere nod and called it inspiring. Kirishima smiled weakly and observed that they were all pushing forward. Izuku returned his tired grin and reminded him that every step counts. Outside, the stadium continued to roar, the air vibrating with the kind of energy only growing legends could create. Dust from shattered pride and rising hopes settled slowly over every student watching. Victories, losses, pain, and perseverance mixed together as the festival pressed on. Soon, another announcement echoed through the arena to prepare the crowd for the next match. The air around the stadium crackled with excitement as chatter rippled through the open arena. The concrete floor gleamed faintly under sunlight streaming through the open roof, and the faint scent of scorched dust from previous battles lingered. Present Mike announced the next match as Katsuki Bakugo vs. Achiko Uraraka, and the audience erupted. On the field, Achiko stood in the center of her marked circle. Her pink and black hero costume had been designed for mobility, and her hands trembled slightly as she faced her opponent. Across from her, Bakugo rolled his shoulders, his gauntlets catching the light and his crimson eyes as sharp as ever. His face was unreadable, showing no grin or jeer, only a steady, burning calm like a predator ready to strike. For a moment the air itself seemed to hold its breath. From the waiting tunnel, Achiko had quietly wished luck to her friends as she stepped out, though the echo of her own words felt small in the vastness of the arena. From the stands, Izuku leaned forward with his elbows on his knees, clasping his hands tightly and urging her to do her best, though she was already too far away to hear. Midnight checked that the contestants were ready. Bakugo made it clear to everyone that he would not hold back just because she was Izuku's girlfriend. Achiko's breath hitched, and then she steadied herself. Midnight signaled the start and told them to begin. At that command, Bakugo surged forward with a sharp blast that cracked the ground beneath him. Achiko leaped aside, the shockwave rolling past her like thunder. Heat licked her cheek as debris scattered and small stones pelted her shoulders. She stumbled, then recovered quickly, eyes narrowing. He wasted no time, pivoting in midair and releasing another explosion. She rolled to the side, skidding across the floor with her fingers brushing the concrete. Smoke filled the lower half of the field and the crowd reacted with a collective gasp. Present Mike called out that she was dodging well and that Bakugo was not letting up. From the commentary box, Aizawa noted that Bakugo was being careful and analyzing her movements, keeping his distance to pressure her into mistakes. Achiko pressed a hand to her chest and felt her heart pounding. Her gloves were streaked with dust. She crouched low and used the smoke for cover, thinking that Bakugo would expect her to keep dodging and that she needed to make him think that was all she could do. Her eyes flicked to scattered debris, shattered tiles, and chunks of flooring tossed up by earlier blasts, and a plan began to form. Bakugo landed heavily and taunted her with the nickname Round Face, challenging her as if that were all she had. He clicked his tongue and irritation flashed across his features, then he raised his right hand so his palm hissed with ignition and declared he would drag her out. A fierce, concentrated blast tore through the haze. Achiko leapt and barely cleared the wave, flipping in the air and pressing both hands against falling chunks of arena stone. Each piece shimmered faintly as her control freed them from their weight. She landed hard, sliding backward on her boots, panting. Above her, pieces of the arena floated weightless and drifted higher into the sky. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Present Mike remarked that she was using the debris, and Izuku's eyes widened as he realized she had turned the scattered material into ammunition. Even the pro heroes in the stands leaned forward. Cementos observed that she was creating her own projectiles. Bakugo caught the shift and his eyes flicked up at the floating slabs before returning to her. A faint, dangerous smirk returned to his face as he called her bluff. Achiko raised her hands again, sweat tracing her forehead, and brought more broken slabs under her control, dozens of them filling the air like a quiet storm. She signaled that it was time. The sky rained concrete as slabs plummeted in a barrage of her own making. Present Mike exclaimed that Uraraka's move was insane and that she had turned the whole field into a bombardment zone. Bakugo's palms erupted in rapid succession, blasting apart every piece that came near and turning the air into a whirlwind of smoke and fragments. The explosions were deafening and blinding, but Bakugo managed to avoid being hit. He moved like a storm, spinning and firing, each detonation a precise defense that kept him mobile. The ground cracked under the force of their exchange and wind pressure tore through the arena. Achiko used the chaos as cover and pressed forward, lungs burning as she sprinted, each step calculated. She aimed for the moment when his focus on the falling debris might leave a narrow opening, fingers trembling but determined to reach him. When the smoke parted, Bakugo stood waiting and snapped his arm forward. An explosion occurred at point-blank range and Achiko was thrown back in a dramatic, whirlwind burst of energy that sent her tumbling across the floor. She rolled until she skidded to a stop, costume singed from the blast, body trembling, and breathing hard. The crowd fell silent. She groaned, pushing herself up on shaking arms. Bakugo stared down at her, expression unchanging. Bakugo challenged her, saying he had seen through that. Her vision swam, but she lifted her head, eyes fierce even through the exhaustion. Achiko told him that she had to try. He tilted his head slightly and acknowledged that she was not bad, but that holding back would have been an insult. Midnight raised a hand, ready to intervene, but Achiko staggered to her feet, surprising everyone. Her legs wobbled, but she took a step forward and insisted that she was not done yet. Her voice cracked, yet it carried through the stadium. The crowd began to murmur, admiration spreading through the noise. In the stands, Izuku's hands tightened on his knees as he urged Achiko to hang in there. Bakugo frowned and remarked that she really did not quit. She wiped her mouth, leaving a streak of dust across her cheek, and said softly that she had something she needed to prove. She dashed forward again, faster than before, pushing her battered body to its limit. Bakugo's eyes followed her movements, mapping every possible angle. She feinted left, then right, then lunged directly toward him with her hand outstretched. He twisted aside and countered with another explosion that shattered the floor beneath her. The blast wave sent her flying, but before she hit the ground she reached out and briefly caught a piece of debris that lifted her for a heartbeat before she released it. She landed hard, coughing, her entire body aching. The arena fell silent. Bakugo lowered his hand, his gauntlet steaming, and declared that it was over. Midnight announced that Uraraka was unable to continue and that Bakugo had won. The crowd exploded in cheers, but the energy this time was respect rather than mockery. Even the pro-heroes exchanged approving glances. Cementos murmured that she had pushed Bakugo to fight seriously. Midnight observed that she had done it without flashy quirk output and had used strategy. As Bakugo turned to leave, he paused at the sight of Achiko trying to sit up, her face streaked with sweat and dust but holding quiet pride. He stared at her for a long moment before, almost gruffly, acknowledging that she had done good. She blinked, dazed. He told her she had fought smart and had not made it easy, then walked off without another word, hands in his pockets and leaving faint scorch marks in his wake. The audience's reaction was mixed shock, awe, admiration, but it was clear now that no one saw Bakugo as cruel. From the stands, Izuku exhaled slowly, a soft smile tugging at his lips as he said she had made them see her. Beside him, Ida nodded solemnly and praised her determination. As the medics rushed to help Achiko, she looked up toward the stands and locked eyes with Izuku. He gave her a small thumbs up, his eyes proud. She managed a weak smile in return. Sunlight broke through the drifting smoke, glinting against the shattered floor and suspended dust. The crowd's roar softened into applause, genuine and warm, echoing long after Bakugo had left the stage. Though Achiko's vision blurred from exhaustion, the sound of that applause lingered as a reminder that even in defeat she had stood tall. Her hand fell gently to the ground as medics lifted her, and the next name was already being called. Outside the infirmary, the hallway was strangely quiet after the roar of the stadium. Izuku could still hear the echo of explosions, and the heavy thud of Achiko hitting the arena floor burned into his memory. His feet moved on their own as he rushed down the corridor. The fluorescent lights blurred above him, and his chest felt tight. He could not stop replaying the look on her face when she had stood up after Bakugo's final blast, trembling but still trying to keep going. He pushed the infirmary door open and froze. Achiko sat on one of the beds, her costume slightly scorched and covered in dust. Her hair was a tangled mess, sticking to cheeks still wet with tears. She had the phone pressed to her ear and apologized to her parents over the line, insisting she had tried her best. Her parents' voices came faintly through the call, comforting but strained. Izuku stood by the doorway, watching quietly. When the call ended, she lowered the phone and stared blankly at the sheets. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The silence between them was heavy with everything she probably wanted to say but could not. Izuku stepped forward slowly and wrapped his arms gently around her waist from behind, pulling her against his chest. He told her she had been amazing, that she had done well, and that she should not forget it. She stiffened at first, then let out a shaky breath. Her fingers clutched at his forearms, trembling. She protested that she had wanted to do her best because he and her parents had been watching and she had wanted to prove she could do it. Her words dissolved into small sobs. Izuku turned her around carefully until she faced him. Her eyes were red and swollen, cheeks streaked with tears and soot. She stared down at her gloved hands before meeting his gaze. Izuku brushed a bit of dirt from her cheek and told her that he did not care about the result. He said he respected her for not giving up, for fighting until the very end even when it hurt and when others thought she could not win. He told her he meant it. Her lip trembled and her breath hitched. She reached up and gripped his forearms, seeking steadying contact. She pulled him into a close, silent embrace, and he held her gently, telling himself to calm down. When she pulled back, her forehead rested against his. Achiko thanked Izuku in a faint whisper. Izuku brushed a stray strand of hair from her face and reassured her that she did not need to thank him. Achiko let out a weak laugh that hovered between relief and exhaustion and admitted she had been terrified in the arena, thinking Bakugo would overwhelm her in the first seconds. She added that she had remembered what Izuku had told her about not running from a stronger opponent and had kept moving because of that. Izuku felt a quiet warmth rise in his chest and told her she had done more than just keep moving. He pointed out that she had forced Bakugo to fight seriously, something no one else had done, and that she had made everyone see her strength. Achiko asked quietly if that included Bakugo, and Izuku replied that it applied especially to him. She laughed softly and leaned her head against Izuku's shoulder. He held her as her heartbeat slowed and she sniffled now and then, fingers tracing the seam of his jacket. After a long pause, Achiko admitted she had thought she could win if she could get close enough. Izuku reminded her that she had almost prevailed, praising her solid plan and the debris field tactic as brilliant. Achiko said she had learned from the best strategist in class, and Izuku, feeling his face warm, deflected the compliment and insisted she had done all the work. She teased him about giving her confidence, calling him a dummy, and he accepted the playfulness with a smile. Underneath the banter, Achiko's gratitude was raw and heartfelt, shaped by the pain of trying and falling short but still being seen. Izuku squeezed her hand gently and told her she did not have to prove anything, she had already done it today. Achiko looked up at him, softening, and asked if he really thought so. Izuku answered that he knew so and reminded her she had always been strong, perhaps not realizing how much until that day. Tears shimmered in her eyes, but they were not from sorrow. Her smile was small and trembling but genuine. Achiko leaned into Izuku again and wrapped her arms around his waist, holding on as if she did not want to let go. Izuku rested his chin lightly on her head. Faint cheers from the next match drifted in from outside, but inside the infirmary everything felt distant. Achiko observed that he was shaking, and Izuku admitted that he had been worried too, confessing that he had wanted to run out there but knew she did not need saving, she needed to fight her way through it. Her thumb brushed the back of his hand slowly and gently, and she thanked him for believing in her. Izuku told her he always would. The silence that followed was warm and fragile rather than uncomfortable. Sunlight through the window highlighted traces of dust and tears on her face, and Izuku realized how much strength it had taken for her to smile. She flexed her fingers slowly and reflected that, despite the loss, she did not feel as crushed as she expected, possibly because she had done everything she could. Izuku agreed and said she had left it all out there, which was what being a hero was about. Achiko teased him about his hero talk, and Izuku admitted he could not help it. It was part of who he was. She told him not to change, and they stayed close in companionable silence for a few moments as her breathing steadied and the heaviness in the room lifted. She stretched and groaned that everything hurt. Izuku chuckled and suggested she rest and warned that Recovery Girl would scold her if she did not. Achiko asked if he would stay until she fell asleep, and Izuku agreed without hesitation. She lay back on the bed with care as he pulled the blanket over her shoulders. She reached for his hand and intertwined her fingers with his. Her eyes fluttered half-closed, and she asked if he really meant he was proud of her. Izuku brushed the back of her hand with his thumb and told her he was more proud than she knew. Her smile lingered as sleep took her, and within minutes her breathing evened out. Izuku stayed and watched her for a while as sunlight traced faint lines across her face. For the first time since the match ended, he allowed himself to exhale fully and felt the weight in his chest ease. He squeezed her hand once more and quietly told himself that she had done amazing. Achiko stirred slightly but did not wake, her grip tightening weakly around his hand, and that was enough. 3 days earlier, Shoto's perspective. Shoto could not believe he was doing this. The thought echoed in his head with every step toward his father's office, each step heavier than the last. The hallway was quiet, lined with the same dull marble that had framed his childhood, the same walls that had witnessed the harshness of his training. He clenched his fists as he walked, the faint smell of smoke from the nearby training wing curling into his nose and reminding him of his father and everything he had sworn he would never become. And yet he stood in front of the door that led to the one man he despised most in the world, his father. He lingered there for a long time, hand hovering over the handle. Every instinct screamed at him to turn back, to walk away and never look at this place again. But he could not. Not this time. Not with what was coming. He took a breath, deep and steady, and opened the door. The familiar rush of heat hit him first. Endeavor's presence, his training flames burning through the air around him. Endeavor stood at the center of the massive training chamber, flames roaring off his shoulders as he slammed his fist into a reinforced dummy that already looked half-melted. Endeavor turned at the sound of the door and met him with sharp blue eyes. Endeavor addressed him as Todoroki without surprise and observed that he was early, Having expected him to spend the evening at Yue, Shoto told him flatly that he was not there for training, his voice colder than he intended and the kind of tone he usually used to keep his father at a distance. Endeavor lowered his flames slightly and asked why he had come. Shoto hesitated. He hated even being there, but he could not ignore the truth that had been gnawing at him since the festival began. Shoto said that he needed his help. Endeavor narrowed his eyes and said that the request was a first. Shoto insisted that he was not there by choice but out of necessity. Endeavor crossed his arms, the heat around him pulsing, and prompted him to continue. Shoto admitted that he needed help controlling his flames and said that he could not afford to lose control when he used them. Silence filled the room for a moment, broken only by the flicker of flames and the hum of the lights. Endeavor's voice carried a hint of amusement as he said that Shoto had finally decided to stop denying it and that it had taken him long enough. Shoto glared and warned that he should not be misunderstood. He was not doing this for Endeavor. Endeavor raised an eyebrow and asked then for whom he was doing it. Shoto clenched his fists and looked Endeavor in the eyes, saying that he was doing it for Izuku Midoriya. That made Endeavor pause. The flames along his shoulders dimmed slightly and his smirk faded into curiosity. Endeavor finally said that he understood what this was about and remarked that Shoto had been watching Midoriya. Endeavor listed the reputation Midoriya had built, the records in the entrance exam, surviving battles and standing against formidable opponents, and noted that Shoto had been paying attention. Shoto did not deny it and acknowledged that Midoriya was stronger than anyone else in their class, perhaps even stronger than Endeavor had been at that age. Shoto admitted quietly that he did not think he could beat Midoriya, even by using everything he had, including his fire. He said he could not go into the arena without giving everything he had and that he could not keep running from that part of himself forever. Endeavor studied him for a long time, the flickering light casting shadows across his scarred face. He said that he had always known this day would come, the day Shoto would realize that holding back out of spite only weakened him. Endeavor told him that he was not just his son but his creation and that he had been born to surpass him. Shoto snapped that he should not say that and declared angrily that he was not Endeavor's creation and not an experiment for him to live through. Endeavor offered a faint, proud smile and urged him to prove it, to show that he was more than that. Anger surged, and Shoto wanted to shout, to tell Endeavor that he hated him for what he had done to their family. But he also knew rage would not help him now. He needed control and an understanding of the fire inside him, not self-destruction. Instead, Shoto asked Endeavor to teach him how to control it, just that, nothing more. Endeavor nodded once, almost solemnly, and agreed to begin. The next hour was brutal. Endeavor did not hold back for a second. Shoto had to channel his flames while keeping his ice active, forcing the two halves of his body to work together in harmony rather than conflict. It was agonizing in an elemental way, heat seared and cold numbed, the clash of temperatures threatening to tear him apart from the inside. Endeavor barked at him to focus and said that he was fighting himself, that he could not control both sides if he kept treating them as enemies. Shoto shouted through gritted teeth that he was not using both sides. Steam rose from his shoulder as fire leaked across his arm before sputtering out. Endeavor stepped closer and said that denying who he was precisely the problem. Rejecting his fire did not make him stronger but made him weaker. Shoto shouted back and slammed his foot into the floor, releasing a burst of ice that froze the ground between them. Endeavor did not move. The ice melted before it reached him, evaporating in the heat radiating from his body. Endeavor told him simply that he was afraid of becoming him. The words stopped Shoto. For a moment his flames flickered and died. Endeavor went on to say that by rejecting fire he thought he was rejecting Endeavor, but that Shoto's power had never belonged to him, it was his own, and until he realized that, he would never surpass anyone. Shoto wanted to argue but could not. Deep down he knew Endeavor was right in that regard. His fire had always been tied to his father, to painful memories, to his mother's suffering, and to being regarded as a legacy. He hated that part of himself and the thought that using fire meant accepting his father. But if he did not use it, he would never stand a chance against Midoriya. He took a slow breath and stared at his hand. The flames flickered weakly in his palm. Shoto clenched his fist and said quietly that he did not want to be like Endeavor. Endeavor replied that he should not be and urged him to be better. The simplicity of those words took Shoto off guard. For once, Endeavor's tone did not sound condescending and almost sounded like respect. Shoto turned his hand over and focused again. Slowly and carefully he willed the flames to move not as rage, not as hate, but as something he could control. Warmth spread through his arm, steady and balanced this time. Endeavor watched silently and nodded once, telling him that it was good and to do it again. They trained for hours. I pushed until I could barely stand, the air around me warping from the heat. My ice and fire clashed and melded imperfectly, but enough to show progress. When it was finally over, I collapsed to my knees, panting hard. Sweat dripped down my face, mixing with condensation from the ice. Endeavor told Shoto that he had a long way to go but that he was closer than before. I did not look at him. Shoto said quietly that he would master it, not because of Endeavor but because he had to. Endeavor warned Shoto to make sure that when he faced that boy he did not hold back and that he wanted to see what the future of hero society looked like when Shoto fought him. I watched Endeavor walk away, the sound of his boots echoing through the chamber. As the flames finally died, silence settled around me. My breath still came hard, but there was something lighter now. I stared at my hands, one covered in frost and the other faintly glowing with heat. For the first time, the fire did not feel like a curse. It felt like mine. Still, deep inside, I knew Endeavor was right about one thing. I was not ready to face Izuku Midoriya yet. But I would be. I stood slowly, my legs shaking, and walked toward the exit. When the cold night air hit my face, Shoto whispered to himself that he would surpass him, not for Endeavor or anyone else, but because he refused to lose to someone who had already accepted what Shoto was still afraid of. The flames on his hand flickered once more before fading into the darkness, leaving only a faint warmth. I sat on the edge of the empty training field as the sun dipped behind the campus buildings, painting the sky with streaks of orange and fading gold. The world looked calmer than I felt. My palms rested on my knees, faint warmth pulsing beneath the skin from the energy I had held all afternoon. Aizawa stood a few feet away with his scarf draped loosely and hair falling over one tired eye. He looked thoughtful, almost concerned, and had been staring at me long enough that I felt the weight of a question building. Aizawa asked Izuku how much he planned on holding back. His tone was softer than usual, measured and nearly gentle. I exhaled slowly. I had known this talk was coming. Ever since the USJ and the way the Noma fight had spread through the staff, ever since the teachers realized I was not just strong but something they could not quite define. Izuku replied that he intended to hold back enough to win but not enough to overpower anyone. He rubbed his thumb against his knee and said that he had been training himself to find the line and stay on it. Aizawa gave a small sigh and stepped closer, stopping beside me to talk rather than to lecture. The sunset light caught the edges of his hair, silhouetting him against the glowing sky. Aizawa observed that most students struggled to bring out more power, not to keep it in. I let out a short, breathy laugh, more resigned than amused, and said that gaining power would be nice. Silence lingered, heavy with words waiting to be released. Izuku told Aizawa not to kid themselves. They both knew he was not normal. Aizawa did not interrupt, which made it easier to continue. Izuku admitted that he might be one of the strongest beings on the planet, saying it felt strange, not arrogant, not proud, just true, and that truth carried more fear than comfort. Izuku explained that he knew what he was and what he could do, and if people ever grasped the full extent of it, it would be bad for everyone. Aizawa turned his head slightly and watched, waiting for him to finish. Izuku recalled spending most of his life as an outcast, the quirkless kid, the weakling, the target, and how the day his quirk awakened had changed everything into a different kind of danger rather than a miracle. Memories of doctors, cold examination rooms, panicked teachers, and flickering hospital lights when he lost control for the first time flashed through his mind. He swallowed and said that if people found out what he could really do, they would stop seeing him as a person and start treating him as a weapon, a threat, or a responsibility they did not want. He feared losing what he had at you, the chance to be normal. Aizawa lowered himself to sit beside Izuku on the ground, a gesture that startled him. Teachers rarely sat with students like that, Especially not Aizawa, but he folded his legs, rested his elbows on his knees, and stared at the dimming sky in the same way. Aizawa told Izuku that he was not wrong and reminded him that hero society had a history of reacting badly to things it did not understand. They were built on structure, order, ranking, and predictability, and something extraordinary made people uneasy, even teachers and professionals. Izuku said that was the problem. If people knew everything, he would not just be Izuku Midoriya but a cautionary tale, a threat assessment, or someone to be managed. Aizawa acknowledged that Izuku was afraid they would stop treating him like a student. Izuku nodded. Aizawa breathed out and said he could not promise Izuku was wrong about public reaction, but he could promise that at UA Izuku would not be abandoned or feared by the people who actually knew him. Aizawa looked at Izuku directly and assured him that neither Aizawa nor his classmates nor anyone who understood the kind of person Izuku was would turn away. Aizawa noted that Izuku had never used his power recklessly, never shown signs of instability, and never endangered his class deliberately even when he had reason to push further. The fear some people felt was because they did not realize how responsible Izuku actually was. Izuku confessed that sometimes he felt like he walked around with a monster chained inside him, that if he messed up even once everything would fall apart. Aizawa replied that it was not a monster. Aizawa told Midoriya that it was discipline, control, something even seasoned pros did not always have. He paused and added that he had taught enough students to know the difference. A small laugh escaped Midoriya. Izuku admitted that he did not know if that made him feel better or worse. Aizawa insisted it was better, because Midoriya had already proven his control and because the only reason he was wrestling with it was that he actually cared about the consequences. His words sat with Midoriya for a moment, heavy, unexpected, grounding. Aizawa clarified that he was not telling Midoriya to unleash everything the next day. In fact, he advised against it. But Aizawa warned him not to cripple himself either, reminding him that he was not competing to convince the world he was weak but to show his spirit, skill, and resolve. He told Midoriya that he did not need to prove his power, only his heart. Midoriya looked up at the sky again. The sun had nearly vanished, replaced by deep purple dusk and the first hint of stars. He asked Aizawa if he thought he could do it. Aizawa said he knew Midoriya could, and more importantly, that he would make the right choices because he always had. Midoriya did not respond immediately. He let the silence settle around them, warm and strange and comforting in a way he had not expected. After a minute, Aizawa stood and dusted off his pants, then told Midoriya to get some rest. Tomorrow would be a long day and he expected Midoriya to come back in one piece. Midoriya rose slowly and brushed off his hands, acknowledging that he would. Aizawa turned to leave and paused long enough to tell Midoriya that he was not alone in this anymore. Aizawa's footsteps faded into the dusk, leaving Midoriya with the fading warmth of the sunset and the steady hum of energy beneath his skin. He closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Tomorrow he would have to balance everything again: power and restraint, victory and control, the person he was and the person the world expected him to be. For the first time, it did not feel impossible. As Present Mick's voice boomed across the stadium, announcing his match with Shoto, a ripple of tension rolled through the arena. The cheers muted into a focused hum, like the crowd itself was holding its breath. Midoriya stepped forward, feeling the shockwave of noise behind him fade into a distant vibration. His heartbeat stayed steady. His breathing stayed even. A heavy, electric pressure coiled inside his chest, the kind that only surfaced when a real battle was coming. Their classmates lined the railing. Kaminari leaned so far over it that Jiro had to yank him back by his collar. Ida adjusted his glasses repeatedly. Even Bakugo, still riding the adrenaline of his match, stared down at the arena with an expression somewhere between irritation, curiosity, and unspoken calculation. Most of them wished the fighters well, voices overlapping into a supportive chaos, but Shoto and Midoriya stood alone in the center of the ring, the noise fading under the weight of what was about to happen. Midoriya exhaled slowly. He warned Shoto that he was not going to let him win and told him to prepare for the fight of his life. Shoto's expression stayed calm, but his eyes sharpened with focus and he answered that he would make Midoriya work for it. Not even a second passed before the ground beneath Shoto cracked. A massive glacier-like wave of ice burst outward and roared across the arena with the force of an avalanche. The temperature plummeted instantly. Midoriya did not wait. He stepped forward and struck the ground. A controlled shockwave exploded from his fist, powerful enough to break the ice with a thunderous crack. Fragments scattered in every direction, glittering under the stadium lights. Midoriya moved. One step later the world blurred and he reappeared in front of Shoto before the shards even hit the ground. Shoto's eyes widened briefly and a geyser of flames erupted from his left side. The heat hit Midoriya instantly, but he flipped backward, floating briefly before landing with a soft thud. Flames liked the concrete where he had been standing a heartbeat earlier, the air rippling with heat. The arena trembled under their feet. Midoriya drove his heel down into the ground, cracking concrete and sending debris upward in large chunks. They rose slowly to his eyes, slow enough to track individually despite the speed. He tapped one, then another controlled speed, controlled strength. His fingers blurred as he tapped hundreds of pieces in less than a second, sending them essering toward Shoto like a hailstorm of miniature meteors. The temperature plummeted as Shoto reacted. Layer after layer of massive ice shields erupted from the ground, stacking in front of him with almost desperate speed. Each chunk collided with his walls, exploding into gravel and frost. Someone in the stands questioned whether the two were even students, and another spectator wondered if this was supposed to be a one-on-one match, comparing it to two natural disasters punching each other. Present Mike nearly choked on his own commentary and exclaimed that these kids were still in high school. Shoto pushed forward through the frost, steam rolling off his skin from the mixture of temperatures. His steps were steady, each one firmer than the last. Midoriya noted that Shoto had gotten stronger than the first week, stronger than stronger than when he had been holding back. It was good. A concentrated blast of flames ripped from Shoto's palm, forming a pillar of heat that roared across the arena as if trying to devour everything in front of it. Midoriya raised his arm and performed a sharp, casual swing. The air split and the flames parted cleanly down the middle, scattering into harmless wisps of smoke that curled into the sky. From the stands, Endeavor leaned forward and gripped the railing, his intensity radiating through the stadium. He thought that the boy's control surpassed anything he had anticipated. He was not just powerful, he was precise. Endeavor wondered what the boy's limit was, what he had been hiding, and why such overwhelming strength sat beneath the demeanor of someone who looked like he would apologize for breaking a pencil. Midoriya snapped his focus back to Shoto and vanished. The world stretched around him for a moment as he accelerated, air pulling into a vacuum behind him. Hundreds of afterimages flickered across the battlefield. Shoto spun sharply, eyes narrowed, fire igniting around him in a blazing swirl while ice spiraled outward at the same time. Heat and cold blasted outward in a storm of extremes. Afterimages evaporated one by one, shredded by the burst of power. The narrator appeared behind him, then beside him, then in front of him. Shoto slammed his palm downward, sending a violent wave of ice cracking across the stage. The narrator hopped over it, landing softly on the rising frost. Shoto's breathing grew heavier, flames flickering unevenly along his left arm as frost formed along his right side. He wasn't cooling himself as well as usual. Pushing both sides at once was exhausting him faster, the narrator realized. But he didn't stop. He didn't hesitate. This fight mattered to him more than he wanted to admit. The narrator dashed forward again with fists clenched, ready to test Shoto's defenses further, but Shoto met him halfway. His fire flared brighter than anything used earlier, erupting upward in a towering column that made the entire stadium glow orange. Shoto stared through the flames and shouted over the roar that the narrator was trying to get him to stop holding back. The heat washed over the narrator like a living force and pushed his feet back half an inch. Izuku replied simply that maybe. The flames surged, twisting violently and blasting across the arena in a tidal wave of burning light. The heat rippled across the narrator's arms as he crossed them, bracing. Behind Shoto, the conflict twisted his expression: fear, anger, pride, desperation. He didn't want to be his father's weapon. He didn't want his fire to define him. He didn't want to lose here, not to the narrator, not after training, not after admitting he needed help. Fire met the narrator's guard and expanded into a blinding glare that washed out the world. For a moment it was only heat and sound and pressure. Then it faded. Smoke curled upward as the narrator lowered his arms. Shoto stood across from him, panting slightly, watchful eyes trying to read the next move. Frost had crept across the ground around his feet, balancing the wild heat from his left side. The narrator stepped forward and Shoto reacted instantly. Pillars of ice shot out in rapid succession. The narrator sidestepped the first, shattered the second with a palm strike, and vaulted over the third. The gap closed instantly. Shoto threw a sweeping arc of flames at the narrator's torso. The narrator twisted, letting it pass over his shoulder and feeling the heat skim his cheek before dissipating. Shoto growled through clenched teeth that the narrator should not make this easy. Izuku answered that he never said he would. The narrator flickered forward again. Shoto slammed the ground and a spiraling column of ice erupted beneath the narrator, lifting him off balance for a half-second. Shoto fired a burst of flame into the column and steam exploded outward into a blinding fog. Visibility vanished entirely for a moment. Shoto used that split second to reposition, sliding across the frost with practiced agility. His silhouette flickered in the mist before his fire ignited in a flash and he swept his arm forward. A torrent of flames burst through the fog, aimed directly at the narrator's chest. The narrator pushed off the broken platform and slid across the floor just in time. The heat grazed his shoulder and singed the fabric slightly. The crowd gasped as the narrator reappeared at the edge of the flames, his body outlined by the red glow. Shoto didn't let up. He charged, flame and frost mixing around him in chaotic streaks of red and blue. The narrator stepped aside and Shoto froze the ground beneath them. When the narrator moved forward, Shoto blasted fire across his path. The narrator countered with small, controlled bursts of force, redirecting attacks without sending shockwaves into the audience. Every move Shoto made was sharper than the last. Every strike carried conviction. He wasn't fighting for approval or to prove something to Endeavor, he was fighting for himself. Smoke swirled around them as their movements blurred through the arena. The ground cracked beneath their feet, frost spreading across shattered stone while flames carved dark paths across the floor. Shoto shouted that he was not done. Izuku replied that he had not asked him to be. They clashed again, heat meeting force, frost meeting precision. Each shock of contact sent tremors across the stadium, the noise echoing like thunder trapped inside the arena walls. Spectators leaned forward. Class 1A watched with wide eyes. Even the professionals in the stands fell silent. The fight stretched into a spiral of intensity neither of them fully broke. Neither backed down. Neither slowed. Neither gave the other room to breathe. The narrator dashed past another burst of flames and closed the distance. Shoto spun, ice spiraling upward, and they collided. Flames exploded and frost shattered in a spectacular, anime-style burst that filled the area with steam. The arena vanished in a thick cloud of steam that swallowed everything. When the smoke thinned, Shoto slid backward, boots scraping across the frost. The narrator landed lightly several feet away, breathing steady, stance braced. They stared at each other across the battlefield, both ready, both focused, both refusing to stop. Present Mick's voice trembled with excitement as he announced that neither side was backing down and the battle was far from over. Shoto raised his hands again and Izuku lifted his in response. The tension cracked through the arena like lightning and the match continued with no victor yet. The roar of the stadium crashed over the narrator in an overwhelming wave, but the voices of classmates cut through first sharp, breathless, disbelieving. Kaminari exclaimed that he wondered if they were even human anymore, since this went beyond anything seen in training. Jiro observed that they were pushing each other fast and Todoroki was adjusting every few seconds. Mineta whispered that they looked like monsters, impressive monsters, but still monsters. Kirishima shouted that the scene felt heroic enough to make him faint. Yaoyorozu noted that the narrator's control was deliberate and Todoroki was balancing both sides better than she had ever seen. Even Aizawa-sensei muttered that this had escalated beyond a normal student match. None of that mattered the moment Shoto's next wave of ice shot toward the narrator. The entire ground groaned and cracked as jagged pillars erupted, rushing across the arena like an avalanche with purpose. He was pouring more and more power into it. The familiar cold that radiated from his right side sharpened into something focused, honed, and ferocious. Good, the narrator thought, swinging his arm back. Shoto was pushing harder. The narrator slammed his palm forward, sending a shockwave roaring toward him. The force tore through the ice in concentric ripples, shattering the frozen ground in wide arcs. Fragments blasted skyward, glittering like shards of glass. Shoto did not hesitate. Flames burst around him in a ring of orange heat, melting the airborne frost before it could reach him. Steam rose in thick clouds, warping the air between them. The narrator noted that Shoto was adapting with every move. Shoto was already firing back. A spear of fire lunged toward the narrator, heat intense enough that even the pro heroes in the stands reacted. The narrator sprinted forward, letting solar energy hum in their limbs. The fire passed by a hair's breadth, and a sweeping arm created a controlled burst of compressed air that carved the flame apart. A spectator in the stands shouted that they were fighting like rivals who had trained for years to beat each other. In a way, the observer thought they were not wrong. Shoto slid across the broken ground to close the distance, ice crawling up his leg. A disk of flame exploded behind him, propelling him faster. The narrator stepped into his charge, intercepting his arm with their own. The collision cracked the arena floor. Shoto did not flinch. His knee drove upward toward the narrator's ribs, coated in frost. The narrator twisted, blocking with a forearm, and felt a jolt of cold surge through them. It stung but did not injure. As they pivoted away, Shoto planted his hand on the ground and a pillar of ice detonated upward, forcing the narrator to leap. The moment their feet left the ground, Shoto launched a torrent of fire, chasing them upward. Shoto was not letting the narrator breathe. The narrator welcomed it and pushed onward. Both arms came down in a sharp clap. The air detonated beneath them, blowing away the flame and sending a thundering shockwave rippling along the arena floor. The stands shook. People gasped. Heroes tensed. The narrator landed in front of Shoto in an instant, feet carving twin trails in the cracked earth. Shoto threw up a thick, layered wall of ice, reinforced for defense. The narrator did not punch it. Instead, they pressed a hand forward gently. The pressure alone blasted the wall apart. A fresh wave of fire surged around Shoto the instant the ice shattered, his instincts carrying him faster than the narrator could fully strike. Flames coiled up his arm, gathering into a concentrated blast that he fired at point-blank range toward the narrator's chest. The narrator caught it with one hand. Heat washed around them, scorching the ground in a semicircle behind. Their fingers closed around the core of the flame as if gripping the heart of a storm. A hero in the stands muttered that they could not believe the narrator was stopping that with one hand. Endeavor, arms crossed, did not blink. His expression suggested he wondered what the narrator would be like if they ever stopped holding back. Shoto's eyes widened in shock for only a second. He spun and struck the narrator's side with a thick slab of ice. The ice shattered against them, but the narrator felt the force behind it. He was getting faster and stronger, matching the narrator's rhythm. The narrator's heart pounded not from fear or strain, but from excitement. This was what fighting should feel like. Shoto launched more shards, bigger and faster. The narrator weaved through them, deflecting fragments with flicks of their fingers. Each flick cracked the air. Class 1A watched with slack jaws. Kaminari whispered that it looked like a training video for gods. Zero told him to shut up and said they were witnessing history. The narrator blurred forward, appearing behind Shoto with a burst of speed. Shoto reacted instantly, flames spiraling around him in a protective vortex. The air rippled from the heat as the arena floor glowed a dull red beneath his feet. He moved without thinking. The narrator drove a foot into the ground and rushed through the flames, which parted around them in response to the push of air rather than burning skin. The narrator reached out and caught Shoto's wrist before he could redirect the heat. Shoto spun using momentum and kicked hard toward the narrator's jaw. The narrator ducked and swept his legs with an arm. He countered mid-fall by freezing the ground beneath him, halting his descent and propelling himself backward with a burst of fire. He landed in a crouch, panting, eyes burning with intensity. Shoto admitted that he was being overwhelmed but vowed he would not stop. Izuku encouraged Shoto, telling him he did not want Shoto to stop and urging him to give more. Shoto growled under his breath and slammed both hands on the ground. Ice expanded outward in a massive wave, higher and broader than anything he had created earlier. It towered over the arena before collapsing inward in jagged formations aimed directly at the narrator. The narrator took one step, then two, and burst forward, weaving through the gaps like thread through a needle's eye. Shards sliced past, frost crawled along the narrator's boots. A flick of their hand detonated the air. The entire formation of ice shattered into snow-like fragments that rained through the stadium. Gasps erupted everywhere. Spectators exclaimed in wonder at what quirks they possessed and how such a match could be happening between first years. Steam and dust swirled as Shoto erupted forward again, switching to pure flame. A torrent of heat surged from his left side, hotter and denser than before. He aimed directly for the narrator's face. The narrator caught it with both hands and swept it aside, letting the energy surge past. Shoto used the opening. A pillar of ice erupted under the narrator's feet, launching them upward. Before they could fully orient themselves, a spiral of flame blasted toward them. The narrator twisted through it, feeling the temperature spike as they broke cleanly through the cyclone and flipped before landing hard on the shattered edge of the ring. Shoto was learning every minute. The narrator grinned, breath steady, and raised a fist slightly, preparing for the next exchange. Everyone in the arena leaned forward as if drawn in by a magnet. Students and spectators alike held their breath. The narrator pulled a fist back. The air tightened around it, coiling into a sphere of compressed force. Heat shimmered across the arm and sparks of plasma crackled faintly at the knuckles. Shoto inhaled slowly, gathering every ounce of fire he had. The aura around him blazed brighter and hotter. He clenched his fist and launched his strongest flame blast yet dense, furious, and unrestrained. The narrator swung. Instead of striking Shoto directly, the punch struck the atmosphere, hitting the air itself. The air erupted, splitting into a roaring tunnel of plasma and pressure that surged forward like a cannon fired by a thunder god. The shockwave tore through the ring, surging across the arena, upheaving stone, bending metal, and scattering every frozen structure in its path. Shoto's flames met the blast squarely. The explosion shook the stadium and cracks spidered across the barriers. Heroes scrambled to the edges of the field, arms raised to shield civilians as the shockwave pushed outward. Steam billowed into a blinding white haze. For a moment the only sound was the pounding of a single heart. When the haze cleared, Shoto was gone from the center. He had been flung against the far arena wall and lay there unconscious, his flames extinguished and a crater surrounding him. Izuku descended to the ruined battlefield and landed with a soft crunch of broken stone. Silence stretched across the stadium. Present Mike announced that Midoriya had won, his voice reverberating through the stands. The crowd erupted in cheers, gasps, and awed exclamations, but none of it registered. Izuku exhaled, stared at Shoto's unmoving form, and Izuku thanked Shoto for the fight, the words barely audible even to himself. Tetsu said that it had been awesome. Kirishima cracked a grin despite the pain and told Tetsu that he was insanely tough. Tetsu mumbled that Kirishima was too and that he would totally lose to him again. Kirishima laughed, grabbed his ribs, and, wincing, said it had been worth it. Class 1A cheered as he stumbled back toward the tunnel, supported by paramedics. Izuku lightly tapped his shoulder, mindful of the injuries, and praised him for the incredible effort. Kirishima grinned tiredly, his eyes shining despite the swelling.